Chapter 201, Returning, Harvest. The two team members were experts in marine biology, but their academic knowledge failed them the moment they laid eyes on the behemoth. They recognized it instantly. An ocean overlord that supposedly vanished from the earth over 1,000,000 years ago was gliding through the water, very much alive. Run! Get out of here! The two divers kicked their fins frantically, fleeing in a blind panic. Ji Shuiya fought to suppress the cold terror rising in her chest. She forced her mind to analyze the situation, her voice trembling over the comms, as she addressed her team. There are so few fish in this area. They must have been preyed on by this megalodon. It should be full. It won't attack unless we provoke it. Please, stay calm. Don't panic, or you'll make yourselves a target. Her logic was sound, but persuasion is a thin shield against primal fear. The two men had only one thought left in their minds: escape. The massive shark moved with a deceptive, slow grace. However, as soon as the frantic movement of the divers registered in its field of vision, it surged forward. The megalodon accelerated, cutting through the water toward the fleeing men. Ji Shuiya had been holding her breath, staying perfectly still, but indignation flared within her as she watched the predator's path. While the shark was targeting her teammates, its trajectory was set to collide directly with her. She knew this creature better than anyone. She knew the average swimming speed of a megalodon was 35 kilometers per hour. In a hunt, that speed spiked to 50. If a 1.5-ton car hit a person at that speed, the result was certain death. This creature was 20 meters long and weighed more than 70 tons. A 70-ton object moving at 50 kilometers per hour wouldn't just kill a person, it could knock over a skyscraper. Deep, bitter remorse flooded her mind. I should have listened to Wang Haoran. It was too late for regrets. The gargantuan gray wall of the shark's flank filled her vision, blotting out the light from above. Am I going to die? Ji Shuiya closed her eyes, bracing for the impact. Before the shark could crush her, a shadow blurred through the water. A powerful force seized her, dragging her out of the megalodon's path with dizzying speed. By the time her head stopped spinning, the massive predator was already a distant shape in the gloom. Ji Shuiya felt a strong arm wrapped firmly around her waist. She tilted her head, looking through the transparent curve of her diving mask. A handsome face stared back at her from the neighboring suit. She usually didn't care for human aesthetics, finding more beauty in rare, biological specimens, but in this moment, she found him striking. He was more breathtaking than any rare creature she had ever collected. Ding. The female protagonist Ji Shuiya's favorability has increased by 20. Total favorability 30. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. 500 villain points awarded. Can you still swim? Wang Haoran's voice crackled in her ear. He stayed close, feeling the rhythmic tremors racking her body. She was clearly in shock. I think so. It's a bit difficult, she managed to stammer. If you don't want to end up as megalodon excrement, you need to hold on tight, Wang Haoran warned. Terror flared again. Ji Shuiya didn't need a second invitation. She clung to him like an octopus, her grip tight and desperate. 30 minutes later, the submarine docked with the research ship. Every member of the collection team made it back to the deck, including the two men who had been chased. Their survival wasn't due to skill or speed. In a stroke of disgusting luck, the megalodon had actually swallowed them, but the predator had already gorged itself so heavily on local whale life that it vomited them back out. They were alive, but their spirits were broken. They sat on the deck, staring at nothing, gripped by a psychological trauma that would likely haunt them for years. Still, it was a miracle. Ji Shuiya looked at her shaken crew and made the difficult call. Turn the ship around. Cancel the collection. We're heading back. It was a painful decision to make, but the presence of a megalodon changed everything. If that monster decided to ram the hull, the entire ship and everyone on it would be lost. The goddess of luck had already been generous today. It was foolish to test her twice. I never imagined a megalodon could still exist in this world, Ji Shuiya whispered, her hands still shaking as she gripped the railing. Wang Haoran stood beside her, his expression unreadable and calm. In a world with a protagonist and two heroines, he knew better than to be surprised. Whether it was a prehistoric shark or a mermaid, he took it all in stride. Ji Shuiya turned to the other collectors, her eyes searching for a silver lining. Did anyone manage to grab anything? Any specimens at all? Nothing, one man muttered. No, sorry. I didn't even get my net out. The responses were a chorus of failure. The panic had been too absolute. Ji Shuiya let out a long, heavy sigh. The expedition was a total loss. Going home empty-handed meant facing a storm of trouble. The funding for this trip had been astronomical. She had promised the research institute and the private investors that she would bring back something unknown to science to justify the cost. Without a specimen, the investors would be ruthless. Explanations wouldn't pay the bills. I managed to pick up one thing, Wang Haoran said, breaking the silence. He pulled a small collection vessel from his gear. Inside the transparent tube, a dark, thick fluid swirled. Blood. Ji Shuiya's shoulders slumped. Her voice was flat and indifferent. Blood samples from common fish are of little value to the institute, Wang Haoran. This is useless for our goals. Oh, so the blood of a megalodon is worthless then? Wang Haoran sounded genuinely disappointed. I thought I was helping. I guess I'll just toss it back. He raised his arm to hurl the collector into the waves, but Ji Shuiya lunged forward. Abandoning all professional decorum, she threw her arms around him, pinning his arm down to save the vial. You said that's megalodon blood? Her face was a mask of pure shock. Yes. Ding. The female protagonist Ji Shuiyao's favorability has increased by 10. Total favorability 40. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. 500 villain points awarded. Chapter 202. Global Discovery. Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. Ji Shuiyao's voice trembled, her eyes fixed on the small vial with a frantic, hungry intensity. If this were the blood of an ordinary fish, its research value would be negligible. But the blood of a megalodon? That changed everything. Currently, the world recognized the megalodon as an extinct species. Human understanding of the creature was pieced together entirely from cold, stone fossils. The crimson sample in Wang Haoran's hand was unique, a biological anomaly, whose value couldn't be measured by mere currency. How did you even collect it? Ji Shuiyao asked, her disbelief coloring every syllable. When she first heard that Wang Haoran had secured a sample, her mind hadn't even considered the prehistoric predator. The ocean's ancient overlord was a nightmare made flesh. Even inside a submarine, one had to fear the vessel being snapped in two by those massive jaws. The idea of getting close enough to draw blood was insanity. It happened while I was saving you, Wang Haoran replied, his tone light and conversational. As the megalodon passed by, I simply picked it up. Can this sample be given to the team? I'll go to the research institute and apply for immediate funding. I'll make sure you're paid a fortune, Ji Shuiyao promised, her excitement bordering on mania. Take it. Wang Haoran handed it over without a second thought. The blood was useless to him personally. He had secured the sample for one reason, to secure Ji Shuiyao's favor. As he extended his hand, Ji Shuiyao reached out with trembling fingers and pulled the collector toward her chest as if it were a holy relic. Ding. The female protagonist Ji Shuiyao's favorability toward the host has increased by 5. Total favorability 45. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. 200 villain points awarded. Upon receiving the system notifications, Wang Haoran checked his charm halo status. It was off cooldown and available for use. He issued the mental command, but the system response was immediate and blunt. The use failed. He didn't need to ask why. This was identical to the situation with Qingling. Ji Shuiyao was a woman of intellect. She would never truly fall for him unless he could match or surpass her achievements in the scientific field. Fortunately, with enough villain points, bridging that gap was a simple matter of exchange. Currently, his balance sat at 11,000 points. He was well stocked. The scientific research ship required several days to complete its return voyage. When they were halfway to the Sea of Qingling, Wang Haoran received a message from Qingling. Just 1 week. He had almost forgotten the timeline. I thought you were living with your sixth sister. Wang Haoran messaged back. My sister talks shop with her colleagues until late every night. She never makes it back to the cabin until after midnight. Wang Haoran checked the time. It was only 9 in the evening. There was plenty of time. He left his quarters and headed for Qingling's cabin. As he approached, he spotted Lin Chen carrying a laptop. The boy said something to Qingling, then left 8 minutes later with a smug grin. Lin Chen ducked into an unoccupied corner of the hallway, fingers flying across his keyboard as he waited for a progress bar to finish loading. Wang Haoran stepped into the cabin and looked at Qingling. What was your brother doing here? He's not old enough to have his own accounts, so he asked to use my identity to publish some articles on a website called Global Discovery, Qingling replied, hiding nothing from him. What kind of website is that? It's one of the most authoritative scientific platforms in the world. My sixth sister was lucky enough to have her work featured on the front page once. Featured on the front page is considered luck? Wang Haoran asked, surprised. You don't understand. The contributors on the front page of Global Discovery are usually legends in their fields, most of them over 50 years old. My sister is only 21. To achieve that at her age is absolutely incredible. A realization struck Wang Haoran. If a 21-year-old was a sensation for a front page feature, what would happen if Lin Chen, an 8-year-old, managed the same feat? It would be a global explosion of fame. Do I look pretty today? Qingling interrupted his thoughts. She had applied her makeup with meticulous care, hoping for a compliment from the man she loved. Beautiful, Wang Haoran replied, though his voice lacked focus. That was perfunctory. You aren't even looking at me. Qingling pouted, a hint of jealousy touching her tone. Wang Haoran finally turned to her, but his eyes weren't admiring her beauty. His expression was dead serious. Is there a laptop in here? The question caught her off guard. Yes, my sister's. Get it for me. Now, is a computer more attractive than I am? Qingling felt a wave of depression, but she complied and handed over Ji Shuiyao's notebook. Wang Haoran flipped it open and immediately began typing, his fingers a blur of motion. What are you doing? She leaned in to see the screen. Go play with your phone. Don't disturb me. He didn't even look up. Ding. The host has made the heroine Qingling feel jealous. 200 villain points awarded. Wang Haoran paused for a fraction of a second at the prompt, then returned to the screen. Qingling stood there stunned. Had he really come all this way just to ignore her for a machine? Was she less interesting than a laptop? She felt frustrated but refused to admit defeat. Taking out her phone, she started a piece of soothing piano music and began to dance to the rhythm. Her dancing wasn't at the level of her music, but it was professional, fluid, and pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, she had an audience of one who wasn't watching. Ding. The host has made Qingling feel jealous. 300 villain points awarded. Maybe this dance is too elegant to catch his eye, she thought. I need to change it up. She switched the music, but the result remained the same. Ding. The host has made Qingling feel jealous. 400 villain points awarded. Am I not enough of a woman for him? Self-doubt began to creep in. She stopped dancing. A flash of inspiration hit her, and she opened a popular video app to study. She saw thousands of girls performing trendy, swaying dances. To her, it looked vulgar and lacked any artistic merit. But the likes on those videos were in the millions. There was clearly a reason people watched. Maybe it's time for a different kind of lesson, Qingling whispered to herself, her eyes narrowing as she watched the screen. Chapter 203. Front page article. About 20 minutes later, Wang Haoren finally finished his work. Ding. The host's replacement of verification information is successful. 900 villain points awarded. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo, -45. Host's villain Halo, +45. The account Lin Chen had carefully applied for using the name Qingling now belonged entirely to Wang Haoren. Though the password remained unchanged, the trap was set. Any groundbreaking articles Lin Chen attempted to publish on Global Discovery using this account would now be attributed solely to Wang Haoren. So many notifications. Wang Haoren scanned the system logs he had just received and paused, momentarily stunned. It turned out Qingling was capable of being jealous of a computer. Off to the side, Qingling had been practicing her movements in silence. Seeing that Wang Haoren's attention had finally drifted away from the screen, she seized her moment. She immediately launched into the dance she had been rehearsing during his period of intense focus. Wang Haoren watched, his brow furrowing in confusion. Qingling had always projected an image of dignity and elegance, a woman of noble temperament and high art. Seeing such a sophisticated person suddenly perform a trendy, somewhat tacky dance, felt like a glitch in reality. He couldn't find his words for a long moment. Is my dancing that bad? Qingling asked, her voice tight with nerves as she caught his expression. It isn't bad, exactly, Wang Haoren said, choosing his words carefully. But have you forgotten who you are? You are an international pianist. If the world saw you performing something so common, what would happen to your reputation? I've never really danced before, Qingling admitted, looking like a child caught in a mistake. I just watched some videos on my phone to learn. I did it for you. I thought you would like it. I promise, I'll never do a dance that cheesy again. Actually, it isn't that I don't like it. Wang Haoren broke into a sudden, genuine smile. I was just surprised by you. Really? Her face lit up. Then maybe I'll learn some better ones to show you later? If you have the time, go ahead. But for now, let's focus on something serious. The lights, turn off the lights. By the end of the night, Wang Haoren had secured another 2,000 villain points and 100 Halo points. His total villain point balance had reached 14,800, a truly massive fortune. He took a moment to activate his perspective vision, peering through the walls to check on Lin Chen. The boy was still hidden away, hunched over his laptop. Over the last hour, Lin Chen had finished a complex scientific paper and was currently in the process of submitting it to the Global Discovery website. Wang Haoren couldn't judge the technical quality of the paper himself, but he could see it focused heavily on marine biology. Since it was the work of a protagonist, it was guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Wang Haoren wasn't one to be stingy with his points when it mattered. Even though he had stolen Lin Chen's identity on the site, he knew he couldn't maintain the facade in front of Ji Shuiyao without real knowledge. If he didn't actually understand science, he would be exposed the moment she asked a follow-up question. He opened the system mall and began scrolling through the options. After a minute of searching, he found exactly what he needed. The item wasn't a direct skill boost but a template blessing. Each template corresponded to a legendary scientist from history. Redeeming a single scientist template cost 1,500 villain points. Upon purchase, every scrap of that scientist's knowledge, experience, and intuition would be poured directly into Wang Haoren's consciousness. Lin Chen had likely exchanged points for a marine biology template. Wang Haoren didn't need to duplicate that effort, since any work Lin Chen produced would technically be credited to him anyway. Instead, he looked for something that would broaden his foundations. He eventually settled on the Fleming template, Alexander Fleming, the bacteriologist and microbiologist who discovered penicillin and revolutionized modern medicine. The moment the transaction finished, a flood of data rushed into his brain. In an instant, Wang Haoren transformed from a scientific novice into a world-class expert. The knowledge was there, but he still lacked the fame. Lin Chen had provided the perfect blueprint to publish. Wang Haoren set to work immediately. He spent the next hour drafting a sophisticated biochemical paper and uploaded it to Global Discovery. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. He carefully returned Ji Shuiyao's laptop to its original place and slipped back to his own cabin undetected. The next morning, the deck of the research ship was buzzing with excitement. The source of the commotion was a new front-page article on Global Discovery. As a dedicated researcher, Ji Shuiyao checked the site every morning. The moment she saw the new headline, she had rushed to notify her colleagues. In today's world, there are very few scientists with such a deep understanding of marine biology, one researcher remarked, eyes glued to a tablet. I wonder who wrote this. It has to be a foreigner, another added. No one in our domestic circles is doing research this in-depth. Maybe not. Look at the pseudonym used for the publication. Ling Xiaobao. You're right, that doesn't sound foreign at all. The group huddled closer, debating the mystery. Ji Shuiyao stared at the name. Articles on Global Discovery were always translated into a uniform language for the site, but the phonetic roots of Ling Xiaobao were clearly Chinese, Lin Xiaobao. Who is this Lin Xiaobao? Someone asked. Why have I never heard this name in the field of marine biology? It might not be an established professor, Ji Shui Yao mused. It could be a young researcher, who had a sudden flash of brilliance and performed at an extraordinary level. She spoke from experience. A year ago, she had experienced a similar surge of inspiration. But in the year since, none of her submissions had managed to crack the front page. Wait. Look. A researcher shouted, pointing at his screen. There's another one. Another front page article just went up. Chapter 204. Two Little Treasures. The air on the research ship was thick with the scent of ozone and salt, but for Ji Shui Yao, the atmosphere was electrified by something far more intoxicating, raw data. She watched her colleagues screen with wide, disbelieving eyes. Under normal circumstances, Global Discovery only featured one front-page article per day. To see two appear simultaneously was a rare phenomenon in the scientific community. The first article, penned under the pseudonym Lin Xiaobao, was undeniably brilliant. Its depth of research into marine biology was staggering. However, the second article was just as polished. Ji Shui Yao leaned over her colleague's shoulder to scan the text. It was a masterpiece of biochemistry. Though her heart belonged to the sea, her foundation in general science was deep enough to recognize genius when she saw it. This paper wasn't just high-level, it was world-class. Then there was the matter of the author's name. Wei Xiaobao. Ji Shui Yao whispered the translation aloud. The name was unmistakably Chinese. Lin Xiaobao and Wei Xiaobao. Two pioneers, two little treasures, surfacing on the same day. She wondered if the similar pseudonyms were merely a coincidence, or if there was a deeper, hidden connection between these two minds. Lin Chen strolled onto the deck with a lazy, satisfied gait. He saw the cluster of scientists huddled around the laptop and felt a surge of pride. His hard work from the previous night had clearly paid off. The front page was his. What's everyone so excited about? Lin Chen asked, feigning a look of innocent surprise. Sixth sister, what's going on? Ji Shui Yao didn't look up from the screen. You wouldn't believe it. Two incredible papers just hit the front page of Global Discovery. 2. Lin Chen's smirk faltered. Are you sure? He crowded into the group, his eyes darting to the monitor. There they were. One was his own submission under the name Lin Xiaobao. The other was a stranger's, Wei Xiaobao. The name hit Lin Chen like a physical blow. He had chosen Lin Xiaobao as a clever play on his own surname and the famous fictional character Wei Xiaobao. In the legends, Wei Xiaobao had 7 wives. Lin Chen, harboring dreams of marrying his 7 goddess sisters, had found the name fittingly auspicious. Now, a real Wei Xiaobao had appeared to challenge him. The researchers continued their hushed, excited debate. The names are too similar. They have to know each other. I agree. It's too much of a coincidence. They probably worked together and split the topics. Wang Haoren stepped into the light of the deck, a playful glint in his eyes as he joined the conversation. Maybe it's even simpler than that, he suggested with a casual shrug. Maybe they're the same person? No, that's impossible. Lin Chen snapped, the denial jumping out of his throat before he could stop it. Wang Haoren tilted his head, offering the boy a knowing, sharp-edged smile. He didn't push the point further. Ji Shui Yao blinked, finally turning her gaze to the boy. Xiao Chen, why are you so certain? I'm just guessing, Lin Chen stammered, looking away. He had no intention of revealing his identity yet. He wanted to build a mountain of prestige first. He needed to become a titan in the scientific world before he could force his sister to look at him with the worship he felt he deserved. One article was a start, but it wasn't a legacy. Not yet. Night fell over the ocean, bringing with it a cool, biting breeze. Ji Shui Yao sat alone on the deck, perched on a small stool. A heavy scientific tome rested on her lap, illuminated by the ship's floodlights. In the cabins below, Chu Qianwei was resting, still feeling unwell and needing time to recover. Wang Haoran, restless and bored, wandered out onto the deck. He stood for a moment, watching the way the moonlight fractured across the black waves. Ji Shui Yao was so engrossed in her reading that she didn't hear him approach. The moon over the water is beautiful tonight, Wang Haoran remarked, his voice soft against the wind. The scientist stiffened slightly, then slowly closed her book. She didn't look at him. Instead, she looked up at the glowing orb hanging in the sky. The lunar surface is a study in contrasts, she said, her voice flat and academic. The bright regions are the lunar highlands, composed of ancient crust. The dark areas are low-lying basaltic plains formed by volcanic eruptions. Early astronomers mistook those depressions for bodies of water, which is why we still call them seas. It's a landscape of impact craters and annular uplifts. She let out a small, weary sigh. It's a shame we don't have an astronomical telescope on board. I can't give it a proper intuitive observation. Wang Haoren had been hoping for something a bit more poetic. He had imagined a quiet moment, discussing the philosophy of life or the beauty of the stars. Instead, he had been given a lecture on basaltic plains. The romantic tension vanished like mist. Are you hungry? He asked, trying a different tactic. How about some barbecue? We're in the middle of the ocean. The seafood is as fresh as it gets. The image of grilling fish under the moonlight, feeling the spray of the sea, was the height of relaxation to him. Eating is a biological necessity for energy intake, Ji Shui Yao replied without a hint of irony. 3 balanced meals provide sufficient caloric value. I never consume excess energy for the sake of pleasure. Wang Haoren felt a headache beginning to form. He looked at the book in her lap. Fine. Can I at least borrow something to read? Of course. Ji Shui Yao handed him a volume with a rare, genuine smile. She immediately returned to her own book, sliding back into a trance of focused study. To her, sitting in silence and reading separate books was the height of social harmony. To Wang Haoran, it was like sitting next to a statue. He flipped through a few pages of the technical manual she had given him. It was excruciatingly dull. Bored, his gaze drifted back to the woman beside him. Ji Shuiyao was a masterpiece of nature. Her features were delicate, her figure lithe, and her temperament unique. But she clearly put zero effort into her appearance. Her long, dark hair was gathered in a messy, haphazard bundle behind her head, strands escaping to blow wildly in the wind. Miss Ji, Wang Haoran said, his obsessive-compulsive side finally winning. Is there a comb in your cabin? There is, she answered, not looking up. Then why don't you use it? Ji Shuiyao finally paused. She looked at him with genuine confusion. Is it strange to leave one's hair uncombed? Isn't it? If you look at biological behavior across species, females typically groom, or display for the sake of courtship, she explained, her expression dead serious. A peahen displays her feathers, a duck preens with its beak, insects perform complex dances, or acoustic displays. I have no current desire for courtship. Therefore, I have no biological motivation to spend time on decorative grooming. What is strange about that? Wang Haoran took a long breath. Humans and animals are different, aren't they? In essence? No. There is no difference at all. Wang Haoran stood up, tucking the book under his arm. I think I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I'm going to go rest. He made his escape before she could start a lecture on the biological roots of nausea. He had come to the deck to flirt, but he had been defeated by the coldest, straightest logic he had ever encountered. Ji Shuiyao wasn't just a challenge, she was an immovable object. Chapter 205. The scientific community shakes. After the conversation on the deck, Wang Haoran abandoned any further attempts at private, romantic overtures on the journey home. The remaining days at sea became a cold war of intellect, conducted through the glow of computer screens. Over the next 48 hours, Wang Haoran published 9 separate biochemical papers on global discovery. Every single one claimed a spot on the front page. Lin Chen refused to lag behind. He matched the pace with a frantic intensity, his fingers flying over his keyboard late into the night. On the research ship, Ji Shuiyao and her colleagues watched the website with bated breath. In just 2 days, the pseudonyms Lin Xiaobao and Wei Xiaobao became the talk of the world. Each had published 10 breathtaking scientific papers. Because of this sudden deluge of genius, the two were effectively deified in their respective fields. The entire global scientific community shook. Senior directors from prestigious research institutes scrambled to uncover the true identities of these two men. Invitations for scientific lectures were prepared, and fortunes were offered for their time. Ji Shuiyao's institute joined the hunt, though its standing was modest. Their budget for lecture fees couldn't compete with the giants, and Ji Shuiyao held little hope of attracting such titans. She turned her focus back to the only tangible asset she had, the megalodon blood. The work was grueling and precise. However, on the day of the Yanguo Kixi Festival, a new article appeared under the name Lin Xiaobao. It was another front-page feature, but it wasn't a scientific paper. The global scientific community stared at their screens, eyes widening in disbelief. The article wasn't a study or a breakthrough, it was a testimonial. It began as an explanation for the author's rapid achievements, but it quickly morphed into a public, high-stakes confession. The target was Ji Shuiyao, one of the youngest and most brilliant female scientists in the world. A romantic confession on the world's most authoritative scientific platform felt like a glitch in reality. Readers refreshed their browsers, assuming a backend error or a hack. The site administrators, however, quickly issued an official announcement. This was no mistake. The words came directly from Lin Xiaobao. His recent contributions had already solidified his status as a visionary in marine biology. The world watched as the prestigious site made an unprecedented exception for its new star. The content of the confession was pure drama. The sentiment was clear: a fan had fallen in love with his idol. He had worked tirelessly, day and night, just to get close to her. Along the way, he had accidentally surpassed her. The author claimed no love for marine biology. The scientific honors meant nothing to him. His only wish, his singular motivation, was to marry his idol. He ended with a chilling ultimatum: if this wish remained unfulfilled, he would likely never focus on science again. The eyes of the world turned toward Ji Shuiyao. Inside the research vessel, the air was thick with gossip. Colleagues huddled around tablets, their voices rising in excitement. Vice President Ji, who is this Lin Xiaobao? A researcher asked, leaning in with a curious grin. I wish I knew, Ji Shuiyao replied. She felt lightheaded, her thoughts a chaotic swirl. The reversal was staggering. Over the last few days, she had become a fan of Lin Xiaobao and Wei Xiaobao. She had held them up as idols, determining that she would work until she was their equal. Now, the person she worshipped as a scientific god had declared himself her most devoted fan. Usually, Ji Shuiyao handled confessions with a cold, professional detachment. She had no room in her life for distractions. But this was different. Her heart, usually as steady as a metronome, skipped a beat. Vice President Ji, are you going to agree to be his wife? A colleague teased, her voice full of mischief. Ji Shuiyao opened her mouth to say she would need to meet the man first, to judge his character and his age. But the words died in her throat. She felt too embarrassed to even suggest it. Instead, she took a reserved, defensive stance. I just want to focus on my research. I don't want these things to bother me. But he said he'll quit. Another scientist exclaimed. He might stop studying marine biology entirely. For the sake of global science, Vice President Ji, you have to sacrifice yourself. Exactly. If you refuse, you'll be a sinner against progress itself. You should contact Global Discovery, issue a statement so the poor man doesn't quit in a fit of despair. The room erupted in boos and cheers. Stop chattering and get back to work, Ji Shuiyao snapped. Her face was flushed deep crimson, her voice high and annoyed. The team scattered back to their posts, though the whispering didn't stop. Ji Shuiyao tried to force her mind back to her data, but the fluctuations in her heart were too strong. Then, her phone buzzed. It was Lin Chen. Sixth sister, I saw the news. People are saying you received a public confession. What do you think? Maybe you should just be Lin Xiaobeo's wife, Lin Chen said, his voice bright with forced cheer. You're just making a fool of yourself like the rest of them, she grumbled. How am I making a fuss? I might have a new brother-in-law soon. I have a right to know. Lin Chen was fishing, trying to gauge her true reaction, before he made his next move. You're thinking too much. I don't plan on getting married, she responded. She paused, then added a sudden, softer qualifier. At least, not until I'm 30. Lin Chen felt a surge of triumph. In the past, she had always insisted she would die alone before marrying. This shift in her stance was a clear sign. He was winning. As long as he continued to dominate the scientific world, her heart would eventually be his. The call ended. Lin Chen sat before his laptop, the sea breeze ruffling his hair through the open porthole. He began to type, his fingers moving with newfound purpose. His previous papers had been written in an hour or two. They had been enough to shake the world. Now he intended to produce a masterwork. He would spend as long as it took to create a paper of such unparalleled brilliance that the scientific community would have no choice but to bow. 8 hours later, a new scientific paper was born. It was his crowning achievement. Once it hit the Global Discovery servers, the sensation would be absolute. Chapter 206. The same person? The paper was finished. Now it only needed to be unleashed upon the world. Lin Chen navigated to the Global Discovery homepage. Before he could even reach for the login button, a new headline pinned to the front page caught his eye. The author was Wei Xiaobao. Resentment flared in his chest. If it weren't for this shadow, this Wei Xiaobao, Lin Chen's own rise to fame over the last few days would have been an undisputed solo performance. He glared at the screen for a moment before scanning the article's placement. He had negotiated with the site administrators to ensure his confession remained on the front page for at least 3 days. But the website had clearly gone back on its word. His deeply personal testimonial had been shoved aside to make room for this new scientific display. The betrayal stung. Lin Chen began to read, his eyes narrowing as he searched for flaws. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this rival was pulling to justify the site's breach of contract. 10 minutes passed. As he reached the final paragraph, the look of petty dissatisfaction on Lin Chen's face slowly dissolved into pure shock. While his primary expertise came from the marine biology scientist template, that knowledge came with a broad, if less prominent, foundation in other fields. He could recognize the caliber of the work in front of him. It was strong, terrifyingly strong. This paper wasn't just a challenge. It was a masterpiece that rivaled his own best efforts. There was no question that the scientific community would be thrown into another frenzy within the hour. Lin Chen had spent the week locked in an unspoken rivalry with this man. Now that Wei Xiaobao was about to steal the spotlight again, he refused to sit idly by. He clicked the login button, ready to upload his latest, most brilliant work to prove who truly held the throne. He entered his credentials and clicked. Tip: the account number or password is incorrect. He frowned, assuming a simple typo. He re-entered the details with slow, deliberate precision. The result was the same. Error. Annoyance turned to agitation. He tried again, and again. 5, 6 times he hammered at the keys, but the digital gates remained barred. Lin Chen's small hand slammed onto the keyboard. The account had been stolen. He could feel it in his gut. He lunged for the appeal interface. He used Qingling's identity information, the foundation of the account, to request an emergency password reset. He sat back, waiting for the verification. A message blinked back in less than 10 minutes. The website has no identity entry information for Qingling. Lin Chen stared at the screen, refusing to believe the words. He convinced himself the customer service agent was incompetent or lazy. He submitted the application again. Rejected. He tried a third time. Rejected. By the 5th attempt, his IP address was flagged and blacklisted. He couldn't even load the homepage, let alone speak to a representative. Stupid, useless customer service, Lin Chen hissed, his face contorting with rage. When I get in touch with your management, I'll see to it you're fired. He was the golden boy of the scientific world. The executives had made exceptions for him before. He was certain that once he bypassed these low-level drones, his status would be restored. Driven by desperation, he waited until nightfall and headed to a local internet cafe. He needed a fresh IP. He navigated back to the Global Discovery site, ready to find a new path through the bureaucracy. But before he could click a single link, an official announcement at the top of the page froze him in his seat. Announcement: Lin Xiaobao and Wei Xiaobao are the same person. At the request of the author, all papers under both pseudonyms have been merged under the primary name, Wei Xiaobao. Lin Chen nearly lost his mind. This wasn't just a stolen password. His entire legacy, every breakthrough he had fought for, had been swallowed whole. His achievements now belonged to someone else. In the master suite of the Hilltop Villa, a digital notification chimed. Ding. The host has successfully transferred the achievements of the protagonist Lin Chen to his own name. Protagonist prevented from gaining prestige. 1000 villain points awarded. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo, -50. Host's villain Halo, +50. Why are you looking so happy? Qingling stepped out of the steam-filled shower room, her hair damp and a soft smile on her lips. She noted the smug satisfaction on Wang Haoran's face. I was just thinking about that dance you promised me, Wang Haoran said. He couldn't tell her the truth, so he pivoted to the most convenient distraction. You really want to see it? Qingling pulled her towel tighter, glancing toward her wardrobe. Let me go find something appropriate to wear. The towel is fine. What, isn't it? Qingling's cheeks flushed pink. As you wish. Deep within the research institute, the silence of the lab was shattered. Vice President G. A young researcher burst into the room, her voice echoing off the sterile walls. Ji Shuiyao flinched, her steady hand wavering over her samples. She looked up with a stern, icy expression. Noise is prohibited in the laboratory. Is this your first day? Vice President G, you have to see this. Something huge just happened. The researcher thrust her phone forward, the global discovery announcement filling the screen. Ji Shuiyao read the text with skepticism that quickly melted into profound shock. They are the same person. Lin Xiaobao and Wei Xiaobao are the same man? The scientific world had been debating these two for days. Because their research directions were so different, everyone had assumed they were two separate geniuses who happened to share a similar naming quirk. But the official merger was absolute. A single mind was responsible for the total domination of two separate fields of study. Genius was a common word in Ji Shuiyao circles, but this was something else. This was historical. To excel at this level in two distinct branches of science was a feat reserved for the titans found in textbooks. Ji Shuiyao had always been proud of her own intellect. Now, compared to the shadow of Wei Xiaobao, she felt like a novice. Her colleagues began to filter into the lab, their voices rising in a new round of frantic speculation. This time, Ji Shuiyao didn't tell them to be quiet. She was too stunned to speak. The crowd parted as an elegant, elderly man in his 80s entered the room. He leaned heavily on a cane, but his face was flushed with a vibrant, youthful excitement. Hello, Dean. A chorus of respectful voices rose from the staff. Ji Shuiyao shook off her stupor and hurried to the old man's side, taking his arm to steady him. Teacher, please, move slowly. Why are you here? You shouldn't be traveling at your age. The dean rarely involved himself in the daily grind of the institute anymore. He only appeared when something of monumental importance required his presence. Have you heard? The dean asked, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. Have you seen the news? Chapter 207. Meeting. I don't want to hear it. Ji Shuiyao glanced at her surrounding colleagues, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. The dean let out an impatient huff. Now that you know everything, why haven't you given a response? What response? Ji Shuiyao already knew exactly what he meant. However, gripped by a sudden, feminine restraint, she kept her expression carefully blank, pretending ignorance. What other response could there be? The response to that confession, of course. Ji Shuiyao adjusted her glasses, remaining reserved. This matter is too sudden. I need time to process everything, to slow down. Slow down? If you hesitate any longer, someone else will snatch him up. The dean's face reddened with frustration. He poked the floor sharply with his cane, the wood clicking against the tile as he reprimanded her. This Wei Xiaobao is the most coveted figure in the scientific world right now. Foreign research institutes are watching him like hawks. They all want him for themselves. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a gravelly urgency. If he leaves, it will be a catastrophic loss for the scientific community of Yan Kingdom. You have a golden opportunity standing right in front of you. Why aren't you seizing him? Do you want to be remembered as a sinner against our nation's progress? Ji Shuiyao hadn't considered the geopolitical implications. Woken by her teacher's intensity, the gravity of the situation finally sank in. Teacher, I've made my decision, she said, her voice steadier. But how do I even contact him? I've already taken care of that. The dean handed her a small, folded note. I got this from a friend at the Global Discovery website. It's the email address Wei Xiaobao provided with his identity information. Thank you. Ji Shuiyao felt the heat rise in her cheeks as she took the paper. She beat a hasty retreat from the laboratory, the playful roars and cheers of her colleagues echoing behind her. Once safely in the lounge, she opened her laptop. Her fingers hovered over the keys for a moment before she drafted a brief, professional email. The message was simple: she wanted to meet Wei Xiaobao in person. Then came the wait. She tried to lose herself in a book, but her focus was shattered. Every 5 minutes, her hand drifted to the mouse to refresh her inbox. The lines of text on the page blurred into meaningless symbols. Finally, she gave up on the book entirely and sat staring at the screen, her heart drumming a frantic rhythm. 2 hours later, a notification pinged. Wei Xiaobao had agreed. The meeting was set for a quiet coffee shop in Qingling. Ji Shuiyao felt a surge of joy so intense it bordered on vertigo. Sleep was impossible that night. While Ji Shuiyao paced her room, Wang Haoran was busy with his own correspondence. After replying to her, he contacted the administrators at Global Discovery. He attached a formal statement, requesting it be posted as a site-wide announcement the following morning. The message was blunt: the previous confession under the name Lin Xiaobao was the work of a hacker who stole the account. It has no connection to the true author. Lin Chen's fantoidal tactic was embarrassingly lowbrow. Wang Haoran had no intention of writing those particular coattails. He wanted a clean slate. Since Wei Xiaobao was currently the site's biggest star, the administrators agreed to his request without a single question. The next morning, the aroma of roasted beans filled a high-end cafe. Ji Shuiyao sat in a secluded booth, her posture unusually straight. Today, she looked nothing like the disheveled researcher from the ship. Her colleagues had spent hours helping her, and a professional artist had applied a layer of elegant, subtle makeup. She wore a black chiffon dress that struck a perfect balance between intellectual grace and striking beauty. Across the room, men frequently lost their train of thought, casting admiring glances her way. One patron, distracted by the vision in the black dress, walked straight into a wall, the dull thud drawing a muffled laugh from the barista. Ji Shuiyao was oblivious to the commotion. She had never dressed like this before, and felt like an actress in a play. On the table before her sat a single glass vase holding a bright, red rose, the agreed-upon signal. Her hands trembled slightly in her lap. The dean's words weighed on her. She felt as though she had been pushed onto a stage with no exit. She was here to accept a confession from a man she hadn't even met. Yet, deep down, it wasn't a burden. She viewed this mysterious genius as an idol. To be with such a person was a pleasant prospect. Her only secret hope was that he wouldn't be ancient. If he was young and perhaps even halfway decent-looking, it would be a blessing. Even a scientist had to consider genetics for future offspring. Miss G. A familiar, smooth voice broke through her wandering thoughts. She turned her head and froze. You, Miss G is so beautiful today. I almost didn't recognize her, Wang Haoran said, a charming smile playing on his lips. Ji Shuiyao's face fell into a look of panicked apology. I'm sorry, Haoran. I have something incredibly important today. I really don't have time to chat. I'll treat you to coffee another time. But can you please leave for now? She was terrified that the brilliant Wei Xiaobao would arrive, see her talking to a handsome young man, and leave in a fit of jealousy. You want me to leave? Wang Haoran asked, his eyebrows arching in feigned surprise. I'm so sorry, but I really have a critical appointment. Did Miss G make a date? Wang Haoran didn't move. He took a perverse pleasure in teasing the usually rigid woman. No, she stammered, her face turning pink. She couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. So, you just came here for coffee alone? Yes. I recall Miss G saying that females only dress up when they have a courtship tendency. You look stunning today. You must have an appointment with a man. Am I right? Ji Shuiyao felt the sting of her own logic being used against her. She felt exposed and embarrassed. I am a normal, mature 21-year-old woman. It is perfectly natural to have courtship tendencies. What is so wrong with that? For someone with her personality, the admission was a monumental effort. She looked at him pleadingly. So, can you please go now? If I leave, who is going to date you? Wang Haoran reached into his pocket, pulled out a second red rose, and placed it gently into the glass vase next to hers. You. The words died in her throat. Her brain seemed to short-circuit. Wang Haoran sat down in the chair opposite her, perfectly composed. He signaled the waiter for a coffee. It took several minutes for Ji Shuiyao to find her voice again. How could it possibly be you? Chapter 208. Harvest. Why can't it be me? Wang Haoran asked, his voice smooth and untroubled. Ji Shuiyao stared at him, her mind racing to reconcile the image of the young man before her with the scientific titan she had been idolizing. She shook her head, her eyes narrowing. I need you to answer some questions first. She didn't believe it. She couldn't. Verification was the only way forward. By all means, Wang Haoran replied, gesturing for her to proceed. Which algae categories exist? Wang Haoran leaned back, speaking with a slow, measured cadence. Algae are generally split into seawater and freshwater varieties. Strictly speaking, they fall into 8 distinct categories: cyanobacteria, chrysophyta, diatoms, dinophyta, nude algae, green algae, red algae, and brown algae. Ji Shuiyao tightened her grip on her coffee cup. Basic knowledge. Anyone with a passing interest could memorize that. It's not enough. She paused, searching for a deeper hurdle. When did algae first appear? Wang Haoran didn't hesitate. Between 4 and 5 billion years ago, the Earth was a desolate landscape. Thunder roared through a lifeless atmosphere, storms galloped across surging waves, and oxygen was non-existent. This deathly stillness lasted for over 1 billion years. Then, roughly 3.5 billion years ago, during the Archean period, blue-green algae surfaced. He took a breath, his tone becoming more atmospheric. These organisms carried chlorophyll, allowing photosynthesis to finally produce oxygen. That birth brought the first light of hope to the planet. By the Sinian period, between 1.8 billion and 600 million years ago, oxygen had accumulated enough for the Earth to become a world dominated by algae. Beyond cyanobacteria, large-scale green and brown algae began to flourish. Ji Shuiyao's surprise was evident, her skepticism beginning to crack. She decided to jump straight to a difficulty level that would break a pretender. One more question. Answer this, and I'll believe you. Wang Haoran took a slow, deliberate sip of his coffee. Please. My current research involves a microbial degradation experiment regarding polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, she stated, her eyes fixed on his. If you were me, how would you conduct that experiment? It was a perfect touchstone. She had no specific ideas for the project yet, so there was no correct answer for him to have stolen from her notes. He had to innovate on the spot. The test strains should involve microorganisms from the genus Paleobacter, Wang Haoran said casually, as if discussing the weather. Specifically, Acrobacter BAP5. The reagents would require a standard protein marker, bovine serum albumin at 5 mg per ml, and a 0.01 molar phosphate buffered saline solution. He began rattling off measurements with terrifying precision. You'll need 0.8 grams of sodium chloride, 0.27 grams of potassium phosphate, 1.42 grams of disodium phosphate, and 0.2 grams of potassium chloride. Dissolve those in 800 milliliters of distilled water, and adjust the pH to 7. Stir for 30 minutes. Once even, add 50 milliliters of 86% sulfuric acid, top it off to 100 milliliters, and filter it through double-layer paper. He didn't stop there. He described the hardware, a JSM 6360 LA black filament scanning electron microscope, and a solid-phase microextraction device. He detailed the method, observing the strain shape via a purified 2216E plate, gram staining, and measuring the degradation efficiency of BAP5 on aromatic rot stored in glycerol. As his long discussion reached the halfway mark, Ji Shuiyao sat stunned into silence. The technical depth was undeniable. System prompt: the host has successfully established the identity of a top scientist. Favorability notification: Ji Shuiyao's favorability has increased by 20. Current total 60. Love from the heart. Villain points: host influences the plot. 1,500 points obtained. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo, minus 75. Host's villain Halo, plus 75. Before this meeting, Wang Haoren had spent 1,500 points to unlock a marine biology template. The investment had paid off immediately. He wasn't just faking it, the knowledge was now a part of him. Seeing the look of adoration in her eyes, he decided to push further, activating his charm aura. Charm aura result: Ji Shuiyao's favorability increased by 10. Current total 70. Deep love. Villain points: 1,700 points obtained for a major plot shift. Ji Shuiyao remained in a state of aphasia, her world spinning. Wang Haoren broke the silence with a playful smile. Since we've finished with marine biology, should we move on to biochemistry? No, she whispered, finally finding her voice. There's no need. Excellent. Now that we've cleared up the credentials, we can talk properly, right? Yes. Ji Shuiyao sounded restrained, almost shy. She couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask the question burning in her mind. Are you serious about that confession on the website? Wang Haoren glanced at his watch. The timing was perfect. He looked at her with feigned surprise. Haven't you seen the latest announcement on global discovery? Announcement. Confused, she pulled out her phone and navigated to the site. Her eyes scanned the screen. The new statement from Wei Xiaobao was blunt. The previous confession was the work of a hacker who had stolen his account. It was a complete retraction. A wave of intense heat rushed to Ji Shuiyao's face. She wanted to disappear, to find a crack in the floor and hide forever. But beneath the shame, a hollow sense of loss settled in her chest. She looked up, desperate for a sliver of hope. If that's the case, why did you come here to meet me? I didn't want someone to use my name to deceive you, Wang Haoren explained. It would hurt you, and it would damage my reputation at the same time. The last of her hope shattered. Her chest felt tight, her breathing labored. Thank you for your kindness, she managed to say through her disappointment. Wang Haoren took another sip of coffee. It was the right thing to do. Ji Shuiyao tried to swallow her regret, focusing on the professional. The papers you've published are world-class. On behalf of my research institute, I'd like to invite you to give an academic lecture. Would you consider it? I'm afraid not. I published those on a whim. I have no interest in fame. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a warning tone. I don't want to be hounded by the scientific community. I trust you'll keep our meeting a secret. Ji Shuiyao nodded immediately. Of course, she couldn't help herself. Despite the rejection of the confession, her adoration for his mind was overwhelming. I have more academic questions I'd like to ask you. Do you have time tomorrow? Chapter 209. The Trouble with Bulletin Feiyan. Wang Haoren was not about to give in easily. He maintained a casual air, letting a thoughtful silence hang between them before he spoke. I'm heading to PJ Island for a vacation tomorrow. PJ Island was a world-famous tropical escape, the kind of place people dreamed of for a getaway. Ji Shuiyao leaned in, her voice urgent. For how long? Wang Haoren shrugged. I'm not sure. It depends on my mood. Ji Shuiyao went quiet for a few seconds, her mind clearly racing. Then, she raised her head with a bright, sudden smile. What a coincidence. I've been wanting to study the marine ecological environment in that area. Why don't we go together? Wang Haoren let a heavy wave of hesitation settle over his face. Don't worry, I won't disturb your vacation, she pleaded. The usually rigid, serious academic adopted a rare, coquettish tone. Just take me with you, please? All right then, Wang Haoren agreed. He played the part of the reluctant companion perfectly, though internally, he was gloating. Going abroad together offered endless opportunities. If he couldn't turn this spark into a flame while they were isolated on a tropical island, he didn't deserve his reputation as a villain. At the same time, in Chopin's hometown of Poland, Bulletin Feiyan stood in her hotel room, the same one she had occupied during the Glory Art Festival. She pored over the details of her stay, until the truth finally clicked. She knew exactly who the scumbag was. She checked out immediately, intent on returning to the Yen Kingdom to settle the score. But her focus was compromised. On the way to the airport, a lapse in caution allowed a taxi driver to divert her toward a desolate mountain road in the suburbs. An international hit squad lay in wait. The ambush was sudden and overwhelming. The attackers had the advantage of numbers. Bulletin Feiyan fought back, but she was forced into a retreat, eventually ducking into the mouth of a nearby cave. The jagged terrain provided temporary cover, keeping her out of the line of fire for the moment. However, the cave was a dead end. Outside, the killers held their ground, waiting. There was no water, no food, and no way out. Despair threatened to take hold, but Bulletin Feiyan pushed it down. She leaned against the cold stone wall, catching her breath. If this was where it ended, she wouldn't go quietly. She would rest, recover her strength, and then charge out for one final, bloody stand. She would take as many of them with her as possible. Outside the cave, the mercenaries grew bold. Hey, if we take down the #1 target on the female killer list, the Scorpion group's ranking is going to jump from 4th to 3rd, one man bragged. Another leered toward the cave entrance. That judge is a beauty. It'd be a waste to just kill her, wouldn't it? The first female killer must have a unique flavor. I want a taste. Line up, boys. The captain gets first pick. The men laughed, their voices echoing with malice. But the captain of the Scorpion group didn't join in. He stood apart, staring intensely at a set of photos provided by their employer. The images showed 2 dead men the leader and deputy of a gang Bulletin Feiyan had dismantled in an alleyway days prior. Their deaths had left a power vacuum, and the remaining lieutenants had struck a deal. Whoever avenged the fallen leaders would take the throne. The Scorpion group had been hired for 300 million yuan to secure that vengeance. The mission was nearly complete, and the payday was close. The captain, a man from the Yan Kingdom, was naturally cautious. He looked at the crime scene photos again. One detail caught his eye: a wooden post, shattered and deeply embedded with a fine ceramic tile. He touched his own throat, imagining the force required. The captain was a practitioner of internal arts himself, an expert in various schools. To drive a tile that deep into solid wood with a flick of a finger required at least 40 or 50 years of internal power. He had just traded blows with the female judge. Her internal strength was respectable, perhaps 18 years worth, but she wasn't capable of that kind of destruction. He looked at the next photo. The victim had a heart on the right side of his chest. He bore 2 wounds, one to the left chest and one to the neck. A professional like the female judge wouldn't need 2 strikes to kill a man. It became clear the first strike had failed. The victim had pulled a weapon to retaliate, but a hidden master had intervened, disarming the man with a thrown tile and allowing the judge to deliver the killing blow. A thick cloud of dread settled over the captain. This top-tier expert clearly had a close relationship with the judge. Why else would they have been there to save her? Sure, the female judge was trapped like a turtle in a jar. Killing her would be easy enough, even if he lost a few men in the process. But doing so would invite the monstrous wrath of a man with 50 years of internal power. A master of that caliber was a living Superman. Conventional weapons wouldn't stop him. If he had known a legendary figure was backing this woman, he never would have touched this contract. Fortunately, neither side had been seriously injured yet. There was still room to maneuver. Captain, let's go in. One of his men shouted, impatient for the prize. Let's take her down so you can have your turn. Try it and I'll kill you myself. The captain roared, spinning around and delivering a sharp slap that sent the man spinning. The rest of the squad stood frozen, confused by the sudden shift. The captain turned toward the cave and raised his voice. Female judge, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Please, don't take it to heart. Come out so we can talk. A pathetic trick. Bulletin Feiyan's voice rang out from the darkness, dripping with disdain. You think I'm that easy to fool? Keep dreaming. We had the wrong target, the captain insisted, his voice sounding genuinely strained. We sincerely want to apologize. Apologize? Then kowtow 3 times to your auntie. Fine. The captain shouted back immediately. He barked an order to his confused subordinates. Everyone, get down, kneel and admit our mistake. The captain took the lead, dropping to his knees on the dirt. A dozen hardened international killers followed suit, kneeling outside the cave and kowtowing in unison. Hidden in the shadows of the cave, Bulletin Feiyan watched the scene unfold. She blinked, stunned by the sheer absurdity of the sight. Chapter 210. The Mysterious Master. Female judge, we have already kowtowed according to your wishes. Our grievances are now written off, the captain shouted, his voice echoing against the stone walls. Bulletin Feiyan remained in the shadows, her hand tightening on her weapon. She remained dubious. If that's the case, then get out. Understood. The captain didn't hesitate. He gestured for his team to retreat, but a lingering shadow of worry crossed his face. He paused, calling out one last time. Female judge, you must keep your word. This matter is settled. You must not let your master come to settle accounts with us after the fact. With those final, frantic words, the members of the poisonous Scorpion group vanished into the treeline. Bulletin Feiyan stood in the silence of the cave, feeling a bit dazed. She stepped out slowly into the light, squinting against the sun. My master. She had cultivated her skills through blood and isolation. She didn't have a master. However, the captain's parting words made the situation clear. They weren't afraid of her. They were terrified of the master they believed stood behind her. It was the only reason they had abandoned a 300 million yuan contract. Who was this person they were so afraid of? She looked down and noticed several abandoned photos scattered on the dirt. Picking them up, she finally understood how the Scorpion group had tracked her. They were hired guns, plain and simple. But another photo caught her eye. A shot of a weapon shattered by a simple ceramic tile. It answered the question that had been nagging at her since that night in the alley. The master they feared was the same senior who had secretly rescued her. Senior, you have saved my life invisibly, Bulletin Feiyan whispered. Gratitude swelled in her chest. She was a person who paid her debts, and this mysterious figure had saved her twice now. She desperately wanted to repay the favor, but she realized with a pang of regret that she didn't even know his name. With a deep sigh, she pushed these thoughts aside. There was work to be done. She turned and began the trek toward the airport. After days of investigation, she had finally identified the scumbag who had hurt her seventh sister, Kamei. She had made up her mind to teach him a lesson he would never forget. She would break his spirit until he obeyed Kamei's every word, treating her like an empress dowager. A few miles away, the Scorpion group moved through the brush. Captain, we were so close to succeeding. Why did you let her go? That was 300 million. One mercenary complained, his face twisted with greed. The captain didn't even look back. Behind that female judge, there is a top expert standing guard. For 300 million, there is no need to offend such a terrifying existence. Besides, we aren't the only ones after her. Let's be generous and leave this gift for the guys in the Black Mamba. The Black Mamba was another international hit squad, ranked third on the global list, just one spot above the Scorpions. In their profession, peers were nothing but enemies. If the Black Mamba met a violent end at the hands of a master, the Scorpions would move up by default. Captain's foresight is unmatched. The men praised in unison, their frustration turning into malicious glee. The 300 million reward was high enough to attract plenty of vultures. Most small groups wouldn't stand a chance against Bullet and Feiyan, they would simply be fodder. Only the Scorpions and the Black Mamba had the strength to actually take her down. Now that the Scorpions had withdrawn, the contract fell to the Mamba. If the Black Mamba attempted to finish the job, they would ignite a fuse. A master with 50 years of internal power, a literal terrestrial Superman, would wipe them off the map. The next morning, the sun rose over the Yen Kingdom. Bullet and Feiyan moved like a ghost, sneaking into the mountaintop villa belonging to her seventh sister, Chu Qianwei. Even with her information, Qingling was a massive city. Finding one man would take time, so she decided to start at the source. She knew Kamei was protecting the man. If Kamei didn't know she was back, the two might still be together. It was just dawn. If she moved quickly, she might catch the scumbag in bed. Bullet and Feiyan had visited this villa several times and knew the layout by heart. As she moved through the hall, she stopped. Scattered across the sofa were 7 or 8 sets of various outfits, and an assortment of stockings. The clothes were skimpy, bordering on vulgar. They were the polar opposite of the dignified, elegant style Kamei usually wore. But this was a private villa. These had to be Kamei's. How did the elegant seventh sister become so depraved? Bullet and Feiyan felt a surge of anger. Her eyes swept the room, landing on more clothes scattered across the floor. Men's and women's garments created a trail. The trail led directly to Chu Qianwei's bedroom. The scumbag was here. Bullet and Feiyan burst into the bedroom, her eyes scanning for a target, but she found only one person. Chu Qianwei jolted upright, her face pale with fright. When she recognized her sister, she let out a shaky breath of relief. Fourth sister, you're going to scare me to death. Bullet and Feiyan ignored the greeting, her eyes narrowed with scrutiny. Where is the scumbag? Chu Qianwei felt a wave of secret relief. He had left early. If he had stayed even 10 minutes longer, he would have walked right into her sister's wrath. She muttered a response, trying to sound casual. Fourth sister, why are you still struggling with this? I told you, it was all a misunderstanding. Why are you so intent on making trouble for him? Bullet and Feiyan's face flushed with a mix of anger and shock. Seventh sister, I think you've lost your mind. You two are developing way too fast. Chu Qianwei finished tidying the room, throwing several items into the trash. She spoke with an air of calm defiance. When feelings reach a certain level, this is only natural. If you ever find someone you truly like, you'll understand. Even if I found someone, Bullet and Feiyan snorted, we would treat each other with respect. We would keep our distance. We wouldn't be as degenerate as this. Chu Qianwei rubbed her red, sore knees and looked away. Fourth sister, I am very happy right now. Don't worry about me. It's over. I think you're suffering. Bullet and Feiyan insisted. You don't understand at all. Humph. Is there anything in this world I don't understand? Regardless, it's for your own good. I'm going to handle this. I'll educate him until he's a model boyfriend. Realizing Kamei wouldn't listen to reason, Bullet and Feiyan stormed out of the bedroom. She headed straight for the villa's security room to check the surveillance footage. It didn't take long. She paused the video on the image of a handsome man leaving through the front gate. Bullet and Feiyan pulled out the photos she had taken from the hotel abroad and compared them. It was a perfect match. This was the scumbag. He had left the villa exactly 10 minutes before she arrived. They had missed each other by a hair. Bullet and Feiyan felt a momentary flash of frustration, but it passed quickly. Finding him was now only a matter of time. Chapter 211. Boating. Bullet and Feiyan leaned in toward the security monitor, her eyes sharp as she scrutinized the footage of Wang Haoren leaving the villa. Every movement was a potential lead. She paused the video when he stumbled slightly. He had dropped something, a small slip of paper, and retrieved it in a flash. It was a ticket. She zoomed in. The high-resolution feed held its clarity, revealing the fine print as the image expanded. The destination was clear: PJ Island. The departure time was set for that very day. PJ Island was a haven for lovers, a world-renowned resort for couples. Wang Haoren was heading there for a getaway, and he hadn't taken his seventh sister. He was taking another woman. Fury simmered in her chest. She turned from the screen and stormed out of the villa. Her mission was simple: she would cut Wang Haoren down to size. As for the woman accompanying him, she would not be spared the consequences of her involvement. PJ Island sat nestled in the tropics, a lush paradise of vibrant vegetation and hidden bays. From the air, it looked like a green pearl resting on the surface of the sea. The air smelled of rubber, coconuts, and sea salt. It was a place of endless activity, diving, windsurfing, and canoeing. During peak season, the beaches were crowded, mostly with couples. Everywhere you looked, men in suits and women in white lace posed for wedding photos against the backdrop of the turquoise water. After the flight, Ji Shuiyao had retreated to their hotel room. The travel had left her airsick and drained. She rested through the morning, finally finding her footing as the afternoon sun began to dip toward the horizon. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble," she said, her voice soft with apology. Wang Haoren shook his head, offering a relaxed smile. "Don't worry about it. I'm here for a vacation. I'm in no rush." He glanced through the window at the brilliant tropical scenery. The lure of the outdoors was too strong to ignore. "I'm heading out to explore. Are you going to stay here and read, or?" "I'll come with you," Ji Shuiyao interrupted. "Give me a minute to change." When Wang Haoren returned, he looked the part of a casual tourist in sunglasses, beach shorts, and a light vest. Ji Shuiyao, however, remained in the same formal dress she had worn for the flight. She clutched a specimen collector, a kit designed for gathering liquid and solid samples. Wang Haoren stared at the gear. She was actually serious. She had come to a tropical paradise to study the ecosystem. "Aren't you going to change?" he asked, trying to keep the amusement out of his voice. Ji Shuiyao looked down at herself, appearing lost. "Into what?" She caught the look in his eyes and her face flushed a deep crimson. "I'm not used to those other clothes. This is fine." Wang Haoren didn't push her. He checked a local map and pointed to a spot on the coast. "How about boating at Crescent Moon Bay?" "Yes, that sounds lovely." They caught a sightseeing car at the hotel entrance and began the trek toward the bay. Neither noticed the uninvited guest arriving at the hotel lobby just as they departed. "I am with the International Investigation Bureau," Bulletin Fayan said, her voice commanding and her foreign tongue flawless. She flashed a forged identification card at the receptionist. "We are tracking a high-profile criminal. Have you seen this man?" She held up a photo of Wang Haoren. The receptionist looked at the badge, then at the photo. The handsome face of the young guest was hard to forget. "Yes," the woman replied quickly. "He just left with a beautiful woman." "Where were they going?" "I heard them mention boating over at Crescent Moon Bay." Bulletin Fayan gave a sharp, professional nod. "Thank you for your cooperation. There will be a reward if we apprehend the suspect." She turned and marched out, waiting only a few minutes before boarding the next sightseeing bus. Near the hotel entrance, a man dressed as a typical tourist watched her board. He reached up, adjusting the microphone clip to his collar. On his forearm, a miniature black mamba tattoo was partially hidden by his sleeve. "Target is on sightseeing bus number 18, he whispered. The sightseeing car pulled up to Crescent Moon Bay. The landscape was a marvel of nature, featuring karst cliffs that rose like jagged teeth from the water. Small boats peppered the bay, filled with couples laughing and splashing. Some were bold enough to engage in intimate embraces, oblivious to the world around them. Ji Shuiyao glanced at a nearby couple and immediately looked away, her cheeks burning. Wang Haoren caught the reaction and hid a smirk as he went to the rental stand. Soon, they were out on the water. Wang Haoren abandoned the oars, lying back on the bow deck to bask in the sun. He let the boat drift aimlessly with the current. Even Ji Shuiyao, who had brought her collection tools, found herself succumbing to the atmosphere. The complexity of her research faded as the rhythmic lap of the waves took over. She relaxed, breathing in the salt air. Splash! The sound of something heavy hitting the water broke the silence. Ji Shuiyao, sitting at the stern, bolted upright. She ran toward the front of the boat. The bow was empty. Wang Haoren was gone. On the surface of the water, a series of widening ripples marked the spot where he had vanished. She didn't panic at first. She remembered his diving skills from their last encounter. "Wang Haoren?" she called out, scanning the blue depths. Wang Haoren, stop joking around. Seconds ticked by. The water remained still. No one surfaced. Panic finally clawed at her throat. She kicked off her shoes and dove from the bow, plunging into the warm water. It took nearly 2 minutes of frantic searching before she found him. She dragged his limp, unconscious body to the surface, gasping for air. Using every ounce of her strength, she hauled him over the side and back onto the deck of the boat. She was exhausted, her muscles screaming from the effort. She scrambled to his side, shaking his shoulders. Wake up, please. Don't do this." Wang Haoren didn't respond. His eyes remained closed, his face pale. Tears blurred her vision. She moved into action, recalling the first aid steps she had only ever read in textbooks. Her movements were jerky and uncertain, but she followed the standard procedure, clearing his airway and beginning artificial respiration. She pressed her lips to his, blowing air into his lungs, then moved to chest compressions. He remained motionless. Desperation took hold as she bent down to deliver another breath. Suddenly, a hand clamped around the back of her neck. She tried to pull away, but the grip was firm, holding her down as Wang Haoren's eyes snapped open, sparkling with mischief. Chapter 212, Kojima. Ji Shuiyao's eyes widened. For a fleeting second, surprise paralyzed her, but the realization crashed down quickly. She had been deceived. Years of restraint kicked in, and she instinctively reached out to push him away. But as her hands met his chest, her strength evaporated. Instead of a shove, her fingers inadvertently hooked around the back of his neck, pulling him closer as she became lost in the moment. When she finally managed to break away, she was breathless. She gulped in the salt air, trying to steady the violent hammering in her chest. She turned a sharp, indignant glare toward Wang Haoran. She opened her mouth to protest, but he cut her off, his voice dropping into a solemn, academic tone. The continuation of life is an instinct deeply embedded in the genes of every creature, he began. In a world where immortality is impossible, most creatures choose to mate to leave offspring as a means of extending their own existence. For human males, the drive to secure the best possible genetic legacy means they often cannot control themselves when faced with an exceptional woman. It is an instinct engraved into our very DNA. He looked at her with feigned remorse. I lied to you just now. I'm sorry, but I was powerless against it. I simply couldn't control myself. As a scientist, Ji Shuiyao lived by data and biological imperatives. She knew that the ancient fragments etched into the human genome often overrode reason. Her anger softened into a slow, understanding nod. It's okay, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. It's not your fault. A digital chime echoed in the back of Wang Haoran's mind. Ding. Success. The host has successfully manipulated the heroine Ji Shuiyao. Reward 600 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -30. Host villain Halo +30. He suppressed a grin. The plan had actually worked. Ji Shuiyao's personality was unique, and her professional obsession with biology made her vulnerable to a very specific kind of logic. While basking in the sun on the bow, Wang Haoran had acted on a whim, curious to see if she would buy a biological excuse for his behavior. Given that her favorability toward him had already reached 70, the gamble paid off. If it had been any lower, she likely would have kicked him into the bay. Sensing the opportunity to push further, Wang Haoran gestured toward a nearby landmass. There's a small island over there. It looks secluded. Shall we go see? The main bay was becoming crowded with passing boats. To move forward with his routine, he needed privacy. Ji Shuiyao didn't suspect a thing. She looked at the lush greenery in the distance and nodded. Well, it does look beautiful. Let's go. Wang Haoran gripped the oars and pulled with sudden energy. The boat cut through the water, surging toward the isolated shore. In his haste, he didn't notice a motorboat in the distance, tracking their trajectory. They reached the island's edge and Wang Haoran secured the boat to a low-hanging branch. He helped Ji Shuiyao onto the sand. The air here was thick with the scent of tropical flowers and the rhythmic call of exotic birds. They walked inland for a few minutes before Wang Haoran suddenly stopped. He clutched his stomach, his forehead creasing in a pained frown. Ji Shuiyao was at his side instantly. What's wrong? Is your stomach bothering you? He nodded, leaning slightly against a tree. A little bit. Stay here for a second. I need to find a private spot to take care of this. I'll be right back. Go on, she urged, but stay away from the dense brush. Be careful of snakes. He waved a dismissive hand. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He vanished into the thick jungle before she could say another word. Oh, why won't you listen? She sighed. She took a step toward the tree-line to dissuade him, but he moved with surprising speed. Within seconds, the foliage swallowed him up. She hesitated, worried about the wildlife, but afraid of intruding on his privacy, and decided to wait at the clearing. Back at the shore, a fast boat glided silently onto the sand, docking near a vessel marked with a bold number 7. Boulet and Feiyan stepped onto the island, her eyes locking onto the number 7 boat. This was it. She had tracked him through the rental records, confirming that Wang Haoran and a woman had taken this specific craft. She scanned the ground, found a set of fresh footprints leading inland, and began her hunt. Not long after she disappeared into the trees, another boat approached. 8 men disembarked. Each one bore a black mamba tattoo on his forearm. They carried long-range cold weapons, high-tension bows and specialized crossbows. In this strictly controlled tourist zone, firearms were too difficult to smuggle in, but in the hands of professionals, a silent arrow was just as lethal. Target has landed, a voice whispered. Take your positions. Make sure the strike is clean. The team split up with practiced precision, moving through the undergrowth like shadows. On the other side of the island, Boulet and Feiyan followed the trail, until she spotted the back of a woman standing in a small clearing. Since there were only 2 boats on this side of the island, this had to be the woman Wang Haoran was with. But as Boulet and Feiyan stared at the figure, a sense of nagging familiarity took hold. The woman turned around, looking toward the jungle. 6th sister, Boulet and Feiyan blurted out, stepping into the open. Ji Shuiyao gasped, her eyes wide with shock. 4th sister, what are you doing here? Boulet and Feiyan's face hardened. I should be asking you that. Why are you with Kamei's boyfriend? Ji Shuiyao froze. Kamei's boyfriend? You mean Wang Haoran? Yes, Boulet and Feiyan snapped. That's the one. A look of pure confusion crossed Ji Shuiyao's face. I really didn't know he was Kamei's boyfriend. Now that you know, how are you going to face her? It isn't like that, Ji Shuiyao explained quickly, her hands waving in a frantic gesture. We aren't in that kind of relationship. I have scientific questions for him. I only came on this vacation to study the environment and consult with him. Boulet and Feiyan narrowed her eyes. Are you serious? 4th sister, have I ever lied to you? Boulet and Feiyan pouted, unconvinced. I know you, 6th sister. Ask yourself honestly, did you really travel halfway across the world just to ask a few questions? Ji Shuiyao looked away, her gaze dropping to the sand. Guilt flickered in her eyes. Please don't tell Kamei about this. I don't want to hurt our bond as sisters. Kamei is naive and easy to trick, Boulet and Feiyan said, her voice rising with frustration. But you've read a mountain of books. How could you be so easily deceived by a scumbag like him? He isn't a scumbag, Ji Shuiyao defended. He is a brilliant scientist. A rare genius. Boulet and Feiyan scoffed. Knowledge is useless if he's just a weak scholar. A real man should be a warrior. The warrior of Zhao wears a plain cap, his curved blade shines like autumn frost. His silver saddle gleams on a white horse, as he passes like a shooting star. He kills a man every 10 steps, then travels 1,000 miles. Fourth sister, stop, Ji Shui Yao interrupted. You've recited that poem 1,000 times. I can say it backward at this point. She grabbed her sister's arm, her expression pleading. Just promise me. Don't tell seventh sister. Chapter 213. Picking leaves to kill. I don't want to talk too much. You can use your own judgment. Buletin Feiyan was too lazy to keep struggling over this matter. Her expression shifted into one of sharp anger. Where is that Wang Haoran? She estimated that he was simply tired of living if he dared to target her sixth sister. She intended to give him a slap he wouldn't forget, if only to stop him from harming anyone else. Why is this woman making trouble again? Wang Haoran crouched in the thick jungle, secretly complaining, as he watched Buletin Feiyan's sudden arrival. It was the same pattern as before. First it was Chu Qianwei, and now it was Ji Shui Yao. He had originally planned to use this convenient privacy to fake a snake bite. He would claim he was dying and ask for a final wish that Ji Shui Yao would be forced to grant. Given her emotional reaction to his fake drowning, the trick likely would have worked. Now, Feiyan's interference had ruined the setup. What should I do? Wang Haoran wondered. A faint rustle, the sound of something moving through the grass, brushed against his ears. It won't be a large beast, right? Slightly startled, Wang Haoran immediately activated his perspective. Back in the clearing, Ji Shui Yao watched Buletin Feiyan's unkind expression and grew vigilant. Fourth sister, what are you planning to do to Wang Haoran? Don't worry about that. Just tell me where he is. As she spoke, Buletin Feiyan's trained ears caught an abnormal sound. She lunged forward without warning. Move. Buletin Feiyan rolled across the dirt with Ji Shui Yao clutched in her arms. Several sharp arrows thudded into the ground, embedding themselves deeply where the two had been standing a second before. Killers. Buletin Feiyan's nerves were already raw from her last ambush. Seeing the arrows, her face turned pale with shock. More arrows whistled from the surrounding jungle. Buletin Feiyan kept her sister close, dodging and weaving through the brush. One shaft hissed through the air, clipping a strand of her dark hair. It was a hair's breadth from being a fatal strike. The first volley ended. The jungle went silent for a heartbeat. The attackers were reloading. In that frantic window of time, Buletin Feiyan calculated their chances of escape. The result was 0. These killers were professionals, well prepared and coordinated. Even alone, she wasn't sure she could get away. With a sister who had no combat training, it was impossible. She couldn't abandon Ji Shui Yao. Protecting her meant they both stayed in the line of fire. Buletin Feiyan took a deep breath, hoping for a sliver of luck. You're all coming for me. Why hurt someone irrelevant? I'm willing to wait here and die. But if you push me, I will take as many of you with me as I can. Her voice echoed. No more arrows flew. Instead, the shadows at the edge of the jungle shifted as men walked out slowly. Ji Shui Yao's face was bloodless. Fourth sister, don't be afraid, Lu Mei. I won't let anything happen to you. Buletin Feiyan tore a strip of cloth from her clothing and stepped toward her sister, tied the fabric over Ji Shui Yao's eyes. As a professional herself, she knew how ruthless these men were. If her sister didn't see their faces, there might be a tiny chance they would let her live. It was a desperate gamble, but she had no other choice. 8 killers emerged from the trees, surrounding them in a wide circle. They held their crossbows leveled at Buletin Feiyan, stopping exactly 10 steps away. These were the core members of the Black Mamba group. They knew that in a one-on-one fight, they were no match for the female judge. Even with the advantage of numbers, they remained cautious. Within 10 steps, the world's top female killer could still find a way to end them. Buletin Feiyan saw their discipline and felt a pang of hopelessness. She adjusted Ji Shui Yao's position, pointing her toward the path. She gave her sister a gentle nudge. Lu Mei, walk straight forward. After 20 steps, take the cloth off your eyes. Don't look back. Just get on the boat and leave immediately. Fourth sister, I won't leave you. Do you want me to die? Buletin Feiyan snapped. Ji Shui Yao struggled, her breath hitching, but she finally obeyed. She moved forward with trembling steps. As she passed a Black Mamba mercenary, he stepped forward and pressed a cold arrow tip against her throat. Don't move. Ji Shui Yao froze. You said you'd let her go. Buletin Feiyan roared. She had been prepared to die to buy her sister a chance, but it had been an extravagant hope. The lead killer offered a smile that looked like a venomous snake. A killer's priority is the target. We are colleagues, Judge. Don't you think it's funny to trust us? He turned his cold gaze back to his men. Don't leave a single witness. The word witness barely left his lips before his voice stopped. A single green leaf was embedded halfway into his forehead, right between his eyebrows. The leader's sturdy body collapsed instantly. Picking leaves to kill. Buletin Feiyan stood stunned. She practiced internal arts and knew exactly how much power was required to turn a soft leaf into a lethal projectile. The remaining 7 killers panicked. Their eyes darted around the jungle, searching for a hidden enemy. Before they could level their weapons, a blur of green sliced through the air. The remaining men fell like wheat before a scythe. In less than 3 breaths, all 8 killers lay dead on the sand. Hearing the sudden silence and the heavy thuds of falling bodies, Ji Shui Yao tore the cloth from her eyes. She looked at the carnage and screamed, her hands flying to her face. She assumed Buletin Feiyan had somehow done it. She ran to her sister's side, her voice a mix of terror and joy. Fourth sister, you're incredible. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have been rolling in the dirt a minute ago. Bulletin Feiyan said, her voice filled with shame. Her expression shifted to one of intense, fanatical adoration. She scanned the Qingling. This skill, this terrifying mastery of using leaves as weapons, was identical to the senior who had saved her before. Was it the same person? She had spent weeks trying to find a lead on that mysterious protector with no luck. Now, at the moment of her certain death, he had appeared again. Joy surged through Bulletin Feiyan, pushing aside the fear of the ambush. He was here. Chapter 214. Enrollment. Just as Bulletin Feiyan was gripped by that surge of expectation and excitement, Wang Haoran slowly stepped out from the jungle. Her voice cracked in horror. Scumbag? Why is it you? Wang Haoran offered a playful smirk. What's with the name calling? I've saved your life twice now. You really have no respect for your elders. Didn't you call me senior last time? The realization hit Bulletin Feiyan like a physical blow. It was him. Wang Haoran was the mysterious master who had been watching over her. She stood frozen for a long moment before finally finding her voice. Actually, to be precise, you've saved me 3 times. She couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. She had envisioned the senior as an old man, a venerable master of ancient arts. Instead, he was a young man, even younger than herself, and remarkably handsome. Ding. The host has revealed his identity as a top master. Bulletin Feiyan's favorability has increased by 50. Current total 50. Love from the heart. Ding. The host has influenced the plot direction. 1,800 villain points obtained. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -90. Host villain Halo +90. Wang Haoran was slightly taken aback by the sudden notification, but he quickly understood the logic. A 50-point jump was staggering, but it was the culmination of multiple events. Unlike the scientifically minded Ji Shui Yao, Bulletin Feiyan was susceptible to his natural charm, which gave him a base favorability of 20. Add to that the incident in the alleyway, and the rescue on the island today. He wasn't entirely sure what the third instance was, but if she was counting 3, he wasn't going to argue. 3 rescues of a damsel in distress, each worth 10 points, brought the total to exactly 50. With the mystery of the senior solved, Bulletin Feiyan's attitude shifted into one of profound respect. The mission to confront him for her 7th sister's sake vanished from her mind. For one, she wasn't ungrateful. More importantly, she knew she couldn't beat him. She looked at him, her voice dropping to a respectful whisper. Senior, how did you cultivate such power? Can you teach me? Wang Haoran adopted a stern expression. I don't accept disciples. The truth was, he couldn't teach her. His power came from a system, not a lifetime of meditation and forms. Disappointment clouded Bulletin Feiyan's face, but she wasn't ready to let the opportunity slip away. I wouldn't dare dream of an apprenticeship, but please, just give me some advice. Anything. Wang Haoran saw her persistence and realized he had to give her something. Hand me the short sword tied to your thigh. Bulletin Feiyan gasped. She was wearing loose-fitting trousers specifically designed to hide her weapons. How could he possibly know it was there? Senior, you really are incredible, she whispered, reaching down and drawing the dagger from its hidden sheath. How did you know I hid it there? Wang Haoran chose to remain silent. He could hardly tell her he had seen it through her clothes with his perspective vision. He took the dagger, his movements fluid. He performed a simple, lightning-fast draw, and then snapped the blade back into its scabbard. He tossed the weapon back to her. Do you understand? Bulletin Feiyan caught the hilt, staring at the scabbard with a blank expression. I don't. Wang Haoran sighed, playing the part of the disappointed master. Forget it. Your aptitude is too poor. Go and reflect on it yourself. Bulletin Feiyan nodded solemnly. Yes, senior. Wang Haoran felt a chuckle bubbling up inside, but he kept his face a mask of calm. He didn't understand what he had just done either. He was simply making it up as he went along. Nearby, Ji Shui Ya finally found her voice. She walked over, her expression a complex web of emotions. You and Kame, are you really together? Wang Haoran shot a quiet, annoyed glare at Bulletin Feiyan. She had blurted out everything about him and Chu Qianwei, and now Ji Shui Ya was clearly harboring a grudge. His carefully laid routine had just become significantly more difficult. He turned back to Ji Shui Yao and gave a reluctant nod. Yes, I'm with your 7th sister. Ding. The host has caused the heroine Ji Shui Yao to feel jealous. 400 villain points obtained. Ding. The host has caused the heroine Bulletin Feiyan to feel jealous. 200 villain points obtained. Jealousy flared behind Ji Shui Yao's eyes, but she forced a polite smile. 7th sister is dignified, elegant, and gentle. She is a perfect match for you. You have my blessings. Bulletin Feiyan remained quiet, though her heart was heavy with envy for her sister. She finally understood why Kame had been so willing to defend him. Wang Haoran looked at the bodies scattered across the sand. This isn't a place to linger. We need to leave. The tension of the ambush had soured the mood. Recognizing that he couldn't further his progress with Ji Shui Yao for the moment, Wang Haoran took her back to the mainland the following day. Bulletin Feiyan stayed behind to handle the aftermath. While the core Black Mamba team was dead, several lower-level members remained on the island. They were her responsibility now. In the weeks following their return, Ji Shui Yao avoided Wang Haoran. She didn't contact him, and when he reached out, she made excuses to avoid meeting. She was purposefully distancing herself. Wang Haoran didn't force the issue. He used the time to rest and prepare. Before he knew it, the new semester at Qingling University was about to begin. Students from across the country were flooding into the city. As a local, Wang Haoran waited until the final day of registration to arrive. The area near the school gate was a chaotic sea of activity. Orientation desks lined the walkway, staffed by eager seniors. When Wang Haoren stepped up to the freshman registration office, the senior sisters swarmed him like hungry wolves. After he finished the paperwork, a group of them insisted on escorting him all the way to his dormitory, departing only with lingering, reluctant glances. While Wang Haoren planned to live off campus, the application process would take time. For now, he was assigned to a standard quadruple room. When he entered the dorm, his 3 roommates were already settled. All 3 were the sons of wealthy families. There was Lu Hua, whose family ran a catering empire worth 5 billion. Then Lu Ming, heir to a massive supermarket chain with assets of 3.5 billion. Finally, Pang Zhihang, whose family dealt in aquatic trade with a net worth of 1 billion. Because of their privileged backgrounds, the trio was arrogant and domineering. They were the classic villainous sidekick types. However, Wang Haoren's villain halo had reached a staggering level of 3,696. Beyond the luck bonus, it acted as a beacon of authority for lesser villains. It didn't take long for the 3 to naturally defer to him. They unanimously elected Wang Haoren as the boss of the room, ranking themselves 2nd, 3rd, and 4th based on their family's net worth. The atmosphere in the room was surprisingly harmonious. They shared drinks and stories, and Wang Haoren didn't mind the company. He knew their type. These 3, with their mocking faces and entitled attitudes, were exactly the kind of people who attracted the unwanted attention of a protagonist. With his current strength, Wang Haoren wasn't worried. He was ready to face whoever the world threw at him next. Chapter 215. The School Flower and the Goddess. The 4 roommates finished their first round of beers, the alcohol smoothing over the awkwardness of new introductions. Conversation began to flow with a bit more heat. Lu Hua scrolled through the campus forum on his phone, a wide grin spreading across his face. There are way too many beautiful women in this freshman class. Look at this. 3 girls have already been officially named school flowers. Lu Ming and Wei Zhihang crowded around him, their eyes glued to the screen. On the forum, several bored upperclassmen had compiled a list of the most striking newcomers, complete with photos. The student body had been grading them, and the average scores were hitting a staggering 92. This year was an anomaly. The quality of the beauties was simply too high. 3 freshmen in particular had shattered the curve with scores averaging over 95. This one, Qin Yunhan, is gorgeous, Lu Hua muttered obsessively. He tapped his screen with purpose, casting a vote and immediately giving her a perfect 100. Lu Ming shook his head. I think Simwian is more beautiful. Look at this one, Mu Zhao Zhao. Wei Zhihang pointed at the 3rd photo, his voice thick with awe. Look at that figure. My god. He actually wiped a bit of stray saliva from his lip. The 3 of them debated the merits of their favorites before turning their attention back to Wang Haoren. Boss, who do you prefer? Lu Hua asked. Pick one to chase. Wang Haoren leaned back, taking a slow sip of his beer. He wasn't surprised by the names. Qin Yunhan, Simwian, and Mu Zhao Zhao were all heroine templates. It was inevitable that they would stir up this kind of trouble on campus. I want all 3, Wang Haoren said plainly. Zhang Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhihang stared at him for a beat, stunned by the sheer audacity. Then, they simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. The boss is a legend. What about the upperclassmen? Wang Haoren asked. He knew the freshmen were accounted for, but he was curious if any other female protagonists were hiding in the sophomore or junior ranks. Lu Hua, being the most proactive gossip, had the answers ready. I heard there's one in the sophomore year and one in the junior year. The seniors are a total wash, not a single beauty in the bunch. Just 2? Wang Haoren let a note of disappointment creep into his voice. His previous middle school had managed 3 school flowers. Was this university really that weak? Lu Hua gave a sly smile. Boss, chasing school flowers is too easy for a guy like you. Why not go for a real challenge? What do you mean? I've been asking around. Our university has 3 goddess-level professors. They are stunning. If you could land a goddess professor, now that would be legendary. Wang Haoren sat up straighter, his interest piqued. Do you have any specifics? Tell me everything. There's Professor Lu Yui from the Department of Finance, Lu Hua said, his words coming out in an excited spray. She's only 22 years old. I saw her for a second the other day. She makes the freshman girls look like children. Plus, she's a self-made billionaire, worth tens of billions on her own. Did you get a picture? Lu Ming urged. Where are the photos? Let us see. Wei Zhihang added. I was too busy staring, Lu Hua admitted sheepishly. I forgot to take one. But we're in the finance department. We'll probably see Professor Lu Yui as soon as classes start. Lu Yui, the financial genius. Wang Haoren committed the name to memory. Given her description, she was almost certainly one of the goddess sisters' heroines. He just wasn't sure of her ranking yet. You said there were 3, Wang Haoren reminded him. Who are the other 2? The others are new to the university. One is in the music department, an internationally renowned pianist. She just won a major award. Her name is Chu Qianwei. Surely you've heard of her? Lu Ming's face lit up. I saw her on the news. She's like a fairy. I heard about her too, Wei Zhihang sighed. Supposedly some scumbag broke her heart. I'd give anything to be that scumbag. The 3 of them sighed in unison before looking at Wang Haoren. Boss, have you heard the name? I've heard of her, Wang Haoren replied with a quiet nod. He didn't mention that he had already shared a bed with her. He wasn't entirely surprised that she had taken a position at the university. Chu Qianwei had mentioned wanting more opportunities to see him. He hadn't pressed for details at the time, but it seemed she had taken matters into her own hands. And the 3rd? Lu Hua continued. She's in the Department of Marine Biology. They call her the youngest scientist in the world. Ji Shui Yao. Wang Haoran interjected before Lu Hua could finish. Boss, you know her. Wang Haoran smiled to himself. After their trip, Ji Shui Yao had been avoiding his calls, yet she had followed him all the way to Qingling University. 5 schoolflowers and 3 goddess professors made for a total of 8 heroines. With Lin Chen already on campus and likely other protagonists waiting in the wings, university life was looking quite promising. Qingling University handled military training differently than most schools. Instead of an immediate induction, training was delayed until the final semester of the sophomore year. Once registration closed, the freshmen were organized into their respective classes. In the finance department, Wang Haoran found several familiar faces. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing were both in his class, having filled out their volunteer forms for the same department. And then there was the protagonist, Lin Chen. The head teacher called the first class meeting to order. The goal was simple, self-introductions and the election of class officers. The 8-year-old Lin Chen practically floated to the front of the room. His mouth was curled into a smug, confident grin. Wang Haoran watched him, knowing the kid had likely racked up a massive amount of system points lately. When it was Wang Haoran's turn to take the stage, the room fell quiet. His natural charm and high appearance score did the work for him. A wave of applause broke out, much of it coming from the female students. His reception was just as grand as Lin Chen's, though the rewards differed. Lin Chen received system points, while Wang Haoran received the lingering, hopeful gazes of nearly every girl in the room. When the votes were tallied for the class cotter, the result was a foregone conclusion. Riding a wave of high popularity, Wang Haoran was officially elected as the class monitor. Chapter 216. Lu Yui, Professor of the Department of Finance. The trivialities of enrollment faded into the background as the first official session for the finance department arrived. The air in the hallway carried a different weight tonight. The students weren't heading to a standard lecture hall. They were bound for the computer lab at 9 o'clock in the evening. While students from other departments had long since retreated to their dorms, the freshmen of the finance department moved with a sense of anticipation. Everyone had heard the name Lu Yui. She was the legendary goddess professor of the department, a woman whose reputation for brilliance preceded her. The computer lab hummed with the sound of dozens of cooling fans and the chaotic chatter of students. They leaned over desks, gossiping and joking as they waited. Da, da, da. The rhythmic, sharp strike of high heels on the linoleum floor echoed from the hallway. The sound grew louder, cutting through the noise. A hush began to spread near the door as Lu Yui walked in. She moved with an ethereal grace that seemed at odds with the sterile, fluorescent lighting of the lab. Her face remained a mask of professional solemnity. She didn't acknowledge the lingering murmurs, her focus fixed entirely on the watch gracing her wrist. Lin Chen broke the silence, his face lighting up with a proprietary sort of joy. He hopped out of his seat. Fifth sister. Lu Yui's stern expression flickered. A small, genuine smile touched her lips before she pulled her professional mask back into place. I am your teacher now. Hurry back to your seat and sit down. Okay, Professor Lu. Lin Chen retreated to his desk. He sat perfectly still, radiating the focused energy of a child trying to be his most obedient self. From his vantage point below the podium, Wang Haoran studied her. He had heard the brief exchange. As one of the legendary sisters, Lu Yui's beauty and temperament were undeniable. To be a tenured professor and a self-made billionaire at 22 required a mind that functioned like a high-speed processor. She was a financial predator in the skin of a goddess. The hustle and bustle of the room died down significantly, though a few students toward the back continued to whisper and play with their phones. Lu Yui looked up from her watch. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried to every corner of the room. It is time for class. Have you had enough? The last of the distractions vanished. The lab went silent. Qingling University is a premier institution, Lu Yui began. Our finance department ranks among the top 3 in the country. Your presence here proves you are excellent. A few students began to applaud, buoyed by the rare praise from a woman of her stature. Wang Haoran joined in with a perfunctory, rhythmic clap, but his eyes drifted to Lin Chen. The boy was sitting with his arms crossed, a playful, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Wang Haoran felt a prickle of unease. Something was off, but he couldn't quite pin it down. He turned his attention back to the podium. Lu Yui's tone shifted. The warmth vanished, replaced by a sharp, cutting edge. However, to a certain extent, you are also quite useless. The silence in the room became heavy. When I was your age, I already held a doctorate and had earned my first 100 million. And your classmate, Lin Chen? He is only 8 years old, yet he sits in this room as your peer. Do you 18-year-olds feel any shame at all? No one dared to breathe. Good, Lu Yui continued after a long pause. It seems you still have enough shame to stay silent. You aren't completely beyond help. Finance is not like other departments. In the real world, your graduation means entering a high-stakes arena. You might become famous and wealthy, or you might lose everything in a single, careless afternoon. I expect 1,000% commitment. She leaned over the podium, her eyes scanning the rows of students. In the future, when class time approaches, I expect to see you sitting upright. This room is not a vegetable market. I will overlook this first offense. The second time, I will deduct all your credits. She stopped speaking. The silence was absolute. Is it because I am unclear? Lu Yui asked, her voice dropping to a dangerous low, or are you all simply too old to hear? Why is there no reaction? Yes, Professor Lu. Lin Chen shouted, leading the charge. The rest of the class followed suit, a chorus of voices affirming her authority. Very well. Let's begin. Open the computers in front of you and register an account on the security software at the login interface. The room became a flurry of activity as students scrambled to comply. Once the registrations were complete, Lu Yui tapped a few keys on the master terminal. Moments later, a notification pinged on every screen. Each account had been credited with $5,000 in virtual currency. Who is the monitor? Lu Yui asked, picking up a heavy stack of documents. Wang Haoren stood up and walked toward the podium. Hello, Professor Lu. As he approached, Lu Yui looked at him. Her eyes lingered on his face for a few seconds, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her features. For a brief moment, the cool professor was distracted by the sheer magnetism of the young man standing before her. She recovered quickly, clearing her throat as she handed him the materials. Take these. One for each student. Wang Haoren nodded and began distributing the thick packets. This is a practical exercise in stock trading, Lu Yui explained. You each have $5,000. The documents in your hands contain meticulously organized market data. Based on this information, you are to select your stocks. You have 1 hour to achieve a return of at least 6%. A hand went up in the middle of the room. Professor Lu, what happens if we lose money? Lu Yui offered a thin, cold smile. I have provided you with all the analysis and data you could possibly need. If you still manage to lose money, I suggest you change departments. Actually, perhaps you should leave the university entirely, as it's clear you lack the capacity to learn. The students looked at one another, stunned by the vitriol. She really is a poison tongue, Wang Haoren thought. She doesn't pull any punches. Don't worry, Lu Yui added, seeing the pale faces in the crowd. Any profit you make is yours to keep as a bonus. Any loss is mine to bear. The tension broke slightly, but the pressure remained. Most students tore into the packets, frantically highlighting data points and scribbling notes. A few, however, ignored the materials entirely. Lin Chen sat back, staring at the clock with absolute confidence. Because of the time difference, the international markets wouldn't open for another 20 minutes. He didn't need the papers, he only needed to wait. Wang Haoren also set the packet aside. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he accessed the system mall, ready to spend some of his hard-earned points. Chapter 217. Special Financial Practice Lessons. Wang Haoren scrolled through the system mall, his mind filtering through countless abilities until he found exactly what he needed. 24-hour stock market prediction ability, 5,000 villain points. The skill was a cheat code in the truest sense. Once activated, the fluctuations of the entire market for the next day would be laid bare. He would know every rise, every fall, and the exact percentage of every shift before it even happened. With 22,000 villain points currently in his reserve, the cost was a bargain. He finalized the purchase. Instantly, a torrent of market data surged into his mind. Even a financial prodigy like Lu Yui stood no chance against this. Her brilliance relied on professional analysis, and while her instincts were razor-sharp, they could never be 100% accurate. Wang Haoren, however, was no longer guessing. He was looking at the finish line before the race had even begun. He leaned back, casting a casual glance toward Lin Chen. The boy possessed his own stock speculation skills. While they were inferior to a direct prophetic feat, they were formidable enough to potentially outshine Lu Yui and stun the rest of the class. Lin Chen thrived on the attention that came with face-slapping his peers, and Wang Haoren had no intention of letting that happen. While he couldn't stop the boy from being a child prodigy, he could certainly stop him from making money. Lu Yui had authorized the students to collaborate while reviewing the materials. Nearby, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing huddled together, whispering as they compared notes. Wang Haoren stood up and sauntered over to Lin Chen's station. Little Lin Chen, Wang Haoren said, a playful edge to his voice. How about we exchange some views? Lin Chen flinched, his shoulders tensing as he looked up. Big brother, I don't have any opinions. I can't communicate. You should find someone else. The boy was clearly traumatized. Between failed magic shows, cancelled concerts, and stolen inventions, his encounters with Wang Haoren had been a series of disasters. Now, he just wanted to disappear into the upholstery. Wang Haoren didn't budge. Nonsense. We're all classmates. We should talk more. Desperate, Lin Chen raised his hand and called toward the podium. Professor Lu. The sound of clicking heels approached. Lu Yui stopped beside their desks, looking between the two. Professor Lu, Lin Chen complained, his voice small and pleading. I don't want to exchange opinions with him, but he's forcing me. Lu Yui turned her gaze to Wang Haoren. Student Wang, classmate Lin Chen has made his wishes clear. Perhaps you should seek out other partners? Her tone was gentle, softened by the high favorability his natural charisma had already instilled in her. Wang Haoren offered a polite shrug. My apologies. I'll go find someone else then. As Lu Yui returned to the podium, Wang Haoren detoured toward Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing. He leaned over Mu Zhaozhao's shoulder. Can you do me a favor in a little while? Mu Zhaozhao rolled her dark eyes, a mischievous glint in them. Help you. And what do I get out of it? You can't expect me to work for free. What kind of benefits are you looking for? Wang Haoren asked. Mu Zhaozhao tapped her index finger against her cheek, staring at the ceiling in mock contemplation. After a few seconds, her eyes lit up. Buy me supper tonight. Deal? Wang Haoren agreed. Then tell me. What do you need me to do? Wang Haoren leaned in, whispering his instructions directly into her ear. Mu Zhaozhao's baby face took on a look of exaggerated seriousness. She gave a firm nod. Leave it to me. Task will be completed. Satisfied, Wang Haoran turned to leave, but as he passed under the table, he reached out and gave Wen Jing's leg a secret from Squeeze. Wen Jing, who usually stayed quiet to avoid drawing attention to their relationship, had been watching him with a tender, longing gaze. The sudden contact made her heart swell. She bit her lip, looking away with a sweet, satisfied smile. Mu Zhaozhao noticed her friend giggling and looked at her suspiciously. "What's so funny?" "Oh, nothing," Wen Jing said vaguely, trying to hide her blushing cheeks. "I just thought of a joke." Mu Zhaozhao didn't press her, though she gave Wen Jing a long, questioning look before returning to her papers. The clock ticked toward 9:30. "The hour starts now," Lu Yui announced, her voice commanding the room's attention. "You may begin your operations. If you have technical questions about the software, you may ask me. Do not ask for financial advice." The room erupted into a frenzy of clicking mice and frantic typing. Most students stared nervously at the real-time fluctuations of the international market. Unlike the domestic markets, these shares allowed for immediate buying and selling, creating a much more volatile playground. Wang Haoran's mind hummed with the future. At exactly 21:32, a company named Sijiakai Technology began a rapid climb. It was slated for a 3% increase over the next 3 minutes. He didn't hesitate. He studded the entire $5,000 into the stock. As it hit the peak of its climb, he sold every share. Balance $5,150. He scanned for the next spike. A stock called Goal was about to jump 4%. He moved his entire balance into the new position. Minutes later, his account sat at $5,336. He continued the cycle, his wealth growing exponentially with every trade. On the other side of the room, Lin Chen was also working with feverish intensity. He was deep in the zone, his eyes darting across his monitor. "Student Lin Chen," a sweet voice chirped. Lin Chen looked up to find Mu Zhaozhao standing over him, her face wreathed in a friendly smile. As an adult soul trapped in a child's body, Lin Chen had a profound weakness for the anime-style aesthetic Mu Zhaozhao embodied. "Beautiful sister," Lin Chen said, his chest puffing out slightly. "Is something wrong? You're a child prodigy, right?" Mu Zhaozhao asked. "I wanted to ask for some advice on buying stocks." Lin Chen's ego soared. He pointed proudly at a graph on his screen. "You've asked the right person. Watch this. This stock is going to hit its peak in exactly 60 seconds. I'm going to sell right at the top for maximum profit." "Wow, that's amazing," Mu Zhaozhao said, leaning in closer. "I want to see how you do it." Lin Chen focused entirely on the screen. The seconds ticked down. The stock climbed, nearing the cliff's edge where it would inevitably plummet. His finger hovered over the mouse, ready to click. Snap. The computer screen turned pitch black. The hum of the tower died instantly. Lin Chen sat frozen, his mouth agape. "Oh no." Mu Zhaozhao cried out, looking down at the floor in horror. "I am so sorry. I think I accidentally kicked your power cord." Chapter 218. Disobedience to teaching. At the critical moment, the computer shut down. Looking at the dark screen, Lin Chen felt as if he might vomit a mouthful of old blood. He scrambled under the desk, fumbled with the power cord, and shoved it back into the socket before frantically hammering the power button. While the machine whirred through its boot cycle, Lin Chen looked up at Mu Zhaozhao. The girl wore a soft, pouty expression on her cute baby face. "Student Lin Chen, I didn't mean it," she whispered. "You won't blame me, will you?" "It's okay. It's okay. You were just being careless." The anger that had been bubbling in Lin Chen's chest evaporated. Looking at a girl that lovely, he found it impossible to hold a grudge. 40 seconds crawled by before the desktop finally flickered to life. Lin Chen double-clicked the securities software and logged into his account with trembling fingers. He pulled up the stock he had intended to sell. The volatility graph showed a cliff-like decline. The missed window left him feeling hollowed out, but he quickly moved to sell his remaining shares. In the world of high-frequency trading, every second counted. Now that the stock had plummeted, no buyer would be foolish enough to take the bait immediately. He could only sit and stare at the screen in disappointment. Ding. The host has manipulated events from behind the scenes, destroying the protagonist Lin Chen's chance to show off. 600 villain points obtained. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -30. Host villain Halo +30. Wang Haoran allowed himself a secret smile at the system prompt, but his fingers never left the mouse. In just 20 minutes, his initial 5,000 had swelled to 5,890. While the raw number seemed modest, the ratio was explosive, a return of 17.8% in less than half an hour. He remained focused, playing a steady, lethal game. The clock ticked toward 10:25 in the evening. 5 minutes left, Lu Yui announced from the podium, her voice ringing through the lab. "The practical course is coming to an end." During the last hour, Lu Yui had been operating her own account. Starting with $50 million, she had navigated the market until her balance reached 58,250,000, a return of 16.5%. In less than an hour, she had personally generated over 50 million in domestic currency. With 5 minutes remaining, she stepped down from the podium. Her high heels clicked rhythmically as she paced the aisles, observing the students' progress. She remained silent, offering no critique, until she reached Wang Haoran's station. She stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened as she leaned in toward his monitor. Wang Haoran's account didn't show 5,000. It showed 8,270. His rate of return sat at 65.4%. Lu Yui was only 22, but she had been trading for 12 years. Her own personal record for a single hour was 88.6%, but among her students, The highest she had ever witnessed was a mere 32.2%. Wang Haoran had more than doubled that benchmark. Not bad, she said with a nod of approval. What is your name? Wang Haoran looked up at her, maintaining the mask of a diligent student. Professor Liu, my name is Wang Haoran. Liu Yui repeated the name mentally, carving it into her memory. Seeing that time was running out, Wang Haoran turned back to his screen. He prepared to stud his entire position into a specific energy vehicle stock. His finger hovered over the confirmation button. Wait, Liu Yui interrupted. That stock has peaked. It's already risen too much. If you put your entire position in now, you're buying at the ceiling. You'll lose everything. Wang Haoran kept his hand steady. Professor Liu, I believe this stock still has room to grow. I want to buy. Liu Yui's expression hardened. I have analyzed this stock. I can tell you with absolute certainty that it is a bubble. It will collapse at any moment. I agree it's a bubble, Professor, Wang Haoran replied. But the collapse isn't here yet. Buying now is the right move. If I sell at the next peak, the profit will be substantial. Liu Yui's brow furrowed into a deep scowl. Do you truly believe your professional ability exceeds mine? I am telling you, do not buy this stock. Why are you being so stubborn? Wang Haoran didn't flinch. I really believe I should buy it. You have talent, Liu Yui said, her voice rising with anger. But you are arrogant. You refuse to listen to reason. In this business, being a stubborn sword is a death sentence. Even if you make a fortune today, you will lose it all overnight. That is the ultimate taboo. Wang Haoran didn't respond. The predicted data in his mind showed the spike was imminent. He couldn't afford to waste another second arguing. He clicked the confirmation button. $8,270. Full position. Liu Yui's face turned a shade of pale blue. You truly are rotten wood that cannot be carved. She spun on her heel and marched away. The more she looked at him, the more her fury grew. Liu Yui didn't just value talent, she valued obedience. She knew that any student who truly followed her teachings could dominate the market. To her, Wang Haoran's defiance was an insult to her expertise. Ding. Heroine Liu Yui's favorability has dropped by 20. Current total 0, like a stranger. The prompt caught Wang Haoran off guard. He had seen favorability skyrocket countless times, but this was the first time he had ever seen it plummet. Liu Yui reached the podium, her voice cold and commanding. Time is up. Leave your keyboards and mice. Stop all operations immediately. The authority she had established throughout the night held firm. Every student in the room froze, pulling their hands away from their desks. Wang Haoran complied. He wasn't worried. According to his vision, the stock would continue its climb for another 20 minutes. He didn't need to sell yet. Chapter 219. Do you think you are stock god? The master terminal on the podium hummed. As the primary computer for the entire lab, it gave Liu Yui total control. With a few sharp clicks, she pulled up the students' individual screens, projecting them onto the large white curtain at the front of the classroom for everyone to see. Eyes up, she commanded. The review began with Station 1. Liu was shifted in his seat as his results flickered onto the curtain. His initial $5,000 had withered to $4,500, a loss of 10%. Liu Yui's rosy lips curled, and her voice cut through the room like a blade. One case of cerebral palsy. Identification complete. Liu was face flushed a deep, humiliated red. He slumped in his chair, staring at his shoes. No one laughed. Most of the freshmen were too busy sweating over their own lackluster performances. The air in the computer room turned brittle and tense. The projection rolled on. Screen after screen revealed the damage. Most students sat in the red, with losses hovering between 1 and 3%. Liu Yui's expression soured with every new set of numbers. Finally, a bit of light appeared. Mu Zhaozhao's data popped up, showing a 6% profit. She had hit the benchmark for excellence. Following her was Wen Jing, whose results were even stronger at 7.1%. Liu Yui's features relaxed. She offered a rare, named word of praise to both girls before continuing the audit. The students who followed managed to avoid negative returns, but none broke the 6% ceiling. Disappointment returned to the professor's face, but she visibly straightened as she neared Lin Chen's data. She knew her brother's history. 2 months ago, he had turned $1 million into $300 million. In her mind, the only question wasn't if he would be the best, but by how much. Expectation radiated from her as she clicked the next file. The screen flashed a loss of 26%. The silence that followed was deafening. Liu's 5% loss had been poor, but this was catastrophic. In all of Liu Yui's years teaching this practice course, the previous record for the worst performance had been a mere 18.3%. Lin Chen had just shattered that record in the worst way possible. Being arrogant and overconfident is far more dangerous than being slow, Liu Yui said, her disappointment palpable. I hope Lin Chen remembers this lesson. The other students turned to stare at the 8-year-old. The unspoken question hung in the air. This is the legendary prodigy. This is the level he plays at. Lin Chen felt a surge of pure grievance. He wanted to scream that Mu Zhaozhao's kick had sent his stock plummeting off a cliff. He had spent the rest of the hour waiting for a recovery that never came. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but then he saw Mu Zhaozhao looking at him from across the room. Her big, innocent eyes met his, and the words died in his throat. How could I blame a girl that beautiful? He remained silent, accepting the shame as if it were his own mistake. 10 more students passed before the projector reached Wang Haoran's turn. Liu Yui didn't pull up the image immediately. Instead, she addressed the class. It is good to have confidence, she said, her eyes drifting toward Wang Haoran's seat. But one must also have self-knowledge. You must listen to the expertise of others. Humility is the foundation of learning. I hope you all take that to heart. The class followed her gaze. It was obvious who she was talking about. After letting the silence linger for a few beats, she finally triggered the projection for Wang Haoran's results. She glanced at her own monitor simultaneously, and her heart skipped a beat. Because of her sudden order to stop, Wang Haoran hadn't sold his final position. The energy stock he had stubbornly purchased was still active, and it was screaming upward. The screen showed his balance had jumped from $8,270 to $9,866. Even as they watched, the numbers ticked higher. Wow! A collective roar of shock erupted from the students. Lin Chen stared at the curtain, his mind reeling. In just over an hour, 5,000 had nearly doubled to almost 10,000. Even with his master-level skills, Lin Chen knew such a feat was nearly impossible. Is it luck? Lin Chen wondered. Or is this guy cheating somehow? Doubt took root. First the magic, then the piano, and now the stock market. No ordinary person possessed that level of mastery in 3 distinct fields at once. On the podium, Lu Yui stood frozen. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability has returned to 20, very friendly. Wang Haoran saw the system prompt and offered a playful grin. Professor Lu, it seems I was right. The stock is still rising. Lu Yui let out a soft, dismissive snort. Luck. You got lucky. But luck is a fickle mistress. If you want a career in finance, you cannot rely on being fooled by a winning streak. It won't last forever. Wang Haoran's expression turned solemn. It isn't luck, Professor. It's strength. Lu Yui's lip curled slightly. Technically, you have the best results in the class. In fact, these are the best results I have ever seen in this course. But I still don't think you are good. You are blindly confident. Your trading operations are reckless. Chasing highs with a full position? You're making money today by some miracle, but tomorrow you'll lose everything and end up upside down. I really don't think so, Wang Haoran insisted. To emphasize his point, he reached for his mouse. In a few quick motions, he executed a sell order for his entire position. The trade cleared in seconds. The final balance flashed on the screen, $10,230. Lu Yui's brow snapped down. Her voice turned sharp. I gave a direct order. No trading after the time is up. Do you simply choose to ignore my words? This stock is about to crash, Wang Haoran said, his tone casual. If I didn't sell now, I'd lose the gains. Lu Yui let out a cold, mocking laugh. So now you predict the peaks and the valleys with total certainty. You say it goes up, it goes up. You say it goes down, it goes down. Tell me, Wang Haoran, do you really think you are a stock god? Chapter 220. Delicate Analysis. Lu Yui stood behind the podium, her gaze fixed coldly on the disobedient student. The air in the computer lab thickened, turning brittle with unspoken tension. The rest of the class remained paralyzed, as darting between the icy professor and the calm young man, nobody daring to draw a full breath. The silence held for 30 agonizing seconds, before a sudden exclamation shattered it. It's falling. It really fell. My god, look at it go. That's not a drop, it's a cliff jump. The commotion pulled Lu Yui's attention away from Wang Haoran. She turned toward the master terminal, her eyes narrowing as she processed the data streaming from Wang Haoran's computer. The stock hadn't just dipped. It was hemorrhaging value. Within minutes, the downward spiral hit the circuit breakers, triggering an automatic halt. The massive bubble had finally burst, collapsing with a violent, definitive crash. Lu Yui lifted her head, looking at Wang Haoran with a mixture of shock and burgeoning respect. How did you know? How could you possibly know it would collapse so soon? With her years of experience, she could have predicted a correction, but pinpointing the exact minute of the meltdown was beyond traditional analysis. The students leaned forward, waiting for the secret to a fortune. Just a guess, Wang Haoran replied. He leaned back in his chair, offering a casual shrug. He was too bored to provide a technical lecture, so he opted for a simple lie. Lu Yui wasn't buying it. Impossible. You can't guess a move that precise. Tell me what you saw. She paused, offering a tempting incentive. If you share your logic, I'll grant you total freedom in this class. You can arrive late, leave early, and handle your assignments however you like. That caught Wang Haoran's interest. He sat up, his voice steady and deliberate. Since the emergence of energy vehicles, the government has provided massive subsidies. However, the companies gorging on that cash haven't actually developed anything of value. They just inflated a bubble. It was only a matter of time before those subsidies were slashed. Lu Yui nodded slowly. I see that much, but there's been no official news. Unless you have a direct line to the leadership overseas, how could you judge the timing? Wang Haoran smiled. I don't need to know the leaders. I just looked at the recent discovery of a massive oil field in a disputed territory. Given the usual history of international intervention, it was obvious a certain power would get involved. Involvement requires power, and power requires an immense increase in military spending. He tapped a few keys, pulling up a financial revenue report on the main screen. Their current budget can't support a new conflict. They have to pull the funds from somewhere. Cutting the bloated subsidies of a green bubble is the path of least resistance. Once you realize that move is imminent, the rest is simple. A decision is made in a closed meeting. Capital insiders get the word first. To minimize their own losses, they have to lure in the leaks for one last harvest. Wang Haoran pointed to the volatility graph, tracing the recent spike. When the market opened, the big players pushed the price to an artificial high. It looked like a moonshot, attracting every greedy amateur in the room. The bubble reached its final, mad state. At that point, you just look for the exit. When the sell orders from the big firms start hitting the tape, you follow them out the door. The 24-hour prediction ability didn't just provide numbers, it provided the why behind the shifts. For Wang Haoran, explaining it was as easy as reading a script. Lu Yui was stunned into silence. She had seen the same news reports about the oil fields and the budget, but she hadn't connected the dots with such lethal precision. Snap! The sound of her palms meeting in a sharp, appreciative clap echoed through the room. Ding! Hero and Lu Yui's favorability has increased by 10. Current total 30. Very friendly. Ding. The host has influenced the plot direction. 500 villain points obtained. A wave of applause followed from the students, a mixture of genuine worship and sheepish shame. They were all freshmen, yet the gap between them and the monitor felt like an ocean. Lin Chen sat in the corner, his stomach churning. This was supposed to be his moment. This was the exact type of high-level display he should have used to cement his status, yet Wang Haoran had stolen the spotlight again. Since meeting this guy, nothing had gone right. Am I even the protagonist? The thought flickered in Lin Chen's mind, terrifying him. Is he the one the world revolves around? Lu Yui stepped back to the center of the podium to wrap up the session. The practice class is over. Those with negative profit will be responsible for the hygiene and chores of this class moving forward. Those with profits between 1 and 6% will stand during my future lectures. I would like to specifically commend Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing. You both did very well. Her eyes settled on Wang Haoran with unmistakable approval. Student Wang Haoran achieved a profit rate of 104.6%. This is a new record for my course, and it even surpasses my own personal best for a single hour. As promised, Wang Haoran has the privilege of coming and going as he pleases. However, she paused, her expression turning challenging. Do not become complacent. A temporary win doesn't mean you can survive in this industry long term. You are still far from being a peak trader. Professor, Wang Haoran asked, a smirk playing on his lips. What exactly defines a peak trader? Your account has over $10,000 now, Lu Yui replied. If you can turn that 10,000 into 1 million within a month, you earn the title. She added a subtle jab. Of course, I know that is difficult. Even when I first started, it took me 2 weeks to hit that mark. Wang Haoran didn't miss the subtext. She was measuring him against her own brilliance. Professor, it's only a 100-fold increase. I don't need a month. 2 weeks is plenty. Lu Yui's eyes narrowed. If you fail, I take back your privileges. You'll join the others standing at the back of the room. So, tell me, is it 1 month or half a month? I thought about it, Wang Haoran said, his smile widening. I've changed my mind. Lu Yui felt a surge of pride, assuming she had humbled him. Good. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. I only need a week, Wang Haoran finished. The room went dead silent. Lu Yui was a proud woman. She had achieved that goal in 15 days, and he was claiming he could do it in 7. Are you serious? She asked, her voice dropping an octave. More real than gold, he replied. Lu Yui let out a sharp snort. Fine. If you can do it, I'll stop being your teacher. I'll call you teacher instead. Wang Haoran nodded. I'm fine with that. You can call me whatever you like. Lu Yui took it as a joke and gathered her things. Class dismissed. Chapter 221. Who is the boyfriend? After class, the students filtered out of the room in a steady stream. Mu Zhaozhao, however, ran straight to Wang Haoran. She grabbed his hand and tugged him toward the exit, her eyes bright with hunger. I want that late-night snack you promised. Wang Haoran chuckled, letting her lead the way. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. You've earned it. He followed her through the heavy lab doors and into the cool night air. I only arrived here yesterday though. I'm still a stranger to the local haunts. Where are we heading? Yesterday, Sister Yunhan and I found a snack street near the school, Mu Zhaozhao explained, her pace quick and energetic. There's a restaurant there that is absolutely delicious. Just follow me. Wang Haoran nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Wen Jing standing a short distance away, watching them with a timid, hopeful expression. Student Wen Jing, he called out. We're going for supper. Would you like to join us? Wen Jing hurried over, her face lighting up even as she hesitated. Is it convenient? Of course it is, Wang Haoran assured her. Let's go together. Mu Zhaozhao's mouth flattened in a brief, resentful pout, but she quickly masked it with a smile. Yeah, Wen Jing, come on. The more the merrier. Thank you, Wen Jing said, her voice small but happy. The trio walked off campus, leaving the university gates behind. Soon, they reached the small shop Mu Zhaozhao had praised. The establishment was modest, but the tables and chairs shone with cleanliness. Behind the counter, the owner, his wife, and their daughter worked with rhythmic efficiency, all wearing masks and sanitary gloves. The shop buzzed with business, keeping the family of 3 constantly on the move. They claimed a table in the corner. A menu and a stack of sticky notes sat in the center of the wooden surface. Because the staff was so busy, guests wrote their orders down for the servers to collect later. Wang Haoran picked up a pen, ready to act as scribe. Mu Zhaozhao didn't hold back. She rattled off 20 different types of barbecue, demanding at least 5 servings of each. For one specific item, she insisted on 10. Wang Haoran paused, his pen hovering over the paper. Why did you order 10 servings of leeks? Mu Zhaozhao flashed a mischievous, knowing smile. Those are for you. Wang Haoran went still. Leeks were well known for their supposed strengthening effects. He opened his mouth to retort, but Wen Jing spoke first. He's already in great shape, Wen Jing said, her voice firm. He doesn't need any supplementation. Mu Zhaozhao's head snapped toward Wen Jing, her brow furrowing. Oh. Heat rushed to Wen Jing's cheeks. She fumbled for an explanation. I'm in the same class as Wang Haoran. We took physical education together. His athletic ability is incredible. With that kind of strength, his body is naturally healthy enough. Mu Zhaozhao let out a long, contemplative sigh. I see. She continued to watch Wen Jing, her smile turning subtle and meaningful. Wang Haoran caught the look. A prickle of worry surfaced. He didn't want Mu Zhaozhao's curiosity to lead to a public revelation. He offered her a charming smile. Order whatever else you want. My treat. That's all for now, Mu Zhaozhao replied, her tone playful. We can always order more later. Wang Haoran waved over the owner, who snatched the post-it note and disappeared into the kitchen. Within minutes, the first platters of steaming barbecue arrived. Wen Jing, seemingly preoccupied with her earlier slip-up, ate quietly. She kept her head down, focusing on small, careful bites. Mu Zhaozhao was the opposite. She rolled up her sleeves and attacked a squid skewer, her face quickly becoming slick with oil. Suddenly, she leaned her baby face toward Wang Haoran. Hey, borrow a hand. Wang Haoran pulled a napkin from the dispenser and leaned in. He gently wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth. Ding. The host teased the heroine Mu Zhaozhao's heart. 200 villain points obtained. Wang Haoran blinked, glancing at her. Mu Zhaozhao showed no outward reaction, continuing to enjoy her food as if nothing had happened. Yet, the system notification confirmed the impact. A few minutes later, her face was glossy with oil again. She looked at him expectantly. Wang Haoran pulled another napkin. This time, as he wiped her skin, he allowed his fingers to linger, grazing her cheek as if by accident. Ding. The host stirred up the heart of the heroine Mu Zhaozhao. 300 villain points obtained. Again, she maintained her careless facade. Wang Haoran felt a surge of boldness. He reached out under the table and gave her hand a firm squeeze. Ah! Mu Zhaozhao jumped, her hand shaking so hard the squid skewer fell to the floor. What happened? Wen Jing asked, looking up from her plate. It's nothing, nothing at all, Mu Zhaozhao stammered, offering a quick smile. She met Wang Haoran's gaze for a fleeting second before darting her eyes away. She looked down at her lap, her ears turning pink, and went back to her meal with renewed focus. Ding. The host stirred up the heart of the heroine Mu Zhaozhao. 400 villain points obtained. These points are almost too easy to earn, Wang Haoran thought, pleasantly surprised. Across town, Lu Yui returned to her villa. She had lived in this neighborhood for several years, purchasing the secluded home to ensure her privacy and comfort while teaching at the university. Tonight, the villa was far from empty. Two of her sisters, Chu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao, had moved in with her. Though they worked in wildly different fields and rarely spent much time together, their current proximity to the university had brought them under one roof. Lu Yui pressed her thumb to the fingerprint scanner and stepped inside. In the main hall, Ji Shuiyao sat curled up with a book. From the kitchen, the sound of sizzling pans and clattering utensils drifted through the air. Lu Yui glanced toward the kitchen, her eyebrows shooting up. Is the cook working this late? Ji Shuiyao didn't look up from her page. That's not the cook. It's Qianwei. Panic flared in Lu Yui's chest. Qianwei? Is she mad? Her hands are meant for the piano, not for hot oil and knives. What if she hurts herself? She started toward the kitchen, but Ji Shuiyao's voice stopped her. I tried to talk her out of it, sister. My lips are practically worn out from arguing. She won't listen. Lu Yui halted. What has gotten into her? Ji Shuiyao knew the answer, but she kept her voice neutral. You'll have to ask her yourself. A few minutes later, Chu Qianwei emerged from the kitchen, wiping her brow. She looked flushed and excited. Fifth sister. Sixth sister. You must be starving. Come and try what I've made. The two sisters shared a skeptical look, but followed her into the dining room. Qianwei placed 3 bowls of fried noodles on the table. They looked appetizing enough, but as soon as Lu Yui and Ji Shuiyao took a bite, their faces crumpled. Qianwei leaned in, her voice full of worry. Is it bad? It's interesting, Ji Shuiyao managed. Well, it's certainly edible, Lu Yui added diplomatically. Qianwei picked up a pair of chopsticks and tried a mouthful. She immediately spat it back into a napkin, grimacing. I put in way too much salt. I'll have to be more careful tomorrow. Qianwei, Lu Yui said, her tone serious. You really shouldn't be doing this. If you damage your hands, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Qianwei offered a careless smile. I have hundreds of millions in insurance on these hands. Even if the worst happened, the payout would keep me comfortable forever. I won't starve. Lu Yui shook her head. We haven't seen each other in 3 months, and you've completely changed. What's going on? Qianwei's smile faltered, replaced by an embarrassed blush. I just want to learn. I want to be able to cook for him. I mean, for you guys. Lu Yui's instinct screamed. She remembered the rumors circulating online about Qianwei's recent award speech. Qianwei, are you actually seeing someone? Do you have a boyfriend? Qianwei looked down at the table, her shyness getting the better of her. She gave a small, firm nod. Yes, I do. Lu Yui sat back, stunned. Who is he? Chapter 222. Mutual gossip. Faced with Lu Yui's interrogation, Chu Qianwei shifted uncomfortably. Fifth sister, I'll tell you when the time is right. Just not yet. Lu Yui was not a woman to be deterred by vague promises. She leaned in, her eyes sharp with curiosity. Now is the perfect opportunity. Out with it. I can offer a professional reference on his character. Chu Qianwei shook her head sharply. Her resolve remained firm. In her mind, the situation was far too delicate. She was a professor at Qingling University, and Wang Haoran was a student. If news of their involvement leaked, the scandal could derail his future. The sensitivity of their positions felt like a weight on her chest. It's better to wait, Qianwei lied, her voice soft. Our relationship isn't stable yet. Once things are more settled, I'll bring you into the loop. Lu Yui slumped against the sofa, clearly depressed by the lack of gossip. Kamei, what has gotten into you? I'm your sister. What's the problem with telling me? Do you think I'm going to steal your boyfriend? Fifth sister. That isn't it at all, Qianwei insisted. Lu Yui surged forward again, her voice urgent. I care about you. I want to help you vet him. What kind of man is he? Just give me a name. Embarrassment clouded Qianwei's face. She hated withholding the truth from her sister, but the risks were too high. Unexpectedly, Jishui Yao spoke up from across the room. Fifth sister, leave her be. The person Kamei likes is exceptional. You don't need to worry about her judgment. Lu Yui spun around, her surprise evident. Do you know him? You know who the seventh sister's boyfriend is? Chu Qianwei also turned to look at the sixth sister, her eyes wide with a mix of gratitude and sudden apprehension. A wave of panic surged through Jishui Yao. Her decision to teach at Qingling had been fueled by a selfish, quiet desire. With a guilty conscience gnawing at her, she knew she couldn't breathe a word of what she knew about Wang Haoran. She forced her voice to remain calm, suppressing the flutter in her chest. How could I know him? I simply believe in Kamei's vision. She has high standards. If she has chosen him, he must be remarkable. Otherwise, how could he possibly catch her eye? Let's drop the subject. When the seventh sister is ready to talk, she will. Chu Qianwei let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She looked at Jishui Yao with pure relief. The sixth sister truly understands me. Lu Yui sighed, defeated for the moment. However, the spirit of gossip was a hard thing to kill. She couldn't help but lob one more question. Fine. But tell me this, Kamei, how far have you two actually gone? We're just holding hands, Qianwei stammered. A deep blush crept up her neck. She couldn't bring herself to admit the full truth. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Their fourth sister, Buletin Feiyan, knew the reality of the situation. Qianwei could only hope Feiyan hadn't already spread the word to the rest of the family. Lu Yui offered a casual "oh" and relaxed. It made sense to her. Kamei was beautiful and refined. It was only natural that a new romance would be progressing at a modest, romantic pace. Jishui Yao, however, shot a strange look at the seventh sister. A sudden, unexpected joy bubbled up inside her. Only holding hands? She recalled her own time with him during the vacation. In the grand scheme of things, she realized she had been much closer to him than Kamei currently was. Wait, what am I thinking? The brief moment of triumph vanished. Jishui Yao shook her head, dismissing the treacherous thoughts. Despite the strange impulse that had brought her to Qingling, she had no intention of sabotaging Kamei's happiness. She picked up her book, trying to lose herself in the text, but the words blurred on the page. Silence wouldn't come. Her mind was a chaotic loop of a single face, a single figure. She found herself drifting back to the day she had performed first aid on Wang Haoran. A small, inadvertent smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She felt as though she were losing her mind. The more she tried to push the thoughts away, the more they dominated her. If I can't control it, I'll just go with the flow, she decided. She pulled out her phone and began typing a message to Wang Haoran. She framed it carefully, asking about a complex scientific problem that had been troubling her. I'm just asking for academic clarification, she whispered to herself. It's the pursuit of knowledge. It's not personal. This isn't a betrayal of seventh sister. She hit send and waited. 5 minutes ticked by before the phone buzzed with a reply. As she read his explanation, the confusion that had plagued her regarding the research vanished. He had made it seem so simple. A second message popped up. Why did you become a professor in the Department of Marine Biology? Jishui Yao's heart hammered against her ribs. She swallowed hard and typed back. Teaching is meaningful work. I've wanted to be a teacher for a long time. The research institute was always too busy to let me go, but we've recently recruited new staff. I finally have the freedom to follow my interests. After she sent the reply, a twinge of regret hit her. She waited a moment before asking, why didn't you choose marine biology as your major? Wang Haoran's reply was almost instantaneous. What would be the point? What could I possibly learn there that I don't already know? Jishui Yao couldn't help but smile. That's true. As she remained buried in her chat, Chu Qianwei finished clearing the ruined noodles from the table and walked over to the sofa. She sat down beside Jishui Yao, peering over her shoulder. Sixth sister, who are you talking to? Jishui Yao jumped, her phone slipping from her fingers and clattering onto the floor. She scrambled to retrieve it, her face burning. Just a researcher. Someone in my field. A woman. Chu Qianwei's eyes narrowed. The reaction was far too suspicious. Why did you emphasize that she was a woman? Are you hiding something? Don't tell me you found a boyfriend too. Let me see. She lunged for the phone. Jishui Yao pulled it into her chest, shielding the screen with her life. Fifth sister, Qianwei called out, laughing. Come quick. I think the sixth sister is seeing someone too. Is that right? Lu Yui walked into the room, her laptop balanced in one hand. No, don't listen to her, Jishui Yao cried, her face flushed a deep crimson. To Lu Yui and Chu Qianwei, the reaction was a smoking gun. There was clearly a story there. Despite their teasing, Jishui Yao held her ground, insisting she was single, until they finally relented. Chu Qianwei settled back, pulling out her own phone to message Wang Haoran. Jishui Yao caught a glimpse of the chat box, and felt another pang of guilt. Lu Yui opened her laptop and began to type. As a major influencer on Weibo with 50 million followers, she had work to do. Chapter 223. Confident Prediction. 50 million fans. In the cutthroat world of the stock market, Lu Yui was a titan, her following dwarfing even the most glittery top-tier celebrities. Whenever the market prepared to open, routine took over. Lu Yui would drop an article the night before, dissecting the coming trends with surgical precision. Her professionalism was legendary. Legions of investors treated her analysis like gospel, buying in on her word alone, and most of them walked away with pockets full of profit. Every time she posted to Weibo, her followers scoured the text for the wealth code hidden between the lines. It was simple math, people loved making money, and Lu Yui was their best bet for a windfall. Across town, Wang Haoren finished a late supper with Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing before retreating to his bedroom. He flicked on his phone, the screen illuminating his face in the dark room. A notification from Chu Qianwei sat waiting. He tapped into the chat, and the messages began to flow. Chu Qianwei was in an inquisitive mood, her texts popping up in rapid succession. Are you getting used to the dormitory yet? How are you getting along with your roommates? What did you eat for dinner? Then, a softer note, I'm by myself. What should I do if I can't sleep without you here? They went back and forth for a while until the hour grew late. Wang Haoren eventually nudged her toward bed, and Chu Qianwei, ever the obedient partner, signed off to get some rest. Once the room fell silent, Wang Haoren pulled up a search engine. He wanted to dig into the history of Lu Yui's meteoric rise. A few minutes of scrolling gave him the gist of it. Her life was a series of cheat codes and effortless victories. Beyond her personal history, he confirmed her status as a big V on Weibo. Even he felt a flicker of surprise at the sheer scale of her audience. Intrigued, he began scrolling through her past posts. He understood the appeal immediately. Her track record was impressive, boasting a 70 to 80% accuracy rate. In the volatile world of finance, that was nothing short of miraculous. To Wang Haoren, however, it was merely okay. After all, she couldn't match his own 100% certainty. Driven by a sudden whim, he registered his own Weibo account. He typed in a bold, borderline arrogant ID, Peerless God of Stocks. With the account live, his first move was to follow Lu Yui. As fate would have it, she had just posted. Her latest update predicted the market conditions for the following day. Wang Haoren scanned her analysis, cross-referencing it with the stock data he had already foreseen. She was wrong. Not just slightly off, but fundamentally mistaken. She was bullish on a stock that his data showed was headed for a catastrophic plunge. He couldn't resist. He tapped out a quick comment, the market will fall tomorrow. He was fast. His comment snagged the top spot on the thread, the coveted first sofa position. Seconds later, a notification pinged. Lu Yui had replied directly. Nice ID, keyboard warrior, she wrote. Lu Yui was famous for her razor-sharp tongue. She never let a slight go unpunished, frequently descending into the comments to tear into netizens who dared to disagree. Wang Haoren stiffened, his competitive streak flaring up. He fired back, don't believe me? Keep your eyes open tomorrow. If you're still investing based on that logic, Lu Yui's response was instantaneous, a lion in the comments, a mouse in real life. People like you are all the same. Get out. How exactly should I get out? Wang Haoren typed. Care to give me a demonstration? Bend your legs, tuck your head, and roll yourself into a ball. Lu Yui shot back. Wang Haoren grinned. Okay, I'll lay the sheets out on the ground. You want to roll with me? You filthy rascal, she replied, her digital voice dripping with disdain. Go look in a mirror. Take your inflatable girlfriend and roll the sheets with her. I'm actually quite handsome, Wang Haoren countered. I've got more real girlfriends than I can count, and each one is prettier than the last. Oh, so you count your fingers as girlfriends now? That is a lot of friends, keyboard man. Wang Haoren sighed, his thumbs hovering over the glass. Forget it. I'm done talking to you. Off to bed with the plastic doll? Hurry up then, you cheapskate. Wang Haoren rubbed his temples, deciding to end the spat. When it came to a war of words, a woman's natural talent for verbal combat was a force of nature. He muttered a few choice curses under his breath and closed the app. He didn't realize that their public bickering had already caught the eye of thousands. By the time he went to sleep, the exchange had climbed to the top of the hot comments section. The next morning, Wang Haoren woke to a phone that was practically vibrating off the nightstand. He opened Weibo to find 50,000 unread private messages. He scrolled through a few, curious about the vitriol. You call yourself a peerless stock god? Have you no shame? How dare you question a genius? If she says it's going up, it's going up. I'll bet you. I say it rises, you say it falls. Whoever loses has to eat a pound of something live on camera. You game, or are you a coward? What do you even do for a living? Do you even know how to trade, or do you just enjoy singing the opposite tune of the goddess? Keyboard man, give me your address. I want to have a little talk with you in person. Wang Haoren tossed the phone aside. His inbox had been nuked by Lu Yui's loyalists. He wasn't about to waste his morning arguing with a digital mob. He ate breakfast and headed to class with his roommates, his eyes occasionally drifting to the clock. The market opened at 9:30. In the faculty office, a group of university teachers huddled around Lu Yui's desk. This was a daily ritual. On any morning the market was open, if Lu Yui was free, her colleagues became her shadows. Over the years, many had made a killing following her advice. A few had even hit the jackpot, retiring early to travel the world. To the staff at the university, Lu Yui wasn't just a professor, she was a living god of wealth. The clock ticked toward the opening bell. Lu Yui had no morning classes, and her colleagues hovered expectantly. Professor Lu, the market opens in 10 minutes, one teacher whispered, leaning over her shoulder. Any hot tips for today? Lu Yui kept her eyes on her computer screen, her fingers dancing across the keys. From that question alone, I can tell you didn't read my Weibo last night. I analyzed the trend already. Take a look. A flurry of movement followed as every teacher in the room whipped out their phone. Professor Lu, you mentioned the Yaokai wine industry, right? Someone asked, seeking one last confirmation. Is it a safe bet? Lu Yui nodded confidently. The wine industry has been on a tear lately. It's a classic blue-chip stock. Buy with confidence. I expect it to climb steadily for at least another month. It's as stable as it gets. That's all I needed to hear. I'm buying in now. Me too. Count me in. In the quiet of the office, the sound of tapping screens filled the air as the teachers placed their bets, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. Chapter 224. Prediction Errors. Lu Yui's voice carried such absolute certainty that the last flickers of doubt vanished from the office. Her colleagues leaned in, eyes fixed on her monitor as the clock ticked toward the opening bell. Finally, the market surged to life. Lu Yui didn't hesitate. With a few practiced clicks, she committed a 200 million quota. Around her, a dozen teachers followed suit with singular focus. They poured their savings into the Yaokai wine industry, some staking 10,000, others as much as 100,000. Once the orders were filled, a collective sigh of anticipation filled the room. They watched the flickering trend line with hungry eyes. Why isn't it moving? Someone whispered, leaning closer to the graph. Lu Yui leaned back, radiating the calm of a victor. Small fluctuations are normal. It will bounce back soon. The tension in the room eased, but the relief was short-lived. Over the next 10 minutes, the stock didn't climb. It began a steady, nauseating slide. The green numbers ticked lower and lower until the loss hit 7%. Professor Lu, a teacher asked, their voice tight with anxiety. Is this still the normal range? Lu Yui stared at the screen. Silence fell over her. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed her face as the data defied her expectations. This wasn't like the offshore markets. Here, the T+1 rule meant they were trapped. Anything bought today stayed bought until tomorrow's bell. 30 minutes crawled by. A dozen pairs of eyes watched in horror as the stock didn't just dip, it plunged. By the time the momentum slowed, it had hit the floor. The Yaokai wine industry was down to the limit. The faces surrounding Lu Yui turned bitter. The air in the office grew heavy with the smell of stale coffee and financial ruin. Lu Yui felt the heat of embarrassment rising up her neck. I made a mistake. A genuine error in judgment. Next time, I'll find a stable stock for you. We'll earn it all back. Her colleagues remained quiet. For university teachers, a 10% loss was a painful sting, but a bearable one. They wouldn't turn on her over a single bad call. In truth, Lu Yui was the one bleeding. Her 200 million had evaporated by 20 million in a single morning. The money wasn't the issue. For a woman of her means, 20 million was a drop in the bucket. The real damage was to her brand. In her entire career, she had never missed the mark this badly. To predict a surge and witness a collapse was a catastrophic failure of analysis. A wave of dizziness hit her. She quickly navigated to Weibo. Her colleagues might be forgiving to her face, but the internet was a different beast. Thousands of miles of fiber optic cable provided a shield for the cruelest impulses of the human spirit. She drafted a new post with trembling fingers. She kept it brief. First, she admitted the analysis from the previous night was wrong, and urged everyone to ignore it. Second, she offered a sincere apology to anyone who had followed her lead into the Yaokai trap. She hit send and waited. Seconds later, a notification chimed. The first comment arrived like a slap. Peerless stock god, the big titan of the market. Does your face hurt yet? Anger flared in her chest, but she bit back the vitriolic response she had used the day before. She needed to know. Lu Yui friend, how did you see that Yaokai would plummet? Peerless stock god, call me husband, and I might tell you. Lu Yui's brow furrowed. Friend, I am trying to have a professional discussion. Let's look at the market conditions and talk seriously. Peerless stock god, why should I give it away for free? You're the one who needs the skills. You have to give something up. The arrogance of the man was infuriating. Lu Yui stared at the screen, considering her options. Calling him husband was out of the question. She pivoted, her typing becoming more aggressive. Lu Yui, I think you just got lucky. A blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. You didn't analyze anything. Peerless stock god, yes. You're absolutely right. Wang Haoren wasn't taking the bait. Frustrated, Lu Yui closed the thread and turned her attention to the forecast for the following day. That evening, Lu Yui returned to the villa. The scene was familiar. Her sixth sister sat on the sofa, lost in a book, while her seventh sister, Qingling, worked in the kitchen. The scent of frying noodles drifted through the house. Once the meal was served, Lu Yui and Ji Shuiyao were recruited as reluctant test subjects. Qing's cooking had improved since the previous night's disaster. It wasn't exactly a culinary masterpiece, but it was edible. To encourage their sister, they both finished their plates. After dinner, Ji Shuiyao returned to her reading. Lu Yui pulled out her phone and posted her analysis for the next session. Before locking the screen, she added a tag. At Peerless Stock God, want to try your luck again? Qingling leaned over Lu Yui's shoulder, her curiosity piqued. Fifth sister, who is this Peerless Stock God? You're actually tagging him? Just some netizen, Lu Yui replied. He predicted the crash yesterday, while everyone else was bullish. It turned out he was right. I tried to ask for his methodology, but he wouldn't talk. I'm convinced it was a fluke. I want to see if his luck holds up for a second day. Across the city in a male dormitory, Wang Haoran's phone lit up with the notification. He chuckled as he read the tag. He looked over Lu Yui's new predictions. This time, she wasn't gambling on a single stock. She was predicting sector movements. She claimed the pharmaceutical and biological sector would trend downward, while the catering sector was poised for a surge. Wang Haoran closed the app and ran the numbers against his own foresight. Lu Yui was half right. The catering sector would indeed rise, with several stocks hitting the daily limit. However, her take on pharmaceuticals was dangerously incomplete. According to his data, the pharmaceutical sector would look dismal for most of the day, continuing its slump until exactly 2:50 p.m. But in the final 10 minutes before the closing bell, the entire sector would skyrocket. It would be a vertical climb. 30% of those stocks would hit the 10% limit, while 60% would jump between 3 and 8%. He tapped back into Weibo and left his comment on Lu Yui's post. Buying into pharmaceuticals tomorrow is the same as picking up free money. Chapter 225. It's really picking up money. Lu Yui sat with her thumb hovering over the screen, refreshing her Weibo feed with rhythmic, obsessive taps. The moment the peerless stock god replied, the notification flashed across her eyes. Buying stocks in the pharmaceutical and biological sector tomorrow is equivalent to picking up money. She scoffed. Such a simplistic analysis carried no weight. It was vague, lazy, and fundamentally impossible. The pharmaceutical sector was vast. To suggest that an investor could throw a dart at any ticker in the industry and come out green was a fantasy. In the real market, such a sweep occurred perhaps once a decade, if ever. He's just talking nonsense, she muttered to the empty room. As the thought crossed her mind, the comment section exploded. Her loyal fans, still stinging from the previous day's losses, turned their collective vitriol on the newcomer. It's all your crow's mouth. Our goddess never made mistakes like this until you showed up. You cursed the Yaokai trade. Agree. It's this guy's fault. I lost 3,000 on Yaokai today because of your bad juju. Pay me back, crow mouth. Bragging about picking up money in pharma? Who do you think you are? Anyone who buys into pharmaceuticals tomorrow is a complete fool. On the other side of the city, Wang Haoran watched the tide of digital hate roll in. The early replies were manageable, but the tone soured fast. Swear words and personal attacks filled his notifications. He felt a sharp, cold irritation rising in his chest. It was absurd. Lu Yui had made a demonstrably bad call. These people had blindly followed her over a cliff, and yet somehow, he was the villain for pointing out the drop. He wasn't the type to take a hit without swinging back. He tapped out a reply, his fingers flying over the glass. Let's wait and see the market tomorrow, you help of idiots. I'm waiting for you to kneel and call me dad on Weibo. Get lost. The response was a fresh gasoline pour on the fire. The insults became unprintable. Wang Haoran's eyes narrowed as he picked out the most aggressive commenters. He pulled their linked account info and activated his high-level hacking skills. Silence followed in the physical world. Across various locations, smartphones went black and computers hissed into permanent hardware failure. He prepared to drop one final, crushing retort to the thread, but when he hit send, a red exclamation point appeared. Message failed. He checked his following list. Lu Yui's profile had vanished. Blocked. He leaned back, a dark grin tugging at his lips. Unbelievable. Back at the villa, Lu Yui exhaled, finally putting the phone down. The comment section had become a toxic swamp, so she had disabled the reply function entirely. The quiet was a relief. She dismissed the peerless stock god as nothing more than a clown seeking attention through contrarianism. With a yawn, she headed to the bathroom to wash up, the incident already fading from her mind. The following day, the 9:30 bell signaled the start of the session. By 2 p.m., the market seemed to be following Lu Yui's script perfectly. The catering sector climbed steadily, rewarding those who had trusted her analysis. Most investors were seeing green, and her reputation, which had teetered the day before, was firmly restored. Confident in the outcome, Lu Yui re-enabled her comments. The gratitude poured in immediately. A small profit of 1,000. Thanks, goddess. Earned 8,000 today. Following you is the only way to live. I made back everything I lost yesterday plus 16,000. No more sorrow. I bought too little, one user bragged. Only made enough for a Porsche Panamera. The atmosphere was celebratory, the previous day's bitterness buried under a mountain of success stories. Lu Yui leaned back in her office chair, a small, satisfied smile on her face. There were only 10 minutes left until the closing bell. The trends were locked. Out of habit, she opened the sector charts to view the day's final movements. Her heart skipped. The pharmaceutical and biological sector, which had been sluggish and red all day, suddenly spiked. The line on the graph didn't just climb. It went vertical, shooting upward like a jet taking off. No way. The words of the peerless stock god echoed in her mind. She scrambled to click into the sector details, her pulse hammering against her ribs. The screen was a sea of red, the color of growth in the Chinese market. Stocks that had been down nearly 10% just minutes ago were rebounding with impossible velocity. They flipped from green to red in real time, surging past their opening prices, and hitting the 10% daily limit one after another. By 3 p.m., the closing bell echoed across the floor. Not a single stock in the entire pharmaceutical sector remained in the negative. Every single one was up. The first page was a solid block of limit-up stocks. It was exactly as he had said, picking up money. If you had closed your eyes and clicked a mouse, you would have profited. Lu Yui stared at the data, the red light of the monitor reflecting in her wide, stunned eyes. The impossibility of the prediction hit her like a physical blow. With trembling hands, she navigated to her blocked list. She unblocked the peerless stock god and began typing a private message. Her previous arrogance completely evaporated. I'm sorry about yesterday. Your prediction was perfect, and I was wrong. Can you tell me how you analyzed it? I am willing to pay for your insights. You named the price. If someone got it right once, it was luck. Twice in a row, with this level of precision. That was a master. She hit send, waiting for the connection. A system prompt popped up instantly. Message failed to send. Lu Yui froze. She checked the status. He had blocked her. Chapter 226. What do you think, husband? Lu Yui stared at the screen. When she realized she had been blocked, a jolt of surprise rippled through her, followed quickly by a resigned sense of irony. It was only natural she had blocked him first, after all. Aside from Weibo, she had no other way to contact this peerless stock god. She chewed her lip, thinking, then began typing an apology directly onto her public feed. She called upon her followers, hoping they would flood the peerless stock god's private messages and tag him to look at her post. The moment the post went live, comments began to cascade down the screen. First floor. One user cheered. My god, buying into the medical and biological sector right now is basically just picking up money on the street. I feel for the goddess. Slapped in the face twice in a row, ouch. Goddess, I got the message. Sending him a DM right now. What's the deal with this peerless stock god anyway? Is he the real thing? Reporting for duty. DM sent. Lu Yui set her phone aside and waited. She watched the notification light, hoping for a reply from the mysterious prodigy as soon as possible. Classes had just let out. Wang Haoren checked the time, saw the market had closed, and pulled up Weibo. He had spent part of yesterday clearing out the thousands of hateful messages that had clogged his inbox, but now, a fresh wave of nearly 1,000 notifications awaited him. He tapped into his messages. The tone had shifted entirely. Dad, what are we buying tomorrow? Dad, there's a goddess looking for you. Hurry up and check her feed. Dad, I shouldn't have talked trash yesterday. I was wrong. Seriously, what's the move for tomorrow? Tell me now. I'm following you. Please, big guy, post an analysis of the market tomorrow. The sky is my witness and the earth is my proof. I recognize you as my father, and shall serve you with the devotion of a son. I've finished my vows. Dad, what stocks should I buy tomorrow? Wang Haoren let out a sharp, dry laugh. The audacity was almost impressive. These people were tearing him apart yesterday, and now they were lining up to call him father. He recognized several of the handles. People who had been aggressive and cruel were now acting as if nothing had happened. With a few clinical taps, he sent the most blatant offenders straight to his blacklist. Next, he checked his account stats. This was a brand new profile. Yesterday, it had 0 fans, and the few followers he did have were just black fans, who wanted to track him so they could harass him more easily. But now, thanks to the pinpoint accuracy of his biomedical prediction, the account had exploded. 30,000 followers. He refreshed the page. 1,000 more. The numbers climbed with terrifying speed. Finally, he navigated to Lu Yui's profile. Her apology sat at the top of her feed. She wanted to pay him for a formal analysis of the pharmaceutical sector. Wang Haoren didn't care about the money. He had more than enough. But a game like this required an ending. He had no intention of commenting on her post though. She had blocked him yesterday. An apology was fine. But a woman as proud as Lu Yui couldn't be coddled. If he let her off too easily now, she would be impossible to manage later. He tapped the compose button and typed a single sentence. Post a Weibo tagging me that says, husband, I was wrong, and I'll tell you. Otherwise, no deal. He hit send. On the other side of the city, Lu Yui was refreshing her feed every minute. When her followers began shouting that the peerless stock god had finally posted, she felt a rush of excitement. She hurried to his page, but the moment she read his words, her face froze. Call him husband? The demand felt impossible. She wanted to argue, to bargain, but she remembered she was still blocked from messaging him directly. No private messages, no comments. She only had her public feed. It's just a post, she whispered to the empty room. It's the internet. No one actually knows who anyone is. It's not like it means anything in the real world. She took a breath and began to type. Following his instructions exactly, she tagged him and added the text, husband, I was wrong. A few minutes later, a private message arrived. Wang Haoren laid out the technical reasons why the pharmaceutical and biological sectors were primed to soar during late trading. As she read through the logic, the pieces clicked together. Her admiration for this peerless stock god deepened into something closer to worship. That evening, the villa was quiet. Lu Yui sat in the hall, her laptop glowing in her lap. It was her habit to write an analysis for the next day's market, but as her fingers hovered over the keys, she hesitated. 2 days of being dead wrong had shaken her confidence. She opened the private chat with the peerless stock god and typed out her thoughts for tomorrow's market. What do you think? She asked. The reply came back almost instantly. I'll give you one chance to fix your language. If you want to ask me a question, how should you say it? Lu Yui blinked, a flush creeping up her neck. She knew exactly what he wanted. She typed back, husband, what do you think? It was a private message this time. Thousands of people had already seen her say it publicly, so the shame was already spent. Saying it here, where only he could see it, felt almost easier. Much better, the stock god replied. Your prediction is completely correct. You're making progress. Lu Yui let out a long, shaky breath. Relief washed over her. She turned back to her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard with a newfound, rhythmic thunder. The confidence in her touch was unmistakable. Across the room, Ji Shuiyao sat huddled over her phone, her brow furrowed as she carefully edited a message. What is the sixth sister posting? Chu Qianwei had finished the dishes and was walking out of the kitchen. She sat down on the sofa right next to Ji Shuiyao, her voice bright and curious. Clack! Ji Shuiyao jumped, her hands trembling so violently that the phone slipped from her grip and hit the floor. Seventh sister, Shuiyao gasped, clutching her chest. Can you stop sneaking up on people? My heart is about to climb out of my throat. She leaned over to retrieve the device. Thanks to its sturdy build, it had survived 2 drops in a row, and the screen remained perfectly intact. Chapter 227. A shared boyfriend. Chu Qianwei leaned back into the plush sofa cushions, a playful glint in her eyes. Sixth sister, I'm sorry. I just saw you staring at that message with such a sweet smile. I assumed you were chatting with a boyfriend and couldn't resist teasing you. I promise, I'll behave. Ji Shuiyao's hand went to her face, her fingers tracing the line of her jaw. Was I really laughing? Chu Qianwei nodded, her grin widening. Indeed. Even someone as rigid and serious as you turns into a giddy little girl when love is in the air. A wave of guilt washed over Ji Shuiyao. She looked away, her voice hurried as she tried to bridge the gap. Seventh sister, you've misunderstood. I'm really not in love. Maybe you haven't made it official yet, Chu Qianwei countered, moving closer until their shoulders touched. But you like someone, don't you? Your temperament doesn't allow for that kind of smile over a simple text message unless there's a heart involved. Ji Shuiyao struggled for a rebuttal, but the truth felt heavy in her chest. I like someone, she admitted softly, but we aren't suitable. Why not? Chu Qianwei's voice was full of genuine concern. It's just not right, Ji Shuiyao murmured, closing her eyes as if to shut out the thought. Chu Qianwei's mind raced through the possibilities. A look of sudden shock crossed her face. Sixth sister, you don't mean, he isn't a married man, is he? No, nothing like that, Ji Shuiyao corrected quickly. He just has a girlfriend. Chu Qianwei let out a long, dramatic sigh of relief. A mischievous light returned to her eyes. Oh, is that all? He just has a girlfriend. What's the problem? Since you like him, go and take him for yourself. The suggestion left Ji Shuiyao stunned. That's completely unreasonable. It's immoral. I could never do such a thing. Chu Qianwei's expression softened into one of regret. If that's how you feel, then you should clear your head as soon as possible. Keeping these feelings will only make you miserable. Melancholy settled between Ji Shuiyao's eyebrows. She looked at her sister with a piercing, desperate intensity. I want to. I've tried so many times, but I can't do it. If you can't forget him, then fight for him, Chu Qianwei insisted. Love is inherently selfish. Just go after him. A sense of profound weirdness settled over Ji Shuiyao. She shook her head. No, it wouldn't work. Why not? You're beautiful, smart, and talented. Chasing a man should be the easiest thing in the world for you. It really wouldn't work, Ji Shuiyao repeated, her voice a hollow echo. Is the girlfriend that impressive? Chu Qianwei guessed. Is she very beautiful? Ji Shuiyao gave a slow, cryptic nod. Yes, very beautiful. Just like you, seventh sister. Chu Qianwei went silent for a few beats, her mind churning. As a sister, she wanted nothing more than to see Shuiyao happy. After a long silence, she spoke with startling solemnity. Sixth sister, if you can't bring yourself to destroy their relationship, why not just go and talk to the girlfriend? Perhaps you could share him? Have one boyfriend together. Ji Shuiyao felt the world tilt. Is that even possible? Chu Qianwei paused, then shook her head, retracting the idea. No, forget I said that. It's too unfair to you. If you don't mind, I don't feel wronged at all. The words burned in Ji Shuiyao's throat, but she couldn't bring herself to utter anything so shameless. The conversation drifted into an awkward lull as they realized the problem had no easy fix. Sixth sister, seventh sister, buy these 2 stocks tomorrow, and you'll earn 100% profit. The sudden declaration came from Lu Yui, who strode into the hall after finishing her Weibo posts. She thrust her phone screen toward them, displaying the names of 2 specific companies. Ji Shuiyao looked up, frowning. Fifth sister, didn't you always say the market is unpredictable? You used to say no matter the analysis, no one can predict a win with total certainty. There are exceptions to every rule, Lu Yui said, her voice radiating a new, unshakable confidence. I have an expert guiding me now. Following this advice is a guaranteed win. What expert? Ji Shuiyao asked. Yeah, who is it? Chu Qianwei added. Neither of them had checked the trending topics on Weibo lately. They were entirely in the dark. Lu Yui offered a mysterious, cat-like smile. A master is a master. Anyway, I've given you the wealth code. Whether you buy in or not is up to you. With that, she turned and headed toward the bathroom to prepare for bed. The 2 younger sisters exchanged a bewildered look. Fifth sister was acting very strange today. Still, the allure of a guaranteed tip was strong. Ji Shuiyao decided to invest to bolster her scientific research funds. Chu Qianwei had a different goal. She wanted to make enough to buy a truly magnificent gift for Wang Haoran. In his bedroom, Wang Haoran's phone buzzed. He picked it up to see a message from Chu Qianwei. I'm going to buy you a supercar worth tens of millions. Pick one out and let me know which you want. He stared at the screen, dumbfounded. My God, are you kidding me? I have over $1 billion in assets, she replied instantly. I can definitely afford it. Don't worry, just pick one. Wang Haoran chuckled to himself. The rich woman is so wealthy. Can you give me some of that? Sure, she sent back. How much do you want? Can I have all of it? He was leaning into the joke now. I need a little to live on. Chu Qianwei replied seriously. I'll have someone calculate my exact holdings. I'll keep 50 million for myself and give you the rest. Is that okay? Wang Haoran let out a quiet sigh. Her favorability rating was at 95, and it showed. She was genuinely willing to hand over her entire fortune. If he were a different kind of man, he could have sold her out, and she would have thanked him for it. He dropped the playful tone and typed, what would I do with all that money? I was just joking. As for the car, my family already ordered a Bugatti Veyron for 50 million. It should arrive tomorrow. Chu Qianwei stared at her phone, stunned. A warmth spread through her chest. She hadn't known much about his family, but the Bugatti confirmed it. Wang Haoran was the heir to a massive fortune. It explained his effortless grace and noble temperament. If you already have the car, then I'll give you something else, she messaged. What do you want? You, he replied. Chu Qianwei's heart skipped. Tell me where you are. I'll see you in a few minutes. Chapter 228. Courier Brother Suchen. The noon sun was a bit poisonous. On the university campus, a courier named Suchen pedaled his electric tricycle through the heat, humming to himself. I'm a flame knight traveling through the city. The bigger the sun, the harder I twist the throttle. Go forward. Go ahead. The electric bike sang its cheerful, electronic songs, ignoring the vicious glare of the sun overhead. Sweat slicked Suchen's forehead and stung his eyes, but he remained full of energy. After this next order, he would finally have enough money saved to buy the latest 5G mobile phone for his girlfriend. They had been together since their freshman year, and now, as sophomores, they had reached the 18-month mark. Suchen's only regret was that in a year and a half of dating, he had barely even held her hand. But that was about to change. His girlfriend had promised that if he gave her that specific phone, she would grant him one excessive request. The electric bike screeched to a stop downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Suchen rummaged through his bin, found the correct package, and dialed the number on the slip. Hello, classmate. Your delivery is here. Please come downstairs to sign for it, Suchen said, his voice practiced and professional. Oh, please wait 5 minutes. I'll be right there. A sweet, melodious female voice answered before the line went dead. Usually, couriers are racing against the clock. Normally, Suchen would have dropped the package at the security desk and moved on. But that voice on the phone was so pleasant that he found himself wanting to see the face behind it. This building housed the freshmen, and rumor had it that this year's class was exceptionally beautiful, boasting 3 legendary school beauties. He wondered if his luck was finally turning. Was he about to deliver a package to a campus icon? As he waited, he didn't see a school beauty. Instead, his eyes landed on his girlfriend, Wang Xiaolian. She was walking toward the dorms hand in hand with a boy, their behavior unmistakably intimate. A metaphorical green hat seemed to settle atop Suchen's head. Blood rushed to his face as he stormed forward, pointing a finger at her. Wang Xiaolian. What is this? Tell me what's going on. Wang Xiaolian's eyes went wide. She panicked for a split second, but the boy beside her simply glanced at Suchen with disdain. Who is this guy? The boy asked. Before she could answer, Suchen cut in. I'm her boyfriend. Who the hell are you? The boy let out a sharp, mocking laugh. I'm a freshman, Lu Hua. My family has billions in assets. You're just a stinky courier and you think you can rob me of a girlfriend? Are you tired of living? The moment Wang Xiaolian heard the phrase billions in assets, her legs seemed to go weak. She looked at Suchen with cold, merciless eyes. Let's break up. Suchen wasn't about to beg. He crossed his arms, feigning indifference. Fine. Break up then. The next one will be better anyway. You're a delivery boy, Wang Xiaolian spat. And you think you'll find someone better? You're daydreaming. The sting of her words hurt, but Suchen's pride wouldn't let him show it. He struck a bold pose. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. Do not bully the poor. Leaving those harsh words hanging in the air, Suchen turned away and retreated to his electric bike. Hello? Where is my courier? A sweet, lovely girl stepped out of the dormitory building. Suchen looked up and froze, his breath catching in his throat. You're Sumwean? The name on the delivery slip stared back at him. It was really her. Sumwean tilted her head, confused. You know me? How could I not? Suchen stammered, excitement bubbling over. Junior girl, you were rated as one of the 3 school beauties on the campus forum. You got my vote. Sumwean offered a polite, curious smile but didn't linger on the praise. And my package? Right, here you go. Suchen handed it over. Remember to leave a 5-star review. She nodded, signed the slip, and disappeared back into the dormitory. Suchen watched her go, his mind reeling. She was even prettier than her photos. He lingered for a moment, staring at the doorway, then moved to start his bike. Ding. Express delivery system binding. 1%, 10%, 100%. Ding. System successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star praise. Special delivery complete. Reward Bugatti Veyron. Ding. Your Bugatti Veyron will be delivered today. Please keep your phone reachable for the delivery personnel. Suchen stood frozen as the voice echoed in his mind. Then, a slow grin spread across his face. He had been possessed by a system. He had just shouted those dramatic lines to Wang Xiaolian about not bullying the poor. He hadn't expected to turn his life around in 3 minutes, let alone 30 years. A $50 million supercar. If Wang Xiaolian saw him in that, she would drown in regret. He secretly thanked her for breaking up with him. Now that he was single and powered by a system, why settle for a girl like her when he could go after a school beauty? Riding high on adrenaline, Su Chen pedaled off to his next stop. That afternoon, in a finance department classroom, the air was thick with gossip. My God, look. Professor Lu Yui called her husband on Weibo. I saw that last night, another student chimed in. The account is called Peerless Stock God. I followed him immediately. This guy is incredible. His predictions are more accurate than the professor's. Haven't you heard? Real masters always hide among the public. This is a literal wealth code. I need to set my notifications to loud. Lu Yui's influence was massive. With 50 million followers, her public apology, and the husband tag had fermented overnight, shooting straight into the top 5 trending topics on Weibo. The headline was everywhere shocking. Financial genius Lu Yui recognizes husband on Weibo. The chatter was deafening until the rhythmic click of high heels echoed from the hallway. The groups of gossiping students scattered instantly, diving into their seats and straightening their backs like model pupils. The classroom fell into a sudden, heavy silence. A cold, arrogant figure with an imposing presence walked through the door. Chapter 229. Establishing prestige. If you have nothing to do, read some serious financial journals and stop chasing gossip. The words cut through the classroom chatter like a blade. Lu Yui stood in the doorway, her presence cold and imposing. She had heard the whispers before she even crossed the threshold. The students were dissecting her private life, and every mention of the word husband felt like a hammer blow to her professional dignity. She stepped toward the podium, her face set in a rigid mask of authority. If she didn't re-establish control now, she would never command this room again. Her image was already teetering, a financial genius recognizing a mysterious stranger as her husband on a public forum. It was scandalous. It was weak. She had to be the opposite. Lu Yui swept her gaze across the rows of students, her eyes freezing anyone who dared to meet them. Have you all forgotten the lessons from our last practical session? Beside Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing, who remained composed, the rest of the class let out a collective, weary sigh. They stood up in unison, shifting from gossip mode to lecture readiness. This was a theoretical class, not a practical one, but the air was thick with the professor's irritation. Lu Yui turned to the blackboard. The chalk screeched as she wrote today's discussion topics in sharp, jagged letters. She was ready to bury the morning's embarrassment under a mountain of data. Then, the door opened. Wang Haoren strolled in, moving with a casual grace that suggested he owned the hallway, the classroom, and perhaps the building itself. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yui would have honored the special privileges she had granted him. But today, he was the perfect sacrificial lamb for her prestige. Since you're late, stand outside the door to listen to the class, Lu Yui commanded without looking up from her notes. Wang Haoran didn't stop. He continued toward the back of the room, as if she hadn't spoken. Professor, didn't you give me the privilege to come and go as I please? Lu Yui finally turned, her arms crossed over her chest. I did. But that privilege doesn't take effect for another year. Wang Haoran stopped in his tracks and let out a soft, amused sigh. Professor Lu, is it really good to be so shameless? Lu Yui didn't flinch. The power of interpretation belongs to the teacher. I protest, Wang Haoran said, his voice smooth and untroubled. Protest denied. I am the teacher, and you are the student. In this classroom, you obey. Unless, of course, you prove you are stronger than me, that you don't need my teaching at all. Until then, you follow the rules. Wang Haoran's lips curved into a slow smile. That sounds like a fair challenge. Professor, do you remember our little wager? The one about turning 10,000 yuan into 100 times that amount. The memory hit Lu Yui like a cold splash of water. She remembered the joke. Turning 10,000 into a million. Exactly that. Looking at the absolute confidence radiating from the boy, Lu Yui felt a momentary shiver of doubt. She pushed it down. To protect her authority, she moved the goalposts. Fine. If you can turn 10,000 into a million within 3 days, you're clearly a prodigy. I'll grant you the right to arrive late or leave early whenever you wish. Wang Haoran chuckled. I believe the original agreement was a week. Lu Yui tilted her chin up, her tone final. I clearly remember it being 3 days. She was lying. They both knew it. But Wang Haoran didn't argue. He simply walked toward the podium, his eyes locked on her. In that case, let's borrow the professor's computer. I'll log into the account I registered during our practice class. Let's see where we stand. Lu Yui always carried her laptop for both teaching and live trading. She stepped aside, letting him sit at her desk. Her students watched in breathless silence as Wang Haoran's fingers danced across the keyboard. He pulled up the trading platform and logged into his personal account. Lu Yui leaned over his shoulder, her eyes scanning the screen. Her breath caught. 1.19 million? She let out a sharp, scoffing laugh to hide her shock. Is it interesting to fake a balance, Wang Haoran? The transaction records are right there, he replied, his voice level. You can see for yourself if it was earned from the initial 10,000 or if I just deposited more cash. Determined to expose him, Lu Yui took over the mouse. She clicked into the history. Her eyes blurred as she scrolled through nearly 1,000 rapid-fire transaction records. Her heart began to race. Every trade was documented. Every cent of that 1.19 million was profit generated from his starting principal. In 3 days, he had seen a return of over 100-fold. The sheer impossibility of the numbers made the room feel like it was spinning. Lu Yui's knees buckled. She staggered, her hand reaching out for a support that wasn't there. Before she could hit the floor, Wang Haoran's hand shot out, catching her firmly by the arm. He steadied her, his touch warm and grounded. Lu Yui found her footing, but her mind was still in chaos. She stared at him as if seeing a ghost. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability has increased by 10. Total favorability 40. Very friendly. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Reward 500 villain points. 3 days, Lu Yui whispered, her voice trembling. 10,000 to 1.19 million. How did you do it? Below the podium, every student was leaning forward. Even Lin Chen was paralyzed with shock. He had once doubled his money several times in a few days, but that was during a once-in-a-decade market boom. The current M-share market was a disaster, a literal graveyard for investors. To achieve these results in a bear market was terrifying. This guy is a monster, Lin Chen thought, his jaw tight. Wang Haoran only offered a cryptic smile. It's a secret. He turned his internal focus toward the system. His charisma aura was ready. Lu Yui was at 40 favorability. Just 10 more points would push her into the realm of genuine admiration. This was the moment. System, activate charisma aura on Lu Yui. Ding. Charisma aura failed to activate. Wang Haoran froze. What? Why now? It had worked on others after he proved his talent in their respective fields. Lu Yui was a financial genius, and he had just performed a financial miracle. It was the perfect setup. System, why did it fail? Answer heroine Lu Yui, and the host share an identity barrier. The charisma aura cannot force a romantic breakthrough across this barrier. What barrier? Teacher and student. Wang Haoran wanted to curse. Lu Yui seemed so modern, so progressive, yet she held onto these archaic social boundaries. In this era, a teacher-student romance was hardly a scandal. Was he supposed to drop out just to date her? That was ridiculous. He racked his brain, searching for a loophole. He was a student, yes, but that wasn't his only identity. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face as a new idea took root. Wait, I have another identity she already knows. One she called husband in front of 50 million people. Chapter 230. The Fallen God of Fortune. The identity barrier of being a student made a direct pursuit of Lu Yui nearly impossible for Wang Haoran. However, he held a secret weapon, his alias as the peerless stock god. Lu Yui was already captivated by the stock god's pinpoint accuracy. She had gone so far as to publicly call him husband just to get his attention. She had no idea that the mysterious expert was the same student sitting in her classroom. Wang Haoran realized he could use this digital mask to date her online. Once her affection deepened to the point of no return, the student-teacher boundary would crumble under the weight of her devotion. With his plan solidified, the tension in his shoulders vanished. As the afternoon classes concluded, the campus hummed with the energy of students heading to dinner. Wang Haoran walked out with his roommates, Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhiheng. Just as they cleared the building, a girl hurried toward them and threw her arms around Lu Hua. Second brother, Lu Ming said, his eyes wide with surprise. You found a girlfriend already? That was fast. Lu Hua grinned, leaning into the girl. When opportunity knocks, you don't keep it waiting. Freshman, Wei Zhiheng asked. Sophomore, Lu Hua replied proudly. The girl, Wang Xiaolian, gave a modest wave. Hello, everyone. Wang Haoran studied her. She was attractive enough, perhaps an 80 on a scale of 100, but there was a sharp, calculating edge to her smile. As he looked at her, he caught her eyes lingering on him a second too long, her gaze flickering with a silent, predatory interest. Given his high charm, it was normal for girls to be infatuated, but the way she did it, while clinging to Lu Hua's arm, felt distinctly unfaithful. You're done with your ex, right? Lu Hua asked, looking down at her. Wang Xiaolian hugged his arm tighter, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. We broke up. I wouldn't dream of contacting him again. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. You enjoy winning over someone else's girl, Lu Hua? Lu Hua laughed, completely unbothered. Stealing a girlfriend is much more satisfying than chasing a single girl. It's about the victory. Wang Haoran understood immediately. Lu Hua was playing the part of a minor, arrogant villain, the kind of character destined to spark a grudge. What was the ex-boyfriend's name? Wang Haoran asked. Sichen, Wang Xiaolian replied. The name practically screamed Protagonist. And what does this Sichen do? Lu Hua snorted. He's a sophomore. A poor kid working part-time as a courier. Boss, are you worried a delivery boy is going to give me trouble? Wang Haoran didn't answer, but internally, the pieces fell into place. He knew the tropes. The ridiculed courier was usually a hidden dragon waiting to strike back. But this was his world now. He would let Sichen grow for a bit, harvest whatever will he could from the boy's system, and then sweep him aside. A courier god posed no real threat to him. As they walked toward the school gate, Wang Haoran's phone buzzed. It was his mother, Zhenli. My dear son, she said, her voice sounding stressed. I just got a call from the shipping company. The truck carrying your Bugatti was involved in an accident. The car is damaged. It's going to take another 2 months for a replacement to arrive. Wang Haoran frowned. I've already waited 2 months. Now another 2. I know, baby. It's frustrating. The manufacturer is paying 5 million yuan in mental damages for the delay. I'll transfer it to your account later. Whatever, Wang Haoran sighed. Money wasn't the issue. He hung up and continued toward the gate, where a massive crowd had gathered, 3 layers deep, shouting and pointing. Who ordered that supercar? It's incredible. It has to be worth millions. Look at the logo, you idiot. That's a Bugatti. You can't get that for just a few million. My god, it's a Bugatti Veyron. Why hasn't the owner come to sign for it yet? Lu Hua whistled. A Bugatti Veyron? Who's trying to outshine us? Wang Haoran's eyes sharpened. His car was supposedly damaged in an accident, yet a Veyron had just appeared at the school gate. Let's go see, he said. Lu Hua acted as the vanguard, using his bulk to shove through the crowd. People grumbled, but one look at his expensive designer clothes silenced them. They reached the inner circle. A large transport truck sat at the curb. Its sides were made of reinforced glass, showcasing a sleek, silver Bugatti Veyron. A man in a sharp suit stood nearby, clutching a clipboard and looking around impatiently. Wang Haoran stepped forward. I ordered a Bugatti that was supposed to arrive today. Can you check if I'm the owner of this one? The man in the suit took in Wang Haoran's noble bearing and nodded respectfully. Your name, sir? Wang Haoran. The man checked his documents and shook his head. I'm sorry. The paperwork lists a different owner. Who? I'm afraid I can't disclose that information, sir. Company policy. Wang Haoran didn't press him. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called Zhenli back. Mom, check the records for the car you ordered. I need the engine number. While his mother searched, Wang Haoran activated his perspective vision. His gaze pierced through the glass in the car's body, settling on the engine block. He read the number aloud to his mother. A few minutes later, Zhenli's voice came back, sharp with anger. Son, the engine numbers are an exact match. The manufacturer lied to us. That car is yours, but they've changed the name on the title. I'll have an answer for you in 5 minutes, Wang Haoran said. Contact them immediately. Tell them if they don't fix this, we're sending 10 lawyers to dismantle their company. He stood his ground, waiting, and scanned the crowd for the protagonist. He had planned to let Suchen grow, but if the boy was trying to intercept his car, the waiting game was over. Suchen arrived at the gate on his electric tricycle, his heart pounding with excitement. He parked his bike and prepared to push through the crowd when he saw a familiar face. Hello, Sumlian, he called out, grinning. The freshman beauty turned. She blinked, trying to place the face. Oh, the courier from yesterday? She wasn't interested, but she was polite, offering a small, forced smile. Where are you headed? Suchen asked. Nowhere in particular, she replied perfunctorily. Then you're free. Would you like to go for a drive? Sumlian shook her head. I have things to do. I'd like to take you for a ride in a Bugatti. Suchen persisted, gesturing toward the crowd. That one, right there. Sumlian looked at his courier uniform and laughed. Don't be ridiculous. You don't believe me? Let's make a bet. If I sign for that car, you come for a ride with me. She simply smiled, not taking him seriously at all. Suchen took it as a yes. Wait for me. I'll be right back. He charged into the crowd, clearing a path with his arms. Move it. I need to sign for my car. Is that Suchen, the delivery boy? Someone yelled. Did you lose your mind in the heat? Look in a mirror, kid. You don't belong in a Bugatti. Suchen sneered. A bunch of losers. Just wait until I slap your faces. He burst into the inner circle. Wang Xiaolian, standing with Lu Hua, recoiled in disgust. Suchen, what are you doing here? We're over. Stop stalking me. Don't flatter yourself, Suchen snapped. I'm not here for a gold digger like you. Then what? You're here to look at the car? Move along. Poor boy, Lu Hua mocked. I'm here to sign for it, Suchen declared. The couple burst into hysterical laughter, but Wang Haoran wasn't laughing. He was busy communicating with the system. Protagonist, Suchen. Combat Strength 66. Protagonist Halo 1020. Goldfinger Courier Fortune System. Rewards wealth for 5-star reviews from high-tier beauties. Wang Haoran understood. The system had diverted the car's data to reward Suchen for his delivery to Sumlian. Wang Xiaolian, you're going to regret this, Suchen shouted. I've already got a date with Sumlian. I'm taking her for a spin. She's a school beauty, Wang Xiaolian scoffed. She wouldn't touch you. She's right here. Someone cried out. The crowd parted as Sumlian walked into the center. Wang Xiaolian seized the opportunity to embarrass Suchen. Student Su, this man is slandering you. Tell everyone the truth. Suchen beamed. Sumlian, we had a deal, right? If I sign for the car, you come with me? Sumlian's expression shifted from confusion to cold fury. She stepped forward and delivered a stinging slap to Suchen's face. Who are you? I barely know you. I wouldn't go for a ride with you if that car were a spaceship. Suchen stumbled back, stunned. Where was the sweet girl from yesterday? Sumlian ignored him, turning toward Wang Haoran with a desperate, anxious look. Don't listen to him. I only like you. Please believe me. Wang Haoran smiled, pulling her close. I believe you. You don't need to explain. The crowd erupted. The campus beauty was already taken? Lu Hua and the others looked at Wang Haoran with pure worship. Suchen, Wang Xiaolian mocked. Beautiful people belong together. Why don't you take your tricycle and get out of here? Suchen rubbed his burning cheek. The humiliation was unbearable, but he still had the car. He walked up to the man in the suit. I'm Suchen. Give me the pen. The man in the suit bowed. Hello, Mr. Su. Please sign here. Suchen didn't take the pen immediately. He turned back to the crowd, his voice booming. You all thought I was just a country boy. Well, the act is over. I'm a member of the super-rich elite, and this is my showdown. He reached for the pen, but the man's phone rang. The suited man answered, his face turning pale. Stop. The man shouted, pulling the clipboard back. Suchen frowned. What's wrong? I just got word from headquarters. There was a catastrophic data error. This car does not belong to you. Suchen froze. What? Check again. It's not yours, Mr. So. If you have questions, contact the manufacturer. Ding. System failed to override world data. Bugatti Veyron delivery delayed by 2 months. Suchen wanted to scream. What kind of useless system was this? He had just finished his big showdown speech, and now he was a laughingstock. Lu Was laughter led the chorus. A showdown? A member of the elite? You're a clown, Suchen. The crowd joined in, phones out, recording the delivery boy's epic failure. The man in the suit ignored the noise and walked straight to Wang Haoran. Mr. Wang, please accept our humblest apologies. There was a clerical error. The car is yours. Ding. Host prevented Suchen's showdown moment. Reward 800 villain points. Suchen Halo -40. Host Halo +40. Wang Haoran signed the papers. The truck's ramp lowered with a hydraulic hiss. He climbed into the driver's seat, and the engine roared to life with a beastly, guttural growl that made every girl's heart flutter. He leaned out the window. Muyan, get in. Let's go. As they drove away, Sumuyan sat in the passenger seat, a mix of joy and insecurity on her face. 10 minutes later, they pulled up to a quiet lake near the campus. They sat on the rocks, watching the water. What's on your mind? Wang Haoran asked. I'm wondering, she said softly. Between me and Qin Yunhan, who do you like more? I like you more, he answered instantly. She pouted. You'd say the same thing to her. The truth. Wang Haoran sighed. I like you both. You're both important to me. You're a rogue, she whispered, though she didn't move away. I never said I was a saint, Wang Haoran said, turning to look her in the eyes. But I'm telling you now, you're my girlfriend. And Qin Yunhan? She's my girlfriend too. Sum Weyan stood up, her face flushed with anger. You're so arrogant. You think you can just have us both? I have to be arrogant, Wang Haoran thought. Otherwise, the protagonists will take you, and I'll end up dead. Aloud he said, think of me like a character in a classic epic. I love you both, and I can't bear to lose either of you. Then go die for us. She snapped, turning her back. Splash. Sum Weyan spun around. The water was rippling, but Wang Haoran was gone. I was joking. She screamed at the lake. Come back up, please. Seconds passed. The surface became smooth. I didn't mean it. I'll promise you anything, just come back. She sobbed. She couldn't swim, and jumping in would be suicide. She ran to the road, flagging down an elderly man. The man was surprisingly vigorous. He dove in and hauled an unconscious Wang Haoran to the shore. Sum Weyan fell to her knees, frantically trying to revive him. When the timing felt right, Wang Haoran woke up with a cough. You jerk, you absolute jerk, she sobbed, hitting his chest with weak, trembling fists. Wang Haoran didn't say a word. He simply leaned forward and silenced her with a kiss. Are you calm now? He asked a few minutes later. Or do you want to hit me some more? I don't have the strength, she sniffled. Then you'll stay with me? She laughed through her tears. I guess I don't have a choice. You're a nightmare. As they walked back to the car, Wang Haoran remembered one last detail. Muyan, if a courier named Suchen ever brings you a package, give him a 1-star review. Okay, she said, nodding obediently. Wang Haoran took out his phone. He sent the same message to Qin Yunhan, Mu Zhaozhao, Wen Jing, Chu Qianwei, and Ji Shuiyao. If a man named Suchen delivers to you, give him a bad review. And tell your friends to do the same. Chapter 231. The two protagonists are in the mood. Suchen rode his electric bike through the campus, unable to calm down. Anger pulsed through him. Humph. I thought Sum Weyan was a good girl, but she's just another woman who worships money. The protagonists of power fantasies are often selfish, and Suchen was no exception. From his perspective, if Sum Weyan didn't like him, but liked a rich second-generation heir, she must be flawed. Objectively, Wang Haoran was handsome and wealthy. It was perfectly natural for a beautiful woman to be drawn to him. Suchen, meanwhile, was a poor student who delivered packages, bragged constantly, and possessed average looks. He didn't realize this, however. He wouldn't look for his own problems. He had one goal now: continue the deliveries. After half a day of exploration, he had figured out the mechanism of his system's rewards. Rewards didn't trigger with every delivery. He only earned a special delivery bonus when he delivered a package to an exceptionally beautiful woman and received a 5-star rating. Aside from Sum Weyan, he had yet to meet a second beautiful client. Suchen didn't panic. He handled half of the deliveries on the Qingling campus, averaging 200 to 300 packages a day. With such volume, the chances of encountering a goddess were high. Qingling University was full of stunning students and professors like Lu Yui, Ji Shuiyao, and Chu Qianwei. Soon, Suchen pulled up to a girl's dormitory. He pulled several packages from his cargo box and checked the names. Qin Yunhan? Is this the school beauty? Suchen was overjoyed. He dialed the number. Hello, Qin Yunhan. Your package is at the first floor of the dormitory. Please come pick it up. He hung up, filled with anticipation. A moment later, a tall girl walked out. She stood over 1.7 meters with striking features. Suchen recognized her instantly from the campus forums. Hello, please sign here. Suchen pointed to the list. Qin Yunhan remained expressionless as she signed her name. Sister Qin Yunhan, can you give me a 5-star review? Suchen asked. She was a school beauty. Her appearance was beyond reproach. If she gave him a top rating, it would count as a special delivery. His previous reward had been a Bugatti Veyron. He estimated the next one would be worth tens of millions. Qin Yunhan paused. School girl. Suchen smiled. I'm a sophomore, working part-time. Oh. Qin Yunhan reached for her phone, ready to give the 5-star praise for the sake of a fellow student. But as she opened the app, she stopped. What's your name? Suchen. Qin Yunhan's eyes widened. You're Suchen. How do you know me, Junior? Suchen asked, his heart racing. Qin Yunhan laughed coldly. Oh, I don't. She tapped her screen and walked away. Suchen eagerly refreshed his phone to see the reward. His smile vanished. Wait. I didn't do anything to you. Why did you give me a bad review? Qin Yunhan curled her lip. I don't like you, so I gave you a bad review. Is there a problem? Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation caused the protagonist Suchen to receive a bad review. Special delivery failed. Reward 600 villain points. Suchen's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. Suchen was depressed, but he considered himself a dashing, resilient person. He adjusted his mood and moved to the next set of orders. The next few girls were mediocre. Though they gave him 5 stars, they didn't trigger the special reward. He moved on to the music department building and pulled out a small, palm-sized box. It was marked for confidential delivery. From the shape and the discretion, Suchen made an educated guess. A box of small umbrellas, he thought, grinning. Usually, buyers of these items rushed down to sign for them immediately to avoid embarrassment. He waited less than a minute before an elegant woman trotted toward him. So pretty, her temperament is amazing, Suchen muttered, dazed. Where is my package? She asked hurriedly. Here, please sign. She scribbled her name and snatched the box. Suchen looked at the signature Chu Qianwei, Professor Chu from the music department. Suchen was surprised. He had heard of the 2 new goddess-level professors, but hadn't seen them yet. His heart sank slightly. If she was buying these items, she clearly had a boyfriend and a deep relationship. Could you give me a 5-star review? He asked. He didn't use her name, thinking she would appreciate his discretion given the private nature of her purchase. Chu Qianwei nodded quickly. Yes. Suchen waited for the system to ping. This was it. He watched her open her phone. Your name is Suchen? She asked suddenly. Professor Chu, you know me too. A bad premonition settled in his gut. I don't. She smiled, shook her head, and tapped a 1-star review before walking away. Ding. The host's manipulation caused the protagonist Suchen to receive a bad review. Special delivery failed. Reward 600 villain points. Suchen's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. Suchen couldn't even get angry at her elegant back. He was just confused. What is happening? You said you don't know me, so why the bad review? What did I do? It was getting dark. He searched through the remaining packages for another beauty. Ji Shui Yao, Department of Marine Biology. Another goddess professor. 10 minutes later, he received another bad review. His mental state finally collapsed. Ding. The host's manipulation damaged the mentality of the protagonist Suchen. Reward 800 villain points. Suchen's protagonist Halo -40. Host's villain Halo +40. Wang Haoren received the system notifications as he walked into his evening finance class. It was 7:30 p.m. The session would run until 10:30, led by Lu Yui. The first 2 periods were theory. The final hour was a practical session. Wang Haoren didn't really need to be there, but he knew Lin Chen would try to show off. If he didn't intervene, Lin Chen would rack up massive points. During the practice class, Wang Haoren began trading M shares. His account balance skyrocketed. Lu Yui, who was circulating the room, stopped at his desk. How is your judgment so accurate? How are you doing this? Professor Lu, do you really want to know? Of course. Wang Haoren gestured for her to lean in. She bent down, her ear close to his mouth. Call me good brother, and I'll tell you, he whispered. Lu Yui froze. Anger flared in her eyes, and she slapped the desk. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability has dropped by 20. Total favorability 20. Friendly. Wang Haoren was surprised. Lu Yui had called the stock god her husband on Weibo, yet she was offended by good brother. Do you have any respect for social order? She hissed. I am the teacher, and you are the student. Professor Lu, I was joking. Please don't take it seriously. Seeing his quick apology, her expression softened. Only this once. Do not let it happen again. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability has recovered. Total favorability 40. Very friendly. Wang Haoren breathed a sigh of relief, though his thoughts remained dark. Wait until I actually win you over. We'll see who respects the rules then. Tell me, she prompted again. Why the accuracy? I have a master, he lied. But I swore an oath never to reveal his identity. Unless you want me to be struck by lightning, I can't say more. Lu Yui didn't press him. She assumed his master must be a legendary figure. Then, a thought struck her. Could it be him? The peerless stock god? The idea made her admire the mysterious online persona even more. If the apprentice was this good, the master must be a god among men. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability for the host's peerless stock god persona increased by 10. Total favorability 40. Very friendly. Wang Haoren smirked. His vest identity was catching up to his real self. He needed to flesh out this persona to make it more enticing. Across the room, Lin Chen focused on his screen. His returns were at 5%. By the end of class, he expected 50%. The students would be stunned. Student Lin Chen, what did you buy? Mu Zhaozhao asked from the next desk. Lin Chen quickly stepped on the power strip under his desk to protect the cord. It's on the screen, look. Mu Zhaozhao glanced at the screen, then at his foot. Aren't you afraid of an electric shock? I'm careful. Mu Zhaozhao returned to her seat and texted Wang Haoran the action failed. Wang Haoran decided to take matters into his own hands. 3 minutes later, the computer room was filled with a frustrated yell. What's wrong with this thing? Blue screen. Lin Chen shouted. He restarted, logged in, and blue screen. Professor Liu, my computer is broken. Change to machine 56, Liu Yui said. Lin Chen moved. He logged in. The screen flashed and died. Problem with 56 too. Move to 57. A minute later, Professor Liu, 57 is dead. Liu Yui's concentration was broken. She walked over to find the screens frozen in a way that suggested a virus. She looked at the other students. Their machines were fine. Is my brother poisonous? She muttered to herself. Aloud, she said. Don't take the practice class today. Fifth sister, please. I want to trade. It's fine, I know you're talented, she said, heading back to the podium. Lin Chen couldn't let it go. He needed to impress the others. He walked to the podium and whispered, Fifth sister, let me use the main computer. No. If that gets a virus, the whole class is compromised. It's for teaching. Then lend me your laptop. Liu Yui hesitated. She had just finished her own trades. You won't poison it, will you? It's the school computers that are the problem, not me. She handed it over. She stepped away for a break, clicking across the room in her high heels. When she returned, Lin Chen was staring at the laptop screen, drenched in cold sweat. The screen was a solid, glowing blue. Did you go to some unclean website? She hissed. No. I swear it just happened. Go back to your seat, she commanded, her anger boiling. Sit down and wait for the bell. Ding. The host destroyed the protagonist Lin Chen's chance to show off. Reward 600 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. After class, Wang Haoran skipped the dorms. He headed to the villa Tang Bingyun had given him. He needed a controlled environment to build his stock god image. The villa was 300 square meters of luxury. He used his perspective vision and saw Tang Bingyun relaxing in the underground pool. He didn't disturb her. Instead, he went to the gym. He opened the system mall and spent 4,000 points. First, body shaping pill. Muscles appeared instantly, carved like marble. Second, voice changing skill. He could now imitate any voice with perfect clarity. He splashed water on his chest to simulate a post-workout sweat and took several photos of his new 8-pack, making sure his face remained out of frame. He posted the photos to Weibo with a caption about self-discipline and hard work. He wanted Liu Yui to see that the peerless stock god wasn't just a financial genius, he was a physical specimen too. Chapter 232. The Perfect Male God. In another villa not far from Wang Haoran, Liu Yui finished her general analysis of tomorrow's market. She drafted a brief, concise summary of the trends. At the end of the text, she typed a quick suffix husband. What do you think? She was about to hit send on a private message to the peerless stock god, but a notification popped up. The account she followed had just posted a new Weibo update. Curiosity won out. She navigated to the stock god's profile and felt the breath leave her lungs. His figure is so good, she whispered, her voice tight with surprise. Driven by a mix of appreciation and idol worship, she scrolled through the photos repeatedly. Her gaze lingered on the shot of his 8-pack ABS, tracing the marble-like definition. Ding. The host used the peerless stock god persona to win the heart of heroine Liu Yui. Reward 100 villain points. After a long moment, Liu Yui turned her attention to the text. Judging by the post, this mysterious expert was incredibly self-disciplined and diligent. A body like that didn't happen by accident. No wonder he predicts the market so accurately, she mused. In addition to his talent, he clearly works harder than anyone else. Compared to him, I'm still too lazy. I need to push myself to match him. Wow, fifth sister, are you actually looking at a handsome man? Chu Qianwei ran over, laughing at Liu Yui's flustered reaction. Kamei, don't talk nonsense, Liu Yui said, quickly trying to hide the screen. I'm just reading Weibo. What kind of Weibo? Let me see. Chu Qianwei snatched the phone and squinted at the screen. This figure looks fake. Why is it fake? Liu Yui argued. It's perfect. That's exactly why. It looks like it was edited to death. Liu Yui felt a surge of defensiveness. You really think it's photoshopped? The internet is full of lies, Chu Qianwei said with a nod. People process everything they post. Haven't you heard stories about online goddesses who look like totally different people in reality? Liu Yui nodded slowly. It made sense. The internet was a land of filters and deception. Chu Qianwei's eyes drifted to the draft of the private message. Her jaw dropped when she saw the words husband. What do you think? Fifth sister, are you online dating? Online dating? Ji Shui Yao asked, looking up from her book. She set it aside and joined them. The two younger sisters stared at Liu Yui with wide, searching eyes. It's not like that, Liu Yui explained, her face heating up. I just wanted to ask him some questions. He insisted I call him that before he'd give me any advice. Fifth sister, you're brilliant, Ji Shui Yao said solemnly. Why are you asking others for help? This person is clearly taking advantage of you. Exactly, Chu Qianwei added. I've had a few bad predictions lately, Liu Yui admitted, looking down in shame. I lost some confidence. I just wanted to find someone at a higher level to ensure I was being safe. You don't need Weibo analysis to put food on the table, Chu Qianwei countered. Why let someone disrespect you just to improve your accuracy? I've been doing it for years. It's a habit. Your accuracy is already 7 or 8 out of 10, Ji Shui Yao pointed out. That's incredibly high. You don't need to push it further at the cost of your dignity. People online are dangerous, Chu Qianwei warned. If you find a real partner later, and this gets dug up, it'll be used against you. You're the one who will suffer. The lecture hit home. Lu Yui felt speechless but acknowledged the logic. Fine, I understand. I won't call anyone husband on Weibo anymore. Ji Shuiyao handed the phone back. The internet is a risk. Be cautious. And don't stare at these edited photos. There's no point in admiring something fake. Lu Yui felt a twinge of loss as she took the phone. I get it. In the future, I'll just assume every photo I see is edited. Satisfied, the sisters returned to their own business. Lu Yui, feeling chastened, deleted her draft. She decided not to ask for the stock god's opinion. Relying on her own judgment, she finished her analysis and posted it. The next morning, Lu Yui woke up and habitually checked her feed. She saw a new post from the peerless stock god, timestamped at 5 a.m. It was a short video. There were no obvious filters or beauty effects, and the timestamp on the recording device was visible. In the video, the stock god woke up at 5, washed his face, and spent 30 minutes working out. He prepared a healthy breakfast, donned a sharp suit and tie, and left a luxurious residence. He headed to an underground garage and pulled out in a McLaren P1. The scene shifted to a massive, high-end office. Judging by the scale of the room, the stock god held a very high position in a major corporation. He was a young, successful elite. It's a video, Lu Yui whispered, her heart racing. There are no special effects. This can't be fake. The photo from yesterday was real. A sense of joy surged through her, followed quickly by a feeling of distance. He was someone on the internet. Even if he was this incredible, they lived in different worlds. In a corporate office across town, Tang Bingyun stared at Wang Haoran, who was dressed in a sleek suit. Why are you dressed like this today? She asked. Wang Haoran turned off his phone screen and slipped it into his pocket. I just felt like trying on a suit. How do I look? Incredible, Tang Bingyun praised, walking over to him. You look handsome. Wang Haoran noticed the fatigue in her eyes. Do you always start this early? Every day, she sighed. I'm up at 5 and at the office by 6. I don't leave until 8 or 9 at night. And then I'm reading documents until 1 or 2 in the morning. I rarely get more than 5 hours of sleep. She gave him a playful, resentful look. And when I'm with you, I don't even get that. Then next time we meet, we'll just talk so you can rest, Wang Haoran teased. Tang Bingyun winked. You wouldn't dare. Later that morning, Lu Yui arrived at an investment firm. Along with her teaching position, she worked as a guest analyst. Since her schedule was flexible and she had no classes, she decided to put in some hours. As she walked through the halls, she heard the female employees whispering. Did you see those 8-pack ABS? He looks so powerful. McLaren P1, he's loaded. He's a stock god. Of course he has money. That car is probably just his daily driver. Look at that office. If only I had a boyfriend like that. Lu Yui suppressed a smile. Every woman in the building seemed to be losing her mind over the peerless stock god. She admired him too, but she wasn't as obsessed as these girls. Besides, a man that's successful almost certainly had a girlfriend. She reached her office and checked the market. It was 9:30 a.m. Today's opening trends matched her predictions perfectly. The success restored her confidence. She decided she would stick to market analysis from now on and stop recommending specific stocks to avoid any more public failures. After 2 hours of trading, she stepped onto the rooftop for a break. The area was wide, furnished with tables and large umbrellas. It was a space reserved for senior management and analysts. She sat down with Li Rong, a general trader in her early 30s. Li Rong was a beauty, scoring around an 85, and a good friend. This stock god seems to be a titan in the financial world, Li Rong sighed, scrolling through Weibo. I'd love to know who he is in real life. Yui, do you know? Lu Yui sipped her coffee. I wish I did. I saw your Weibo account calling him husband, Li Rong joked. I thought you were in the inner circle. Lu Yui flushed. I only said that because we don't know each other. It's easier to be bold when there's no chance of meeting. If I saw him in person, I'd be mortified. Li Rong spent a few minutes typing on her phone. There, done. What did you do? I sent him a private message, Li Rong said with a mature grin. I asked to meet him in person. Sister Rong, isn't that a bit direct? At my age, you don't play games. If I like someone, I take the initiative. Lu Yui realized her friend was tired of being single. Li Rong was capable and had high standards, making it hard to find a match in their small professional circle. But what if he has a girlfriend? Lu Yui asked. Li Rong rolled her eyes. That's a little girl's worry. I don't know if he does, so I'll ask. If he says yes, I give up. Simple. Li Rong refreshed the stock god's feed and brightened. Looks like I'm in luck. What now? He posted a new video. Lu Yui pulled out her phone. The update was a video of the stock god playing a guitar and singing a love song. His skill was professional, and his voice was deep and charming. The caption read, I've played this song 100 times, but when will I get to sing it for my future partner? He's single, Lu Yui noted, extracting the most important detail. The stock god's follower count had exploded to nearly 7 million in a few days. The comments section was a chaotic mess of women begging for his attention. I wish my father would find my mother soon. That voice. I'm melting. Husband, I'm in your city. Come find me. Lu Yui stared at the screen. He was unparalleled in the market, he had a perfect body, and he could sing like a dream. Any woman would be lucky to be with him. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability for the host's peerless stock god persona increased by 10. Total favorability 50. Love from the heart. Yui, come take some photos for me, Li Rong said, interrupting her thoughts. Yui, you okay? Ah, yes, what is it? Li Rong looked at her suspiciously. You aren't interested in my male god, are you? No, not at all. Li Rong laughed. I see right through you. Just tell me. Lu Yui looked down, ashamed. Sister Rong, don't worry, I'm not angry. I know my limits. The chances of someone that elite looking at me are slim. I'm just trying my luck. Li Rong looked at her friend. But you? If you took the initiative, your chances would be much higher. Me? No, I couldn't. Lu Yui shook her head. The idea of being rejected was too much to bear. Just take the pictures, Li Rong said, handing her the phone. Lu Yui acted as the photographer. The photos started out as normal lifestyle shots, but as they went on, Li Rong grew bolder, unbuttoning her blouse to show a hint of cleavage. Sister Rong, isn't this too much? My face isn't perfect, Li Rong said practically. I have to show off my assets to get his attention. Once they finished, Li Rong picked the best shots and sent them to the stock god. She invited him to meet and told him he could pick the location, implying she would travel anywhere to see him. Lu Yui was stunned. Li Rong was willing to risk everything on a stranger. A few minutes later, a reply came. Li Rong had been rejected. A strange sense of happiness bubbled in Lu Yui's chest. Li Rong was attractive, and she had been turned down. It meant the stock god wasn't a playboy. Any other man would have jumped at Li Rong's offer. Lu Yui mentally labeled him a serious, good man. She hid her joy and offered comfort. Sister Rong, don't be sad. You'll find someone better. Li Rong shrugged it off. She had managed her expectations. I'm out of the running. If you're interested, you should try. I'll think about it, Lu Yui said. That afternoon, Lu Yui arrived at the university for her class. When the session ended, she packed her things and walked down to the front row. A student was sleeping at his desk. She tapped the wood sharply. Wake up. Wang Haoren sat up, looking confused. Professor Lu, are you going back on your word and taking my privileges away? No, just come with me. She turned and walked out of the classroom. Wang Haoren followed her to a private office. Once they were alone, she pulled up the stock god's Weibo. Is this your master's account? Wang Haoren feigned shock. Professor Lu, how do you know? Her judgment was confirmed. Only the peerless stock god could produce a student like Wang Haoren. Tell me about him, she commanded. I told you, I can't reveal his identity. I'm not asking for his name or address, she said. I want to know about his personality and his preferences. That doesn't violate your promise. Wang Haoren hesitated, playing the part of the conflicted student. If you don't tell me, Lu Yui threatened with a light smile, I'll find a way to make your life difficult for the next 3 days. Professor Lu, that's low. Then start talking. Wang Haoren sighed as if defeated. What do you want to know? What are his hobbies? Reading, music, and fitness. She nodded. And his personality? He's confident, open-minded, and has a great sense of humor. He's attentive, caring, and deeply moral. He has a strong sense of responsibility. Lu Yui was surprised. Is he really that perfect? He's a male god, Wang Haoren said solemnly. If I were a woman, I'd be fascinated by him. Lu Yui believed him. His sincerity was palpable. Then, are there many women around him? She asked, her voice betraying her nerves. He's incredible, so of course women chase him. But he has very high standards. Most women don't catch his eye. Lu Yui felt a spark of hope. Then, the words tumbled out before she could stop them. What about someone like me? Would your master like someone like me? She regretted the question the second it left her lips, but it was too late to take it back. Chapter 233. The official announcement. Then look at me like this. Will your master like it? Hearing Lu Yui's words, Wang Haoren felt a surge of triumph. He couldn't resist a bit of mischief. Professor Lu, after all this questioning, are you trying to become my master's wife? Lu Yui's face flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't find a way to deny it. Suppressing her shyness, she put on a mask of professional sternness. Just answer the question. Professor Lu, your appearance is flawless. You are a goddess. However, Wang Haoren paused. You can be a bit sharp, and you like to make people uncomfortable. I have to be honest. Master might not appreciate that temperament. Her expression darkened instantly. I can change that. Completely. Really? Then there shouldn't be a problem. Curiosity got the better of her. What does your master look like, anyway? Wang Haoren seized the chance to praise himself through his alias. Handsome. Beyond handsome. Of all the men I've ever met, not one can compare to him. Surprise flickered across Lu Yui's face. She hadn't set her expectations high regarding the peerless stock god's physical appearance. To her, a man with that much talent and capability could be forgiven for any visual shortcomings. But if he was actually handsome, that was a dream come true. Professor Lu, since you're clearly interested, why not just confess to him? I am the woman, she said, looking displeased. How can I be the one to confess? If you don't, you're out of the running. My master never pursues women. He is only ever the one being pursued. Lu Yui wrestled with the dilemma. After a long silence, she looked at Wang Haoren. I will give you some photos. Take them to your master. Let him look them over, and then tell me what he thinks. Wang Haoren nodded. I can do that. She shared several beautiful lifestyle photos to his phone, her eyes searching his for a reaction. Wang Haoren took the images, stepped out of the office, and pretended to make a phone call. He stayed away for 5 minutes. To Lu Yui, every second felt like 10 minutes. When he finally walked back through the door, she jumped to her feet. Did he see them? What did he say? He's quite satisfied. Lu Yui let out a long breath, her face lighting up with joy. Then, did he say he wants to pursue me? Wang Haoren shook his head. Professor Lu, I told you, he doesn't chase anyone. This is. Melancholy threatened to dampen her mood again. However, judging by his tone, he is very impressed with you. If you were the one to confess, he would definitely agree. Lu Yui fell into deep thought, her mind racing through the possibilities. Wang Haoren didn't linger. He slipped out of the office and left her to her daydreams. An hour later, back at his villa, Wang Haoren logged into his peerless stock god account. He found the video he had posted of himself playing the guitar and singing love songs. The original caption read, "I've played and sung this song no less than 100 times. But when can I sing it for my future significant other?" He checked Lu Yui's feed. She had already reposted the video. Her added text read, "Aren't you just singing to me now?" It was a clever move. It functioned as a public confession, but if the stock god rejected her, she could easily play it off as a joke. After all, her fans were used to her calling him husband in jest. Wang Haoren didn't leave her hanging. He reposted her post with his own message. "So, do you think it sounds good?" Lu Yui's heart skipped a beat when she saw the notification. She replied immediately, "Well, it sounds good. I like it." The sequence of posts was clear to anyone watching. Peerless God, when can I sing for my future partner? Lu Yui, aren't you singing to me now? Peerless God, do you think it sounds good? Lu Yui, I like it. It was as close to an official announcement as an online relationship could get. Lu Yui had a massive following, and the stock god was the hottest topic on the internet. The exchange caused an immediate uproar. By the next morning, the story sat at the top of the trending lists, pushing aside news of movie stars and pop idols. Since it was a rest day for the markets, Lu Yui slept late. She was jolted awake by Qingling bursting into her room and shaking her shoulder. "Fifth sister, are you really in love with someone?" Lu Yui nodded, a shy smile spreading across her face. "Yes, since last night." "What does he look like?" Lu Yui shook her head. "I don't know yet." "You've never met him?" Qingling asked, shocked. "You fell in love without even seeing him? What if he's ugly?" "I haven't met him, but I have reliable information," Lu Yui said proudly. "He is very handsome. No man can match him." Qingling crossed her arms, unconvinced. "Really? My boyfriend is definitely more handsome than him." "Is that so? Show me a photo." Qingling startled, then smiled mischievously. "I won't show you a photo. When the time is right, I'll bring him to see you in person." "Fine. When the day comes, we'll bring them both out and compare." After Qingling left, Lu Yui tried to go back to sleep. The excitement had kept her up most of the night. She needed her rest for her afternoon class. She finally woke at noon, washed, and dressed with extra care. She arrived at the school in high spirits. In the finance department classroom, students were already in their seats, intimidated by her usual strictness. The only exception was Wang Haoren. He strolled into the room and took a seat next to Lin Chen. "Little Lin Chen, congratulations," Wang Haoren whispered with a grin. "It looks like you have more than one brother-in-law now." Lin Chen's face was a mask of gloom. He glared at Wang Haoren. Ding. The host caused protagonist Lin Chen's mentality to be unbalanced. Reward 400 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -20. Host's villain Halo +20. The storm on the internet was impossible to ignore, but Lin Chen was still clinging to a sliver of hope until he heard it from Lu Yui herself. "Big brother, you're an adult," Lin Chen shot back. "You should have the ability to judge things for yourself. How can you believe everything you read online?" Wang Haoren just laughed. It didn't matter if Lin Chen believed it now. The truth was coming soon enough. Chapter 234. Thank you, husband. After a short while, Lu Yui arrived at the classroom. Today, she looked different. Every detail of her dress was meticulously chosen, and her makeup was applied with a soft, artful precision. Love changed a person, it seemed, forcing a new level of attention to one's image. Even her expression had shifted. In the past, Lu Yui entered a room with a cold, distant gaze, as if everyone in her presence owed her a debt. But today, a smile like a spring breeze played on her lips as she walked toward the podium. Under the podium, Lin Chen watched her, a strange tightness gripping his chest. His eyes inadvertently darted to Wang Haoren. Was it true? No. He refused to believe it. The class passed in a blur of finance and figures. As soon as the lecture ended, Lu Yui turned and stepped out of the classroom. She was immediately intercepted by a man in work clothes. "Hello, are you Ms. Lu Yui?" the man asked. Stunned, she looked him over. The logo on his chest and hat caught her eye. Yushenzi. It was one of the few listed floral giants in China, a company she followed closely on the stock market. Why was an employee from such a major corporation looking for her? "Ms. Lu Yui," the worker continued, noting her confusion. "A gentleman ordered flowers at our local branch. We need you to sign for the delivery." "Flowers for me?" she asked. A flash of joy crossed her face. Then, she realized the man was empty-handed. "Where are they? Please, follow me." The worker gestured toward the exit. Lu Yui nodded and followed. Several students, sensing a story, began to trail behind them quietly. Lin Chen was among them, his heart heavy with dread. A few minutes later, they reached an open space outside the financial building. The area was transformed. Bright, vibrant roses filled the plaza, creating a literal sea of flowers. Like most women, Lu Yui was susceptible to a grand romantic gesture. Surprised and delighted, she covered her mouth with her hand, a shy giggle escaping her. The crowd of students stood frozen in shock. Lin Chen's face turned deathly pale. His lips trembled. His sister was truly in love. Ding. The host manipulated events from behind the scenes, causing protagonist Lin Chen's mentality to be unbalanced. Reward 700 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -35. Host's villain Halo +35. Ms. Lu Yui, please sign here. The staff member held out a clipboard. She signed with a flourish and immediately looked up. What is the name of the gentleman who sent these? I'm sorry, we don't have a name, the worker replied. We only have the order details. Regret flickered in her eyes, but it was quickly eclipsed by happiness. At that exact moment, her phone began to ring. She answered it instantly. The electronic order says the flowers were signed for. A deep, masculine voice said over the line. Did you receive them? Do you like them? The sound of his voice stirred something deep within her. This was the number she had secured from Wang Haoran. She hadn't summoned the courage to call him herself, but now that he had reached out, she was certain. These roses were from him. Ding. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability for the peerless stock god persona increased by 10. Total favorability 60. Love from the heart. I do, she replied, her voice trembling with excitement. I like them very much. She paused, her curiosity getting the better of her. I still don't know your real name. My surname is Lao, the charming voice replied. My given name is Gong. Lao, Gong, Lo Gong. Lu Yui repeated the name, then froze. In Chinese, it sounded exactly like the word for husband. Yes, I'm here, Wang Haoran replied. Standing on the roof of the music building, he spoke into the phone in a practiced falsetto, simultaneously activating a system command. Ding. Charm Halo successfully used. Heroine Lu Yui's favorability for the peerless stock god persona increased by 10. Total favorability 70. Deep love. On the other end of the line, Lu Yui realized she had been walked right into a verbal trap. But instead of being angry at being tricked into calling him husband, she was overjoyed. Her heart felt as though a jar of honey had been overturned inside her. Let's meet, she said, the request coming straight from her soul. With her favorability at 70, Wang Haoran knew he was safe, but he wasn't ready for a face-to-face encounter. I'm abroad, he lied. I have too much on my plate right now. I can't come back yet. How much longer will it take? She asked, her voice dipping into melancholy. 2 months at most, he replied. He calculated that within 2 months, he could push her favorability to 90 for the final showdown. Of course, 2 months was the conservative estimate. If things moved faster, it could be weeks or even days. I have work to finish. I'll call you when I have a moment. He prepared to hang up before she could ask for more. I understand, she said considerately. Go. Don't let me distract you. The line went dead. Lu Yui let out a long sigh and looked at the crowd. Students and teachers were gathered around the floral display, whispering and taking photos. Her face flushed, but she didn't retreat. She stepped into the sea of roses and took a selfie. The order slip had mentioned 99,999 roses. At a market price of 10 yuan each, this gesture had cost nearly $1 million. The expense proved how much he valued her. The roses wouldn't last forever. Soon, the campus cleaning staff would sweep them away. But before that happened, she wanted to immortalize the moment. She posted the photo to Weibo, tagging the peerless stock god with a simple caption, "Thank you, husband." Before, it had been a joke. Now, it was official. Late that afternoon, Lu Yui asked Lin Chen to bring Wang Haoran to her office. Lin Chen walked up to Wang Haoran with a reluctant, sour expression. My sister wants to see you, he muttered. Wang Haoran reached out and patted Lin Chen's shoulder with a grin. Little friend, isn't it just like I told you? You have a new brother-in-law. Lin Chen shoved the hand away. There's nothing to be proud of. You aren't the one she's dating. Wang Haoran smiled, saying nothing as he passed the boy and entered the office. The holiday starts tomorrow, Lu Yui said as soon as he entered. You should be free. I'm treating you to a meal. Chapter 235. Banned. Wang Haoran understood exactly why Lu Yui made this move. She wanted to thank him for playing the matchmaker, for pulling the red line that connected her to her mysterious husband. However, sitting down to a meal with Lu Yui as his true self presented a unique challenge. He preferred to keep his distance when he wasn't wearing the mask of the stock god. I have something to do tomorrow, Wang Haoran said, hoping a simple decline would suffice. Then the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I also have something to do. Lu Yui's brow furrowed, her face hardening into that familiar expression of arrogant authority. Are you really going to deny me this favor? No, Wang Haoran said, shaking his head. He quickly pivoted to a more logical excuse. It's just that a man and a woman going out to eat alone often sparks gossip. You certainly wouldn't want that following you around, Professor Lu, would you? Did I ever say it would just be the two of us? Lu Yui asked. Wang Haoran blinked. There's someone else? I called my 7th sister and my 6th sister, Lu Yui replied. Everything inside Wang Haoran screamed in protest. 3 sisters in one place. That was a minefield he couldn't afford to step on. He kept his voice steady, his expression a mask of calm. I really do have a busy schedule tomorrow. If you have something to do, push it back. I must treat you to this meal. If I don't, your master might think I've mistreated his disciple when he asks about you. That is final. Wang Haoran saw that her kindness was immovable. Short of a total fallout, there was no way out. Then I'll thank you in advance, mistress. We're family now. Don't be so formal. If that's all, may I go? Lu Yui waved a hand dismissively. Go. The moment he stepped out of the office, Wang Haoren pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Qianwei. Dear, what is it? Chu Qianwei's gentle voice warmed the receiver instantly. Have you told the others about us? Specifically Lu Yui? I haven't said a word, Chu Qianwei replied. Aside from the fourth sister discovering us by accident, the fifth and sixth sisters are completely in the dark. And Ji Shui Yao, does she know? Of course not. I didn't tell her, so how could she know? How is your relationship with her lately? It's good. I tried to ask her who she was secretly in love with, but she's keeping it a secret. She won't tell me anything. Wang Haoren ended the call, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. The fourth sister, Buletin Feiyan, was currently drifting across the globe, her whereabouts a mystery. After they left PJ Island, she hadn't spread the news about his relationship with Chu Qianwei. Then there was the sixth sister, Ji Shui Yao. She knew about him and Chu Qianwei, but she was pretending to be ignorant. More importantly, she was hiding her own feelings for him from the rest of the siblings. And finally, there was Lu Yui, the fifth sister, who was entirely clueless. The balance was delicate. A clever web of secrets where each sister held a different piece of the truth. It was stable for now, provided Buletin Feiyan didn't return to stir the pot. But tomorrow's dinner remained a threat. 3 sisters at one table was an invitation for disaster. Chu Qianwei was easy to manage, her favorability sitting at 95. Ji Shui Yao, at 70, was relatively obedient. But Lu Yui was the wild card. In her mind, Wang Haoren was just a student, a generation below her in status. If she discovered his transgressions, there was no telling how she would react. Deep in thought, Wang Haoren walked down the campus road. An electric delivery tricycle rattled past him. He glanced over and recognized the driver. Suchen, the protagonist of the delivery god narrative. Even in a passing glance, the lack of spirit in Suchen's posture was obvious. The special deliveries required by his system were clearly proving difficult. As Suchen rattled past, he noticed Wang Haoren. He slowed the tricycle and looked back, his eyes burning with jealousy. Just another rich second-generation brat, Suchen thought bitterly. What's so great about him? I have the Shenhao system. Sooner or later, I'll have the school flower on one arm and a goddess on the other. I'll be at the peak of my life while he's nothing. The electric car hummed as it disappeared around a corner. Wang Haoren watched him go, then pulled out his phone again. He dialed Cheng Rui. If Suchen hadn't just paraded himself in front of him, Wang Haoren might have forgotten about him for a while. Now seemed like a good time to arrange a few more obstacles for the delivery god. Suchen might be blacklisted by the beauties of Qingling, but the world was still full of places to deliver packages. That needed to change. It's a surprise to hear from you. Cheng Rui's voice came through, thick with a trace of resentment. It had been nearly 2 months since their last contact. I thought that's what you wanted, Wang Haoren teased. You told me not to harass you unless it was special. In truth, Cheng Rui wanted the opposite. She wanted him to harass her constantly, even in the middle of the night. But her pride wouldn't let her say it. What are your orders this time? You're in the internet business. You have connections in the express delivery industry, don't you? The company holds shares in several large firms, she confirmed. Then it should be simple for you to blackball someone in that industry. Who? Someone high profile? Just a courier. All this trouble for a courier? Why? Just do it, Wang Haoren said. Yes, sir. Good. I'll send you the details. The line clicked shut before Cheng Rui could get another word in. She stared at her phone, sighing at the busy tone. He never reached out for anything personal. It seemed he really had no interest in her. Does he mind that I'm married? She wondered. She felt a wave of disappointment, a familiar regret for marrying Ma Hongxing out of pure ambition. If she were unattached now, things might be so different. Suchen pulled his electric bike into a sorting station, ready to load up for his next route. Suchen, stop, the supervisor said, stepping forward. Suchen kept moving boxes. It's not dark yet. I can get one more carload out. The supervisor's voice turned sharp. I said stop. Don't you listen? Suchen paused, looking blankly at the man. What's going on? What's going on? Look at your record. Do you have any idea how many bad reviews you've received lately? Those are malicious, Suchen explained quickly. My work attitude is fine. Those customers are just looking for trouble. Don't argue with me. The reviews are your problem. This station doesn't have room for a big Buddha like you anymore. Find another job. Suchen's jaw tightened. He felt the sting of the insult, but he wasn't about to beg. Fine. I'm leaving anyway. I don't need this place. There are plenty of stations that will take me. He threw the tricycle keys onto a table and walked away with a forced air of grace. Between the bad reviews and the impossible special deliveries, staying at Qingling University was becoming a waste of time. He was more than ready to move on. Chapter 236. Divine Dr. Heroine. Noon arrived the next day. Wang Haoren reached a restaurant near Qingling University as scheduled. He entered the private dining box and found the group already assembled: Lu Yui, Chu Qianwei, and Ji Shui Yao. To his slight annoyance, Lin Chen was there as well. The boy had clearly caught wind of the lunch and invited himself along. As Wang Haoren stepped inside, Chu Qianwei and Ji Shui Yao greeted him with soft, welcoming eyes. Lu Yui had been chatting with Lin Chen, but the boy turned his attention to the newcomer immediately. You have no sense of time, Lin Chen grumbled, his face sour. You're late. Wang Haoren pulled his phone from his pocket, checking the screen with a calm expression. Late? There is still a minute left. Lin Chen blinked, glancing at his own watch. Realizing his mistake, he doubled down rather than apologizing. Even if you aren't late, you shouldn't cut it so close. Making us all wait for you is embarrassing. Before Wang Haoren could respond, Chu Qianwei intervened. Xiao Chen, he might have been in a hurry. Don't be rude. Ji Shuiyao nodded in agreement. Be good, Xiao Chen. Don't talk so much. Lu Yui looked between her sisters, her eyebrows knitting together in confusion. What is wrong with you two? Are you that familiar with my student? Why does it feel like you are both protecting him? We are friends, Chu Qianwei said quickly, her voice steady. Yes, just friends, Ji Shuiyao echoed. Lu Yui hummed, seemingly satisfied with the answer. She didn't press the matter further. Sitting nearby, Lin Chen felt a silent wave of relief. He had long suspected Wang Haoren was the scumbag Chu Qianwei mentioned, but if she called him a friend, he must have been mistaken. In his mind, there was no reason for his seventh sister to lie, especially not to her own family. He had no idea that Chu Qianwei was now entirely devoted to Wang Haoren. If he asked her to keep their romance a secret, she would obey him without question. Let's order, Lu Yui said. She pressed the summon bell on the wall. A waiter entered momentarily, clutching a menu. He moved to hand it to Wang Haoren, who was closest to the door. Lin Chen lunged across the table, snatching the booklet away. I'll order. Lu Yui reached out and tapped Lin Chen's head. She took the menu back and handed it to Wang Haoren. Let the guest order first. Since she was the host, Lin Chen's grabby behavior was a direct slight to her hospitality. She felt the need to educate him. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, looking wounded. He turned to the other two sisters for sympathy. Sixth sister, seventh sister, look at her. Fifth sister hit me. You were being impolite, Chu Qianwei said, showing no pity. She was right to do it, Ji Shuiyao agreed. It is time you learned some manners. Hearing the accusations from the sisters who usually doted on him, Lin Chen's expression darkened. He shot a venomous look at Wang Haoren. Ding. The host made the protagonist Lin Chen's mentality unbalanced. Reward 400 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -20. Host's villain Halo +20. Wang Haoren scanned the menu, selected several dishes, and passed it to Chu Qianwei on his right. As she took the folder, her fingers traced a deliberate, playful circle on his palm, hidden from view by the menu. Wang Haoren shot her a warning glance, his eyes telling her not to cause trouble. Chu Qianwei simply smiled back, her eyes bright with mischief. Wang Haoren felt a flicker of confusion. Usually, Chu Qianwei was not this daring in public. However, her playfulness stemmed from resentment. The night before, Qin Yunhan had essentially kidnapped Wang Haoren to play games, preventing him from seeing her. She felt neglected, and this small, risky touch was her way of getting even. Once the orders were placed, Lu Yui addressed the table. The third sister called. She is arriving in Qingling the morning after tomorrow. I have classes that morning. Is anyone free to pick her up? Third sister is coming? Lin Chen's eyes lit up with genuine joy. That's great. Let me go. I'll pick her up. I haven't seen her in such a long time, Chu Qianwei mused. I really miss her. She looked at Lu Yui. Did she say how long she is staying? I overheard her on the phone yesterday, Lu Yui replied. I'm not sure about her schedule, but since she is here, we should keep her for a while. If she goes back to the imperial capital, who knows when we'll see her again? Wang Haoren's interest piqued. What is your third sister doing in the imperial capital? Ji Shuiyao turned to him. She is a goddess doctor. She is quite famous there. A goddess doctor? Another heroine. Wang Haoren thought back to Dr. Shui, the man who had tried to attend the war god's wedding only to fail spectacularly. That man had been arrested shortly after his medical disaster. He wondered how this new sister's skills would compare. A goddess doctor? That sounds incredible, Wang Haoren said, performing a look of mild surprise. What is her name? Bian Suwen, Chu Qianwei answered. Noticing the interrogation, Lin Chen snapped. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to make a move on my third sister too? You guessed correctly, Wang Haoren thought. Aloud, he simply laughed. Little kid, you seem to have a very strong opinion of me. Lin Chen's jaw tightened. He hated how Wang Haoren stole the limelight and obstructed his every attempt to look cool. But before he could retort, Chu Qianwei cut him off. Brother, this man is very kind. You need to be more polite. Ji Shuiyao added. Be good and obedient, Xiao Chen. Lin Chen felt a deep, hollow melancholy. He looked to Lu Yui, hoping for a defender. However, the fifth sister was staring intently at the ceiling, seemingly fascinated by the color of the paint. Her logic was simple. She didn't want to offend her brother or her boyfriend's disciple. Staying neutral was the easiest path. Finding no allies, Lin Chen slumped into his seat. Fine. None of you care about me anymore. I'll just wait for third sister to arrive. She will take my side. Get out. We aren't hiring you. Inside a cramped application room, a middle-aged man spoke with icy finality. Su Chen stood there, his face pale and drawn. It was only noon, but he had already been rejected by 3 different express delivery companies. He had over a year of experience and knew the local routes better than anyone. 1 rejection was a fluke. 3 in a row was a pattern. I meet every requirement, Su Chen argued, his voice trembling. Why won't you hire me? The man looked impatient, clearly wanting to end the conversation. But Su Chen's persistence forced a blunt answer. It is not just our company. The entire industry is refusing you. You have been banned from every express delivery service in the region. Banned? How? Why would this happen? Suchen felt the blood drain from his head. He staggered back, the world spinning as the realization hit him. The delivery god had been cut off from his source. Chapter 237. Changed to ex-girlfriend. When the news hit that he was blocked by the entire express delivery industry, a blow that heavy would have staggered any man. For someone as cheerful and unrestrained as Suchen, it was devastating. If he had never been touched by luck, if the system had never possessed him, he might have lived a perfectly happy, ordinary life. But once the Shenhao system chose him, his heart changed. He had inadvertently placed himself on a pedestal, growing pretentious and lofty. Now, the foundation of that height was being ripped away. His divine system required him to deliver packages to trigger rewards. If he couldn't deliver, the system was effectively abolished. He was left with a mountain of gold just out of reach, completely immovable. There was no misery quite like having everything and being unable to touch a cent of it. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has resulted in a total industry ban for the protagonist Suchen. This has indirectly abolished the Shenhao system. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Suchen's protagonist Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing the 4,000 point mark on the villain's Halo. Reward social relationship bond card. Wang Haoran, still dining with Lu Yui and her sisters, watched the system prompts flash before his eyes. The first notification was expected. He had directed Cheng Rui to blackball Suchen specifically to paralyze his ability to function. The second piece of news, however, gave him pause. With a flicker of curiosity, he checked the communication system. His villain's Halo had reached 4001. Waiting in his inventory was a new, gold-rimmed item. He immediately scanned the description. Social relationship bond card, a one-time consumable worth 8,000 villain points. When used on a heroine the host has not yet met, it creates an unbreakable social bond. Possible relationships include senior/junior siblings, friends, confidants, ex-girlfriend, or current girlfriend. Once activated, one of these bonds will be triggered at random. An item worth 8,000 points was a significant prize. Looking at the potential outcomes, the best candidate was undoubtedly the miracle doctor, Bian Suwen. If luck favored him, and he landed the current girlfriend bond, he would bypass the entire chase and secure her immediately. Of course, that depended entirely on the roll of the dice. If he were unlucky and landed ex-girlfriend, things could get messy. Still, the odds seemed in his favor. There were 10 types of bonds in total. Aside from the ex-girlfriend option, almost every other fetter provided a solid emotional foundation. With a pre-existing history, the difficulty of winning over the goddess doctor would plummet. I'll take the gamble, Wang Haoran decided. His luck had been consistent so far, and he had plenty of points to spare. He focused his thoughts on the system interface. Ding. Is the host sure they wish to use the social relationship bond card on the heroine, Bian Suwen? Yes. Ding. The social relationship bond card has been successfully activated. Congratulations. You have randomly accessed the ex-girlfriend relationship bond. Ding. The female protagonist Bian Suwen's current total favorability toward the host is -70. Strong resentment. Are you kidding me? The surge of negative emotion hit Wang Haoran like a physical weight. His hand jerked, and his chopsticks caught the edge of his bowl, nearly knocking it off the table. Lu Yui, Xu Qianwei, and Ji Shuiyao all paused, looking at him with confused expressions. My hand slipped. Just a bit of a shake, Wang Haoran said, squeezing out a tight, apologetic smile. He quickly adjusted his seat, offering a casual excuse to keep them from prying. The women accepted the explanation and returned to their conversation. But Wang Haoran's heart was in a state of absolute turmoil. A 1 in 10 chance for the worst possible outcome, and he had hit it dead center. Using that card hadn't helped him. It had vaulted the difficulty of winning over Bian Suwen into the realm of a nightmare. He had met many heroines by now, but never one who viewed him with such visceral loathing. -70. Strong resentment. How was he supposed to fix that? I want to cancel the bond, he messaged the system, his mental voice full of irritation. Response: the social relationship bond card has already taken effect and cannot be cancelled. If the host wishes to erase the bond, please purchase a social relationship erasure card from the system mall. You could have mentioned that sooner. Wang Haoran felt a flicker of hope and hurried to check the shop. His hope died instantly. He nearly knocked his bowl over a second time. The erasure card cost 16,000 villain points. Even with his savings sitting at 23,000, that was an exorbitant price for a mistake the system had randomly assigned him. He dismissed the idea of buying it immediately. He would have to find another way. As he continued to eat, a flood of artificial information began to settle in his mind. The bond card didn't just change the relationship, it rewrote history to justify it. Memories of past events with Bian Suwen began to materialize. 2 or 3 years ago, Wang Haoran had supposedly suffered a debilitating illness. His parents, Wang Xiang and Zhenli, had searched the imperial capital until they found the young genius doctor, Bian Suwen, to treat him. During the long weeks of his recovery, the two had grown close. They had shared quiet moments, spoken of a future together, and eventually started a relationship. But the memory turned sour. A younger Wang Haoran had met another girl, Sun Weian, and his heart had wandered. He had suddenly grown cold, eventually breaking things off with Bian Suwen in a callous manner. She had left Qingling in a fit of rage and heartbreak. Reading through these new memories felt incredibly surreal. 2 years ago, he would have been 16 or 17, while she would have been 21. The idea of them swearing eternal love at that age felt like nonsense, but the system's history was absolute. What depressed Wang Haoren most was that, despite having a romantic history, the relationship had been frustratingly chaste. According to the memories, the furthest they had ever gone was holding hands. He had inherited all the baggage of a messy breakup, with none of the benefits of a serious relationship. It was a raw deal. But complaints wouldn't solve the problem. He had to figure out how to handle her. Lu Yui had already confirmed that Bian Suwen was arriving in the morning the day after tomorrow. Since he was now a regular fixture in the lives of the other sisters, a confrontation was inevitable. He had no choice but to face his new ex. Wang Haoren sifted through the manufactured memories of their time together, studying her personality, and searching for a crack in her resentment. If he was going to survive the encounter, he needed a strategy. Chapter 238. Long time no see. The next morning arrived with a crisp edge to the air. Wang Haoren settled into the car, bound for the airport alongside Lin Chen and Chu Qianwei. The task of retrieving Bian Suwen was originally Lin Chen's solo mission. However, Wang Haoren had no intention of missing the introduction. He had told Chu Qianwei quite simply that he was curious to see what a goddess doctor actually looked like, and she, ever devoted, had naturally granted the request. Lin Chen was visibly miserable about the arrangement. He gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds to glare at Wang Haoren. To vent his frustration, he took corners with unnecessary sharpness, jerking the car in an attempt to throw Wang Haoren off balance in the back seat. Wang Haoren remained unmoved, though his irritation with the boy simmered. If not for Lin Chen's pesky halo of immortality, he would have taught the brat a lesson in masculinity within minutes. Since physical damage was off the table for now, he decided to strike at the boy's mental stability instead. Noticing Lin Chen's eyes fixed on him through the mirror again, Wang Haoren reached out and pulled Chu Qianwei close. Lin Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The car swerved slightly as his blood pressure spiked. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Lin Chen's mentality to be unbalanced. Reward 1000 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Where exactly do you think you're putting your salty pig's hand? Lin Chen hissed through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with rage. Wang Haoren replied with airy indifference. Blame your driving. You're swerving so much I had to grab something to steady myself. I suppose my hand landed somewhere it shouldn't have. He turned to Chu Qianwei, his voice dropping to a gentle, apologetic tone. I wasn't careful just now. Do you mind? Chu Qianwei offered a radiant, forgiving smile. It's okay. It wasn't your fault. Lin Chen clenched his teeth so hard they threatened to crack. He was powerless. Defeated, he began to drive with exaggerated steadiness, no longer daring to shake the car. However, in the blind spots of the rearview mirror, Wang Haoren continued to be quite unruly. Chu Qianwei simply closed her eyes and leaned back, pretending to be asleep to mask her fluttering heart. Soon, the car pulled into the airport parking lot. Seventh sister, why is your face so red? Lin Chen asked as they stepped out into the air. He peered at her with genuine concern. Is it? Chu Qianwei touched her burning cheeks. Her heart was still racing, but she kept her voice casual. The weather is just hot, and the car felt a bit stuffy. I'm just uncomfortable from the heat. Then let's hurry and find third sister, Lin Chen urged. I'll have her take a look at you as soon as she lands. Wang Haoren kept his face neutral, but his internal monologue was dry. That particular ailment can't be cured by a doctor. If I took her away for an hour, she'd be perfectly fine. He kept the thought to himself. It's not that serious, Chu Qianwei said, shaking her head at Lin Chen. I just need some fresh air. The three of them made their way to the arrival terminal and waited. Crowds began to pour through the exit. Amidst the sea of travelers, a striking figure appeared. It was Bian Suwen. She paused just past the security gates, looking up at the familiar skyline and the sprawling architecture of the airport. These sights were a blur of contradictions, familiar yet distant. She had once called this city home, but she had spent the last few years determined to excise it from her soul. She hadn't wanted to return. She only came because a nephew had managed to get himself arrested in Qingling, and she was here to secure his release. Beyond that, she intended only to visit her sisters. She told herself that Qingling was a large city. The odds of running into the one person she never wanted to see again were slim. Bian Suwen took a deep breath, centered herself, and began to walk forward. Third sister. Over here, third sister. Chu Qianwei and Lin Chen called out simultaneously. Bian Suwen's face brightened, and she navigated the crowd toward them. As she drew closer, Wang Haoren took her in. She was even more stunning than his manufactured memories suggested. Her elegance was distinct from Chu Qianwei's. Where Chu Qianwei was a graceful peony, noble and inviting, Bian Suwen was like a snow lotus atop a mountain, cold, arrogant, and breathtakingly pure. After the sisters exchanged warm greetings and Lin Chen chirped his welcomes, Wang Haoren decided it was time. He lowered his head slightly, stepping forward with an air of polite service. I'll help with the luggage, he said. Because his head was down, Bian Suwen didn't recognize him immediately. She turned to Chu Qianwei. Who is this? A friend of mine, third sister, Chu Qianwei replied. Bian Suwen nodded politely, her slender fingers releasing the handle of her suitcase. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. As Wang Haoren reached for the bag, he intentionally fumbled. His wallet slipped from his pocket, hitting the floor and spilling its contents right at her feet. Bian Suwen instinctively stooped to help him pick them up. Her hand froze. Sitting atop the scattered cards was a small, worn photograph. It was a picture of her. Bian Suwen's breath hitched. She looked up, her eyes traveling from the photo to the man standing before her. When her gaze finally met his face, she lost her voice for a moment before a ragged whisper escaped her lips. "It's you." The words were a chaotic slurry of resentment, grief, and shock. "Long time no see," Wang Haoran said slowly. He raised his head, his expression painted with the heavy, melodic sigh of a man meeting a long-lost soul. Bian Suwen remained speechless, her mind a whirlwind of old wounds. The boy she remembered from 2 years ago had changed. The youthfulness had faded, replaced by a mature, quiet strength and a magnetic charm that felt dangerously pull-inducing. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has increased by 10. Current total -60. Resentment. Wang Haoran felt a surge of silent triumph. It seemed being exceptionally handsome had its perks. Just showing his face had chipped away at her loathing. It was still a long road from resentment to love, but the needle had moved. The strategy was working. Chapter 239. Doctor-patient relationship. While Bian Suwen stood frozen, Wang Haoran swept the wallet from the floor and slipped it back into his pocket. The angle of the exchange kept the contents hidden from Chu Qianwei and Lin Chen. Bian Suwen didn't expose him. Instead, her voice wavered with an erratic edge. "What do you mean by that?" Her eyes lingered on the pocket, where the photo had vanished. "You must have seen it wrong," Wang Haoran replied, his tone dismissive and perfunctory. Bian Suwen didn't believe him for a second. She had seen herself in that wallet, clear as day. A swarm of questions crowded her mind. Why would he carry her picture after all this time? Was it possible he still held on to the past? Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has increased by 5. Current total -55. Resentment. Emotional cards are still the way to go, Wang Haoran thought. He had prepared that photo long before arriving at the airport. Dropping the wallet at her feet had been a calculated move to breach her defenses and force her to confront their history. The standard tricks used on other heroines wouldn't work here. To conquer a woman burdened by a system-forced past, he had to stir the embers of what they once shared. Judging by the 5-point bump, the embers were definitely still there. "You should throw it away," Bian Suwen said after a long silence. Her voice regained its cold, indifferent shell. Wang Haoran expected nothing less. A favorability score of -55 was still deep in the red. If he wanted to reclaim her heart, he had to play the long game. "Wait, do you two actually know each other?" Chu Qianwei and Lin Chen watched the exchange with growing confusion. The conversation felt loaded with a subtext they couldn't decipher. Bian Suwen turned to them, her expression smoothing into a professional mask. "He was a patient of mine once." "Oh, just a patient." Lin Chen let out a long breath of relief. Wang Haoran had been circling his sisters like a shark lately. At the last dinner, Ji Shuiyao and Chu Qianwei had practically competed to defend him, and even Lu Yui seemed impressed. Lin Chen had pinned his hopes on the third sister acting as his ultimate backup. Hearing that Wang Haoran was merely a former client meant the boy didn't have to worry about another sister falling under the big brother's spell. The third sister was a world-renowned physician. With her in his corner, Lin Chen felt he finally had the leverage to put Wang Haoran in his place. "Did you treat him for something serious, Sanja?" Chu Qianwei asked, her brow furrowing with genuine concern for Wang Haoran. "It was nothing major," Bian Suwen replied smoothly. "He just suffered from a bit of physical weakness." Wang Haoran's eyes narrowed. In the memories the system provided, he had been treated for a life-threatening snakebite. By calling him weak, she was clearly taking a petty swipe at him. Lin Chen caught the implication immediately. A malicious grin spread across his face. "Physical weakness? You mean a kidney deficiency?" Bian Suwen offered a faint, cryptic smile but didn't utter a word. To the onlookers, her silence was as good as a confession. "Big brother," Lin Chen said, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Wang Haoran saw the trap. He played along with a vague shrug. "Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Why does it matter?" "Well, if you do, I imagine things aren't going very well for her." Lin Chen laughed, feeling he had finally scored a point. "And if you don't, well, I suppose it's for the best." "Run along and play, kid," Wang Haoran countered. "Leave the adult talk to the adults." Lin Chen's laughter only grew louder. He stole a glance at Chu Qianwei, expecting to see her looking at Wang Haoran with pity or disgust. Indeed, the seventh sister was staring at Wang Haoran with a very strange, intense expression. Lin Chen gloated internally. Now she knows he's a fraud. No woman wants a man who's empty inside. In reality, Chu Qianwei's mind was racing in a completely different direction. Weak, empty, he's the furthest thing from it. If anything, he's terrifyingly strong. Since Lin Chen lacked the ability to read minds, he remained blissfully ignorant. "It's time for lunch," Chu Qianwei interrupted, sensing the tension. "I've already booked a table. Let's go." They piled into the car and headed to a high-end restaurant nearby. Once they were settled in a private booth, the waiter arrived with the menus. Wang Haoran reached out and took one. "I'm not hosting this like the other day," Lin Chen snapped, still stinging from his previous reprimand. "This meal is for the third sister. She should be the one to order first." Wang Haoran looked over the top of the menu with a smirk. "Kid, you're being rude again. Haven't you learned?" Lin Chen flinched and looked to Chu Qianwei for support, but she beat him to it. "Xiao Chen, I told you to be polite to him. Have you already forgotten?" As Lin Chen's face paled under the scolding, he turned to Bian Suwen with pleading eyes. "Kamei, leave him be," Bian Suwen intervened. She glanced at Wang Haoran with a look of pure apathy. It doesn't matter what we order. I have no appetite today. The message was clear. Looking at Wang Haoran had soured her stomach. Lin Chen beamed, convinced she was standing up for him. Qingling, however, watched the two of them with sharp, intuitive eyes. Something about their doctor-patient dynamic felt wrong. It felt too personal. Wang Haoran ignored the jab. He took the waiter's pen and began scribbling a list of dishes on a notepad. Qingling and Lin Chen followed suit, adding their own favorites to the order. Bian Suwen remained silent, refusing to choose a single item. 10 minutes later, the food began to arrive. Bian Suwen maintained her flat, bored expression until the final plates were set on the table. Her composure shattered for a split second. Every single dish Wang Haoran had ordered was a personal favorite of hers. She couldn't stop herself. Her gaze drifted away from the table and settled on the handsome, calm face of the man sitting beside her. Chapter 240. The Root of Resentment. If only one or two dishes had matched, it could be dismissed as a mere coincidence. But every plate on the table was a personal favorite. Bian Suwen stared at the spread, her mind racing back to the days she spent living in the Wang household. Back then, Wang Haoran had memorized her every preference. She never imagined that after years of silence, he would remain so thoughtful. Her gaze toward him softened, the ice in her eyes momentarily replaced by a flicker of warmth. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability rating has increased by 10. Current total -45. Resentment. The softness vanished as quickly as it appeared. Memories were a double-edged sword. Remembering her favorite food didn't erase the past. What happened between them was a wound. Even if it eventually closed, the scar remained, jagged and permanent. She withdrew her gaze and let her expression settle back into a mask of indifference. Wang Haoran couldn't track every nuance of her internal monologue, but the system prompt told him everything he needed to know. He was one step closer. Let's begin, he said, his voice bright with a genuine smile. The group started to eat. Bian Suwen had insisted she had no appetite, but the exhaustion of her journey and the tantalizing aroma of her favorite dishes betrayed her. After a moment of internal conflict, she lifted her chopsticks. Once she started, she couldn't stop. A while later, she set her chopsticks down with a contented sigh. Third sister, didn't you say you weren't hungry? Qingling asked. Qingling usually ate like a bird to maintain her graceful figure. She was genuinely surprised to see the doctor eat 3 times her usual portion. Bian Suwen felt a flush of embarrassment creep up her neck, but she kept her voice steady and professional. Kamei went to the trouble of inviting me. If I didn't eat heartily, wouldn't I be betraying your kindness? The logic was flawless. Neither Qingling nor Lin Chen suspected a thing. Since Bian Suwen spent most of her time in the imperial capital, they only saw her in brief, fragmented visits. They didn't actually know her favorite foods. To them, Wang Haoran had simply ordered a good variety of dishes. As Qingling called the waiter to settle the bill, a sharp cry pierced the quiet of the restaurant. Doctor, someone call a doctor. Save my daughter. The screams came from the private box directly next door. The frantic pleas were punctuated by the high-pitched, desperate crying of a child. Bian Suwen didn't hesitate. She bolted from her seat and rushed toward the source of the noise, with Wang Haoran and the others close on her heels. Inside the neighboring room, a mother stood pale with terror, her hands hovering uselessly over a 4-year-old girl. The child was choking. Her face had shifted from a frantic red to a terrifying shade of purple. I'm a doctor. Let me see her, Bian Suwen said, reaching for the child. Before she could touch the girl, Lin Chen lunged forward, blocking her path. Third sister, let me handle this. Bian Suwen paused, stunned. You, just leave it to me. I've got this. Lin Chen patted his small chest, radiating a smug, unearned confidence. Lin Chen, move. I'm doing it, Bian Suwen insisted, her worry deepening as she reached again. Lin Chen stood his ground. Don't you trust me? I've been studying medical arts lately. This is a trivial matter. I can handle it. Watching from the doorway, Wang Haoran felt a surge of pure disgust. The protagonist was so obsessed with face and the chance to show off that he was willing to delay life-saving care. Bian Suwen was a world-renowned genius. She could have solved the problem in seconds. Instead, Lin Chen wanted to debate credentials, while the little girl's face turned an even darker shade of violet. The child was in visible agony, each second of delay adding to her trauma. Bian Suwen began to waver. Her younger brother often performed the impossible, and his tone was so certain. Then, go ahead. She didn't finish the sentence. Wang Haoran surged past Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning. Without a word of explanation, he snatched the little girl up and sat firmly on a nearby stool. He draped the child across his lap, chest and abdomen down, and supported her collarbone with one steady hand. With the other, he delivered a sharp, controlled thrust between her shoulder blades. A small, jagged bone flew from the girl's mouth and clattered onto the floor. The purple hue vanished from her face almost instantly. She took a ragged, gasping breath and finally stopped her terrifying, silent struggle. Ding. The host intercepted the protagonist Lin Chen, rescuing the suffocating girl. Reward 900 villain points. Lin Chen's protagonist Halo -45. Host's villain Halo +45. Wang Haoran glanced at Lin Chen. The boy stood frozen, his face stiff with resentment. His small teeth rattled as he glared at Wang Haoran, fuming that his hero moment had been stolen. Wang Haoran allowed himself a small, mocking smile. An effective villain didn't waste time talking during a crisis. Action was the only thing that mattered. Oh, baby. You scared me to death. The mother collapsed into a chair, crying with relief. Once she regained her breath, she turned to Wang Haoran with tear-filled eyes. Thank you so much. Don't thank me, Wang Haoran said, shifting his gaze to Bian Suwen. Thank her. The mother looked confused, but Bian Suwen was paralyzed. The first aid technique Wang Haoran had used was a specific variation she had mentioned to him years ago, during a casual conversation. At the time, she had just been talking to fill the silence. She had nearly forgotten that conversation herself. Yet, he remembered. He had ignored her, left her, and broken her heart, yet he had held on to a tiny detail of her medical advice for years. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has increased by 10. Current total -35. Resentment. Chapter 241. I have a friend. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you so much. The little girl's mother didn't quite understand the logic, but she followed Wang Haoran's lead and directed her gratitude toward Bian Suwen. Bian Suwen met the mother's eyes with a soft smile. Beside her, the little girl had finally stopped her frantic gasping. Color returned to the child's cheeks. Baby, the mother whispered, her voice still trembling with leftover adrenaline. Say thank you to the nice brother and sister. The little girl looked up at Bian Suwen and Wang Haoran with wide, dewy eyes. Thank you, fairy sister. Thank you, fairy brother, she chirped in a tiny, melodic voice. The innocent title pulled a genuine smile from Bian Suwen's usually cold features. She knelt down, reaching out to stroke the girl's hair with a gentle hand. Lin Chen stood to the side, his chest tight with a frustration he couldn't voice. His chance to shine had evaporated. Seeking some shred of authority, he frowned at the child. Little sister, you aren't allowed to eat just anything in the future, do you hear me? The harshness in his tone startled the girl. She shrank back, her eyes darting around for a safe harbor. Instead of running to her mother, she ducked behind Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran's magnetic presence acted like a physical anchor. He knelt, patting her head to offer a silent reassurance. Don't be afraid of the bad guy, he said, his voice smooth and comforting. I'll protect you. I'm a good person. Lin Chen retorted instantly, his face turning a blotchy red. I'm not the bad guy. You are. To Lin Chen, a man who had now systematically dismantled his ego 3 times in 48 hours, was the very definition of a villain. Big brother is too handsome to be a bad person, the little girl countered, poking her head out from behind Wang Haoran's leg to stick her tongue out at Lin Chen. Foolish girl, Lin Chen snapped back. Who told you that good-looking people are good? Beauty is a mask. Then you're ugly, the girl shot back. Does that mean you're a good person? Lin Chen's voice went up an octave. I'm cute. How can I be ugly? The girl giggled, drawing a small circle on her cheek with her finger. Girls are cute. You're a boy. Saying you're cute is shy and silly. The bickering continued, a surreal exchange between a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old that looked more like a schoolyard spat than a confrontation between a protagonist and a bystander. The tension in the room finally broke into a few muffled chuckles from the onlookers. After another round of polite thanks, the mother took her daughter's hand and departed. Wang Haoran watched them go, his eyes lingering on the woman for a brief moment. He had focused so intently on the child that he hadn't fully processed the mother's appearance. She was striking, scoring a high 95 in both grace and figure. She fit the mold of a heroine perfectly, yet the presence of a 5-year-old daughter threw a wrench in the typical template. In the world of heroes and destined lovers, a heroine was almost always a fresh start. This woman was already a mother. As the pair vanished from view, Lin Chen slumped, looking deeply aggrieved. Ignorant brat. Calling me a bad person. Qingling and Bian Suwen shared a laugh. Children speak without filters, Xiao Chen, Bian Suwen said. She then shifted her gaze toward Wang Haoran, her eyes narrowing. Besides, handsome people aren't necessarily good people. Wang Haoran felt the weight of the jab. Is she really looking at me while saying that? He considered the thought. In the grand scheme of things, he wasn't a good guy. He was a villain by design. Standing still was enough to draw the protagonist's ire. Being a saint in this world was a slow form of suicide. But he understood why Bian Suwen felt that way. In her heart, he was the man who had discarded her. The lunch concluded, and the group piled into the car. They headed toward Lu Yui's villa, a spacious estate near the university where Bian Suwen would be staying. When they arrived, Wang Haoran felt a jolt of alarm. He knew the sisters lived near the campus, but he hadn't realized their villa sat less than 100 yards from the one Tang Bingyun had gifted him. He would have to be incredibly careful moving forward. If he crossed paths with one of his other flames while walking the neighborhood, the fallout would be catastrophic. Thank you for carrying the bags, Bian Suwen said the moment they entered the foyer. She didn't even wait for him to sit down before delivering the blow. I'm sure you have other things to do. I won't keep you. The eviction notice was crystal clear. Wang Haoran checked his watch. He actually did have classes to attend, and the clock was ticking. Little Lin Chen, it's time for us to go, Wang Haoran said. He reached out and grabbed the boy by the shoulder. A seasoned villain knew never to leave the protagonist alone with the heroine. It was a fundamental taboo. Lin Chen struggled, but his physical strength was no match for Wang Haoran. He was practically dragged out of the front door, leaving the 2 sisters alone. Third sister, Qingling began once the door clicked shut. I can't help but feel you're a bit biased against Wang Haoran. Why are you targeting him? I'm not targeting him, Bian Suwen replied, her voice dropping into a cold, flat register. I'm targeting all men. It wasn't a total lie. Ever since her heartbreak, a deep-seated cynicism had taken root. When she treated male patients, she refused to even touch their skin, preferring the ancient method of checking a pulse through a silk thread. Chu Qianwei didn't push the general claim, but she felt the need to defend her lover. He's different. He's kind, and he's incredibly loving. When you get to know him, you'll see. Please don't be so hard on him. Loving? Bian Suwen let out a sharp, bitter sneer. He's a heartless man who gives up on people the moment he's bored. Chu Qianwei froze. The venom in her sister's voice was unmistakable. Third sister, why would you say that? Did he fail you? Bian Suwen's eyes widened. She realized too late that her emotions had slipped. She had never told a soul about her history with Wang Haoran, not even her sisters. Now, her slip of the tongue had invited a dangerous level of suspicion. She needed a way out. She took a breath, forcing her expression to neutralize. It's like this, she began slowly. I have a friend. Chapter 242. Rent. Bian Suwen spun her story with practiced care. In this version, she was not the heroine. The role belonged to a mysterious friend. She painted the male protagonist as a creature of absolute malice, a cold-blooded man who discarded affection like trash. When the tale finished, she turned a sharp gaze toward Chu Qianwei. Now you understand why I call him heartless. Chu Qianwei nodded slowly, processing the information, but then she shook her head. Her loyalty remained firm. Third sister, when your friend told you this, she must have been viewing it through a very subjective lens. I simply don't believe Wang Haoran is that kind of man. My friend and I are very close, Bian Suwen countered, her voice rising in defense of her own experience. She has no reason to lie. Every detail she described is the truth. Chu Qianwei let out a soft, dismissive sound. Maybe she didn't lie about the events, but I think your friend was being incredibly selfish. Bian Suwen's eyes widened. The accusation stung more than she expected. Selfish? How could she possibly be selfish in this situation? Chu Qianwei leaned back, her voice taking on the tone of a calm analyst. Think about it, third sister. How old was Wang Haoran back then? He was only 16. And your friend? She was 21. You expect a 16-year-old boy to carry the full weight of a serious relationship? How could he possibly be responsible for that? She paused, letting the point land before continuing. He was still a student. If your friend truly understood his position, she wouldn't blame him. Furthermore, there is the matter of her own judgment. She was 5 years older, yet she chose to pursue a boy still in his teens. If I were a mature woman in that position, I would have kept my distance to protect him, rather than involving him in something he wasn't ready for. Bian Suwen felt her blood pressure spike. The logic was a direct hit to her pride. Emotions are not something a person can switch on and off at will, she retorted coldly. Since they were together, he owed her his loyalty. Perhaps it wasn't his choice to leave, Chu Qianwei suggested, her voice softening. What do you mean? He was only 16. At that age, parents exert immense influence over a child's life. Perhaps his parents discovered the affair and forced him to end it. They likely did quite a bit of ideological work on him. In that situation, a teenager is powerless. Abandoning your friend might have been the only choice he was allowed to make. At that age, being unable to help yourself is the most natural thing in the world. The fire in Bian Suwen's chest flickered and dimmed. She began to re-examine the day's events through this new, more forgiving lens. She thought of the photo in his wallet, hidden away like a secret treasure. She remembered the dinner table, filled with every dish she loved. She recalled his perfect execution of a medical technique she had only mentioned once in passing. Could a truly heartless man be so meticulous? Could a man who didn't care still hold on to those tiny, fragmented pieces of her after years of silence? The thought took root. Perhaps he had been a victim of circumstance, forced to leave the woman he loved. As the resentment began to dissolve, the system notifications chimed in Wang Haoran's mind. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has recovered to 15. Current total -20. Resentment. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has increased by 10. Current total -10. Disgust. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has increased by 10. Current total 0. Stranger. Ding. Heroine Bian Suwen's favorability has increased by 10. Current total 10. Ordinary acquaintance. The heavy cloud of loathing had lifted. While she was far from falling back into his arms, the barrier of hatred was gone. She now viewed him as nothing more than a figure from her past, an ordinary acquaintance. On the other side of the city, Wang Haoran stepped into his classroom. The rapid-fire sequence of system prompts left him momentarily stunned. He hadn't lifted a finger, yet her favorability had skyrocketed 40 points in a single burst. How did that happen? He wondered, a slow grin spreading across his face. Whatever the cause, he wasn't complaining. Moving from -70 to 10 in a matter of hours was a victory by any standard. He took his seat, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. A moment later, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing slipped into the chairs beside him. I think I saw Teacher Song on campus today, Wen Jing whispered, leaning in close. Wang Haoran frowned. Teacher Song? You mean Song Zhenyu? She should still be at Mizusawa Middle School teaching the freshmen. Are you sure? It was from a distance, Wen Jing admitted. I could be wrong, but she looked so much like her. Wang Haoran nodded, his mind turning to the woman. He wanted to call her, but the professor was already stepping toward the podium. He would have to wait until after class. Song Zhenyu was a heroine with a favorability of 40. Her halo was still intact, and he knew it was only a matter of time before she crossed his path again. Song Zhenyu walked through the winding, narrow streets of an old neighborhood, clutching a crumpled rental advertisement. She had resigned from her position at Mizusawa. Her ambitions had grown, she was determined to pass the postgraduate entrance exam at Qingling University. To focus on her studies, she needed a place near the campus. However, her financial situation was grim. Most of her salary went towards supporting her family, leaving her with very little to spare. She needed something cheap, and the flyer in her hand was almost too good to be true. The advertisement offered a well-decorated one-bedroom apartment for only 100 yuan per month. It even included free utilities and internet. It was a steal, but it came with a catch in interview. Only those who passed the landlord's personal screening were allowed to move in. The neighborhood was an older residential block, likely over a decade old, but the atmosphere was quiet and scholarly. It was the perfect environment for a student. Song Zhenyu stopped in front of the address and pulled out her phone to dial the contact number. Nearby, a man in a simple vest and slippers strolled down the sidewalk. His neighbors called out to him with casual familiarity. "Xiao Ye, when did you get back?" "A few days ago," the man replied with a lazy wave. "I heard you were abroad. You must have made a fortune." "Hardly," the man laughed. "Business is tough out there. I couldn't make it work, so I came back home. Now I'm just living off the properties my parents left me." The man, known to the locals as Ye Fan, stopped just a few feet away from Song Zhenyu. As Song Zhenyu pressed the call button, a cheerful, upbeat ringtone erupted from Ye Fan's pocket. She jumped slightly, her eyes snapping toward the man in the slippers. Chapter 243. The Landlord Ye Chu. "Hello, beauty. My name is Ye Chu." That is Ye as in leaf, and Chu as in autumn. The man the neighbors called Little Leaf stepped up to Song Zhenyu's side. He focused on the crumpled rental advertisement in her hand. Song Zhenyu stood frozen for a moment before she subconsciously hung up her phone. As the connection severed, the cheerful ringtone blasting from Ye Chu's pocket died instantly. The identity of the landlord was confirmed. Song Zhenyu offered a polite, somewhat relieved smile. "Hello, I'm here about the room. Your advertisement mentioned an interview process. I wanted to ask if I meet your requirements for a tenant." Ye Chu didn't hesitate. "Are you single?" "What? Well, I am, but..." "Perfect. You passed the interview." Ye Chu interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Song Zhenyu blinked, her eyes wide with confusion. "That's it. It was that simple?" "It really is that simple." Ye Chu nodded, his grin widening as he looked her up and down. He was extremely satisfied. His so-called interview required only one thing: a single, beautiful woman. Ye Chu was not short of money. In fact, he was incredibly wealthy. He had spent years living a life of violence and blood, and now at 26, he was ready to retire into a quiet, leisurely existence. His deceased parents had left him this property. Upon his return to the country, he had completely renovated the old residential building. It contained 21 suites. Aside from his own quarters, 20 units were available for rent. Ye Chu had already decided that every single tenant would be a stunning woman. Song Zhenyu was his first recruit. Her looks were far beyond his expectations. She was a beauty among beauties. Despite the easy approval, Song Zhenyu felt a wave of nerves. The landlord was a young man. The rent was so cheap it was practically free, and the only question he cared about was her relationship status. Any sensible woman would be worried. Ye Chu caught her hesitant expression and raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. "Beauty, don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. You can ask any of the neighbors about me. If you're truly worried, we can walk over to the local bureau right now and file a formal record of the rental agreement." Song Zhenyu felt a weight lift from her chest. "Okay, let's do that." She had very little cash on hand. Her options were limited, and this quiet environment was exactly what she needed for her studies. She couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. "Do you want to see the interior first?" Ye Chu asked. "I've seen the photos in the ad, and they looked fine. Are you free to go to the bureau now, Mr. Ye?" "I'm always free." Ye Chu nodded. Noticing the lingering trace of suspicion in her eyes, he gestured toward the street. "There is a station nearby. Let's get the paperwork settled." 20 minutes later, the two stepped out of the government building with their records filed. "Mr. Ye, thank you so much. When is it convenient for me to check in?" "Whenever you like." Song Zhenyu's face lit up. "That's wonderful. I'll go and gather my things immediately." "Where is your luggage?" Ye Chu asked, happy to keep the momentum going. "I'll go with you and help you move in." "Oh, I couldn't. That's too much trouble for you." Ye Chu waved a hand indifferently. "No trouble at all." Song Zhenyu considered it for a moment. Yesterday, she had been approached by a persistent, playful boy who wouldn't take no for an answer. He had turned into a total stalker, promising to wait for her every day on her path back to the dormitory. She had to go back to the dorms to get her bags. Even though it was currently class time, that boy might be lurking. Having the landlord along might discourage any unwanted attention. "Then thank you." With the matter settled, the pair set off toward the female dormitories on the Qingling campus. "The number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please check the number and try again." Wang Haoren pulled the phone away from his ear and stared at the screen before hanging up. The number belonged to Song Zhenyu. 2 months ago, it had worked perfectly. Now it was a deadline. He frowned. Even if a person fell behind on their bill, a number wouldn't be completely cancelled and removed in less than 3 months. She must have cancelled it voluntarily. But why? He placed a few calls to other faculty members at Mizusawa Middle School. He quickly learned that Song Zhenyu had resigned and left without giving a forwarding address. He hung up, the words of Wenjing echoing in his mind. Could Teacher Song really be here at Qingling University? Get over here, Wang Haoren said, his voice projecting across the classroom. Lu Hua, Wei Zhihang, and several other students moved instantly as if following a military command. Thanks to his overwhelming villain halo, Wang Haoren possessed a natural, commanding authority over these minor characters. They had essentially become his lackeys without even realizing it. What's up, boss? Lu Hua asked. Wang Haoren looked around the group. Where's Lu Ming? I didn't see him during the lecture. The third brother skipped class to go pick up a girl, Lu Hua explained. Wang Haoren's brow furrowed. Pick up a girl? Yeah. Lu Ming saw a goddess on campus yesterday. He's been obsessed ever since. He ditched today just to go track her down. The gears shifted in Wang Haoren's mind. Another plot thread. As a minor villain, Lu Ming's actions often served as a catalyst for a larger story. Usually, when a character like him pursued a beautiful woman, it was a setup for a protagonist to step in and save the day. The only question was which protagonist was about to be triggered. Wang Haoren dialed Lu Ming's number immediately. Third brother, have you won her over yet? Wang Haoren asked the moment the call connected. No, Lu Ming complained loudly. I've been waiting forever, but she hasn't shown up yet. Good. He hasn't been slapped in the face by a hero yet. There's still time. Where are you? Wang Haoren asked. The guys and I are coming to give you some backup. If this woman turned out to be a heroine, Lu Ming would have to step aside. Wang Haoren didn't share. Really? That's great. Thanks, boss. I'm over by. Lu Ming quickly rattled off his location. Wang Haoren hung up and waved the group forward. Let's go. 7 or 8 young men marched out of the classroom in a formidable line, following their leader into the campus. Chapter 244. The teacher becomes a senior. Song Zhenyu's current bedroom was only a short distance from Yechu's property. Within minutes, the two arrived at the base of a towering girls' dormitory. It's full of girls. Yechu looked up, as scanning the rows of balconies draped with colorful laundry. He sighed inwardly, a slow grin spreading across his face. Song Zhenyu paused at the entrance, her expression slightly hesitant. Mr. Ya, please wait here. Then I'll wait here. Yechu felt a prickle of regret. He had hoped to follow her inside to get a better look at the layout, but her firm tone anchored him to the sidewalk. Song Zhenyu nodded and turned toward the gate. Before she could reach the door, a familiar girl stepped out into the sunlight. It was her former student, Qin Yunhan. Teacher Song? Qin Yunhan froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Though Song Zhenyu hadn't been Qin Yunhan's homeroom teacher back at Mizusawa, she had taught the girls English classes. They were well acquainted. Hello, Qin Yunhan. You came to Qingling University too. Song Zhenyu knew Wang Haoren, Su Muian, and Wen Jing had all enrolled here. But seeing Qin Yunhan was an unexpected bonus. Teacher Song, why are you here? Qin Yunhan asked, tilting her head curiously. I'm no longer teaching at Mizusawa. I'm actually here to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Song Zhenyu let out a light, melodic laugh. So, don't call me Teacher Song anymore. Technically, we are classmates now. Hello, senior. Qin Yunhan recovered quickly, extending her hand with mock solemnity. Hello, junior. Song Zhenyu matched her tone, shaking the offered hand. The two women shared a laugh, the old student-teacher barrier dissolving into a newfound friendship. From his spot on the sidewalk, Yechu watched the exchange, his eyes lingering on Qin Yunhan. The girls at this university are truly stunning, he muttered to himself. Out of the way. Don't get in the way. A boy shoved past him. Despite the wide pavement, the teenager made a point of walking straight through Yechu, pushing him off the path. Yechu snapped out of his trance and watched as the boy marched directly toward Song Zhenyu. It was Lu Ming. Beauty, it's fate. We meet again. Lu Ming gave Song Zhenyu a toothy grin. His eyes flickered toward Qin Yunhan, noting her sharp beauty, but he quickly looked away. Wang Haoren had already claimed the 3 campus school flowers as his own. Lu Ming knew better than to touch his boss's property. He turned his full attention back to Song Zhenyu. Before Lu Ming could utter another word, a hand clamped onto the back of his neck like a vice. He twisted his head, spotting the man he had just shoved. Are you courting death? Lu Ming snarled. You dare touch me? Do you have any idea who my boss is? Yechu's expression remained bored, almost disdainful. I don't care who your boss is. All I know is that this beauty is my tenant. If you're smart, you'll stay away from her and stop this harassment. Otherwise, I'll break your neck. Yechu tightened his grip. Lu Ming let out a sharp cry as the pressure on his vertebrae intensified. You're finished. Lu Ming wheezed, his face turning red. When I call my people over, they'll beat you until your own parents won't recognize you. Yechu's brow furrowed. In his former life, he would have ended this threat with a single twist. But he was here for peace. He was here for a quiet life. He sighed and released the boy's neck, opting instead to seize Lu Ming's arm and wrench it behind his back. It's breaking. It's going to break. Lu Ming screamed, his knees buckling. Are you going to stop? Yechu asked, his voice low. You little bastard, just wait. My boss is coming. Lu Ming looked at Yechu's cheap vest and rubber slippers, feeling nothing but contempt for this commoner who dared to challenge him. Even with his arm twisted, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I'll ask one more time. Will you stop? Yechu's patience evaporated. His voice turned cold, professional. Lu Ming spat out a foul curse. In response, a sickening crack echoed through the air. Lu Ming's howl shot toward the sky as his arm was forced past its natural limit. He collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. Song Zhenyu gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. She wanted Lu Ming gone, but seeing him crippled on the pavement changed the stakes. This was a disaster. She wanted to study, not get caught in a criminal investigation. Yet you noticed her trembling and softened his voice. Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. The calm in his eyes acted like a sedative. Song Zhenyu felt her heart rate slow. Yet you smiled, noting the shift in her demeanor. His heroic intervention was working. He glanced at Qin Yunhan, expecting a look of admiration or awe. Instead, Qin Yunhan stared at him with pure, unadulterated disgust. Yet you blinked, a flash of disappointment crossing his face. Third brother. A group of 7 or 8 young men rounded the corner. Lu Hua took one look at Lu Ming writhing on the concrete and shouted in shock. Lu Ming looked up, his tear-streaked face lighting up with malicious joy. You're dead. My boss is here. Don't you dare run now. Ye Chu snorted, planting his feet and crossing his arms. He watched the group approach, but his gaze settled on a single, handsome figure leading the pack. For a reason he couldn't name, a wave of visceral loathing washed over him the moment he saw the boy. If you want to stand up for your lackey, then come on, Ye Chu said, his eyes locked onto Wang Haoran. Ye Chu shifted into a combat stance, radiating the confidence of a man who had survived 1,000 battles. Beside him, Lu Hua and Wei Zhihang looked toward Wang Haoran, their fists clenched, waiting for the order to charge. Wang Haoran didn't move. He didn't raise his fists or shout a challenge. He simply gave Ye Chu a long, shallow look of indifference. He turned to Lu Hua. Call the police. Ha! Lu Hua and the others froze, their momentum stalling in total confusion. Chapter 245. Not a good person. Boss, did I hear you right? What did you just say? Lu Hua stood frozen, the momentum of the group grinding to a halt. Behind him, the other students exchanged confused glances. They had arrived expecting a brawl, but the command didn't match the moment. I said call the police, Wang Haoran repeated, his voice calm and steady. But boss, that's so. Lu Hua swallowed the word embarrassing. He didn't quite have the nerve to finish the sentence. Wang Haoran understood the hesitation. He leaned in slightly, pitched his voice for the group to hear. Are you stupid? Look at us. We are students. We are the disadvantaged party here. He gestured toward Ye Chu, who stood waiting in his vest and slippers. Look at this guy. He's a grown man out in society. Anyone who snaps a student's arm without blinking must have some kind of backing. Who knows if he's part of some criminal underworld. Move. Call the police now. Right. On it. Lu Hua didn't waste another second. He pulled out his phone and began dialing. Ding. The host's refusal to follow the routine has derailed the plot. Reward 600 villain points. Ye Chu's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. Nodding in satisfaction at the easy rewards, Wang Haoran focused his internal energy. He triggered a system probe on the man standing defiantly before them. Protagonist Ye Chu. Combat Strength 1322. Charm 95. Protagonist Halo 1323. Skills Grandmaster Assassination, Grandmaster Disguise, Grandmaster Tracking, All Weapons Proficiency, Aura of Affinity. The profile painted a clear picture. Ye Chu was a classic killer-type protagonist, likely a retired mercenary or assassin. His raw stats were formidable, even eclipsing the previous God of War protagonist, Sulang. However, compared to Wang Haoran's own current standing, Ye Chu was merely a delivery boy bringing a side dish to the table. Across the pavement, Ye Chu stood stunned. He had squared his shoulders and prepared to systematically dismantle the group of punks. To have his opponent immediately dial the authorities was a move he hadn't anticipated. It felt like he was being played. Wang Haoran ignored the landlord's bewildered expression and stepped toward Song Zhenyu. A warm smile broke across his face. Sister Zhenyu, when Jing mentioned she saw you on campus, I thought she was mistaken, but it really is you. A delighted smile transformed Song Zhenyu's worried face. I'm here at Qingling for the postgraduate entrance exam. I knew you were studying here and wanted to reach out, but my SIM card was damaged. I lost my old number and all my contacts. A broken card is an easy fix, Wang Haoran noted, catching a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Why change the number entirely? I tried to get a replacement, but the registration for the old card was incomplete, Song Zhenyu explained. A strange, fleeting expression crossed her features. I had no choice but to get a new one. Wang Haoran didn't miss the shift. She was hiding something. Given her current very friendly favorability rating of 40, she wasn't hiding from him, but there was clearly an external pressure she didn't want to discuss. He decided not to push. Under the current circumstances, a direct interrogation would only build a wall. By the way, Haoran, Song Zhenyu said, pointing toward Lu Ming, who was still clutching his mangled arm on the concrete. Do you two know each other? We're roommates, Wang Haoran replied directly. He glanced down at the writhing boy. Did he do something out of line, Sister Zhenyu? Not rude, exactly. He just stopped me and wouldn't stop asking for my number. Wang Haoran nodded. He abandoned his initial plan to use Lu Ming as a punching bag for heroic points. Instead, he fixed his roommate with a cold stare. This is my high school teacher. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lu Ming paled. Boss, I didn't know. If I'd known she was yours, I wouldn't have dared touch her with 100 lifetimes of courage. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Wang Haoran snapped, delivering a sharp kick to Lu Ming's shin. The sentiment was accurate, but saying it out loud in front of Song Zhenyu was idiocy. Song Zhenyu's face flushed crimson. She looked away, her eyes darting toward the ground. Wang Haoran quickly moved to smooth things over. Sister Zhenyu, please ignore him. He's a clown who likes to talk nonsense. but he truly respects you. Teacher, I was joking. Just a joke. Lu Ming scrambled to recover, his voice high and strained from pain. I mean, I'll never bother you again. I'm sorry. Song Zhenyu took a breath, her face returning to its natural color. The tension in her shoulders bled away. Sister Zhenyu, how well do you know this man? Wang Haoren asked, tilting his head toward Yechu. I'm looking for a place to stay while I study. He's my new landlord. He was just helping me move my things to the dormitory, she explained. So, you just met today? Song Zhenyu nodded. Yes. Then he's being far too helpful, Wang Haoren said, his voice dropping an octave. No one is that generous without a motive. He's either a traitor or a thief. Trust me. A man you just met offering to carry your bags into a girl's dorm isn't doing it out of the goodness of his heart. Yechu stepped forward, his face a mask of wounded innocence. I saw a woman struggling on her own and offered a hand. It was an act of goodwill, nothing more. Besides, we just filed our records at the police station. How could I have any evil intentions? Wang Haoren rolled his eyes internally. These protagonists are all the same. Shameless. They hunted for heroines under the guise of high-minded morality. Song Zhenyu's expression remained calm, almost trusting. Wang Haoren recognized the effect of Yechu's aura of affinity at work. It was a passive mental manipulation that made people naturally inclined to trust him. Sister Zhenyu, you can know a person's face, but never their heart, Wang Haoren cautioned. If something happens later, it will be too late for regrets. He turned his head toward the girl standing nearby. Student Qin Yunhan, don't you agree? Completely. Qin Yunhan snapped. She shot a look of pure contempt at Yechu before whispering to Song Zhenyu. Teacher Song, look at his face. He looks wretched. He's definitely not a good person. With her favorability for Wang Haoren at a staggering 99, Qin Yunhan was effectively immune to Yechu's aura. In her eyes, there was only one man worth trusting, and it certainly wasn't the guy in the rubber slippers. Chapter 246. Yechu was arrested. Where is it, Lude? Yechu snapped, his patience fraying. You should be specific. Qin Yunhan curled her lip in derision. Go home and look in a mirror. Look at what you're wearing. Look at yourself. You'll understand soon enough. Yechu's face darkened. He instinctively looked down at his vest, oversized cargo shorts, and flip-flops. This is chic and breezy, he thought. How is this obscene? He opened his mouth to deliver a cutting rebuttal, but Wang Haoren stepped in, turning his attention to Song Zhenyu. Leave the house hunting to me, Sister Zhenyu. I'll help you find a place. Yechu pivoted, desperate to salvage the situation. My property is incredibly affordable, and it's dead quiet. You won't find a better cost-to-performance ratio anywhere near the Qingling campus. Really? Wang Haoren interjected with a skeptical edge. How much is the rent? 100 a month, Song Zhenyu answered. Includes utilities and high-end furnishings. Wang Haoren gasped, his voice dripping with exaggerated concern. My God, Sister Zhenyu, those terms are unheard of. How can something that good to be true exist? He turned to the crowd of students behind him. Apart from the rent, were there any other conditions? The interview, Song Zhenyu said. He asked if I was single. Wang Haoren let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Recruiting only single, beautiful women? If that isn't a scheme, I don't know what is. What do you think, everyone? Like I said, this wretched guy is bad news, Qin Yunhan chimed in, stepping forward eagerly. If you move in, you're walking straight into a wolf's den. Lu Hua and the rest of the gang joined in, their voices rising in a chorus of accusations. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This slipperman definitely has an ulterior motive. On the ground, Lu Ming clutched his arm and glared at Yechu. I'm at least pursuing her out in the open. You're playing dirty in the shadows. You're lower than a dog, Ba. Yechu lunged, his hand twitching, but Lu Ming just stuck his jaw out. What? Going to hit me? Go on, hit me. Please. Lu Hua and the others pulled out their phones, the red recording lights blinking on. Yechu felt a surge of rage, but he forced it down. He knew the police were already on their way. If he hit them again, the situation would escalate from a minor scuffle to a felony. The sheer logic of Wang Haoren's words, combined with the crowd's chorus of disapproval, cut through the fog of Yechu's aura of affinity. Song Zhenyu stiffened, her common sense finally overriding the strange, trusting feeling he had been projecting. Mr. Ya, she said, her voice firm. I've changed my mind. I won't be renting your house. Ding. The host successfully prevented the heroine Song Zhenyu from staying in Yechu's house, affecting the plot direction. Reward 600 villain points. Yechu's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. Wang Haoren collected his points, his mind racing. A killer landlord protagonist. Classic. He was a man who thought he could lure heroines into his apartment complex, like a collector gathering butterflies. Sister Zhenyu, Wang Haoren asked, are there any other female tenants in his house yet? No one else yet, she replied. I was supposed to be the first. Excellent. He had arrived just in time. Wang Haoren smiled warmly. I'll find a place for you myself. Cheap, quiet, and safe. You'll be able to prepare for your exams without any worries. I don't want to trouble you, she hesitated. I treat you like an elder sister, Wang Haoren insisted. You wouldn't be polite with your own family, would you? Song Zhenyu felt a wave of warmth. She smiled. Well then, I won't say thank you. Yechu stood by, seething in silence. There was nothing he could do. Moments later, the sirens wailed as the authorities pulled up to the curb. Breaking a student's arm on campus grounds was a serious incident, and no amount of bravery arguments could justify it, especially since Lu Ming hadn't even thrown the first punch. As the officers hauled Ye Qiu away, he shot one final, lethal glare at Wang Haoran. With the landlord gone, Lu Ming was rushed to the infirmary. The school doctor confirmed it was just a joint dislocation. A splint and a month of recovery were all he needed. Wang Haoran stood by his bed. "We aren't settling this privately. I'm going to sue the bastard. I want him to pay 100 million in damages and issue a public apology." Lu Ming's eyes went wide. 100 million? Is that even possible? If he doesn't pay, we keep suing until he does. I'll cover the legal fees. He slapped you, which means he slapped me. I'm going to make sure he pays for every second of trouble he caused. Lu Ming was so touched he nearly wept. "Boss, if I were a woman, I'd marry you right now. Get away from me." Wang Haoran pushed him off, grimacing. Lu Ming chuckled, unfazed. "Hey, boss, I'm serious. Once I'm healed up, I'm going to find the hottest girls on campus and bring them to you. You helped me out. I've gotta repay the favor." Wait, Wang Haoran almost stopped him. If Lu Ming goes out hunting for girls, he's going to trigger even more protagonists. He paused, reconsidering. "I'm already drowning in protagonists. What's a few more?" He clapped a hand on Lu Ming's good shoulder. "You heal up fast. And don't just find me one. I want 10. Mission accepted." Lu Ming barked, saluting with his functional hand. Chapter 247. The Killer Landlord. Silence filled the stark interrogation room. "Name? Ye Qiu. Gender? You're asking me? Can't you tell?" Ling Duanya's voice sharpened into a blade. "Gender, female." Bang. Ling Duanya slapped the table, the sound echoing off the cold walls. "Please cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Ye Qiu leaned back, a lazy smile playing on his lips. "Beauty, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. You don't need to worry about my health. You just need to come back." Ling Duanya caught herself, a sudden sense of déjà vu washing over her. She fell into a brief trance. Not long ago, she had interrogated a man very similar to this one. His name had been Xiao Yaifeng. The morality and the tone of this Ye Qiu were exactly the same as that man. The coincidence was unsettling, but she shook it off. The man in front of her had beaten people on a university campus and snapped their bones. "Beauty, what are you muttering about?" Ye Qiu asked, sensing her distraction. "Stay focused on the case. Do you admit to the assault?" "I admit to it," Ye Qiu said casually. "But I acted in a measured way. The boy just has a broken hand. I'm happy to settle this privately and compensate him for his medical expenses." "Private settlement? I just received word from the other party. They are asking for 100 million yuan in compensation and a public apology." Ye Qiu sneered, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. 100 million? What are they thinking? Why don't they just go rob a bank? He was rich, but he didn't spend money like that. Every cent he owned had been earned by licking blood off a blade. As for a public apology, that was a fantasy. He was the #1 killer on the lone killer list. He didn't apologize to anyone. That is their official demand, Ling Duanya countered. A legal team has already filed the suit. Not a single lawyer, mind you, but an entire firm. Ye Qiu's smile vanished. He realized this wasn't a simple student squabble. He reached for his phone. "I want to hire my own lawyer." "That is your right." Ye Qiu made the call immediately. Compared to handing over 100 million to some brat, he would gladly spend it on the best legal defense money could buy. He had a deposit of several billion tucked away in various accounts. He was more than ready for a war of attrition in the courts. Night fell over the city. In a lively seafood restaurant near the university, a large table was crowded with plates of steaming hot pot. Wang Haoran sat surrounded by Song Zhenyu, Qin Yunhan, Su Muian, Mu Zhaozhao, and Wen Jing. Song Zhenyu had taught most of them English back in high school, so the familiarity was deep. However, the teacher-student dynamic had shifted. She was now their senior sister. The atmosphere was harmonious, filled with the clinking of glasses and the bubbling of the broth. Qin Yunhan and Su Muian traded sharp barbs occasionally, but the underlying tension was manageable. After Wang Haoran's earlier showdown with Su Muian, he had taken advantage of a quiet moment to bring her into the fold. Qin Yunhan had been jealous for a while, but she had eventually accepted the reality. Now, they were like sisters who expressed their affection through constant bickering. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing kept quiet, knowing better than to get involved. Song Zhenyu watched them with an amused expression, seeing the two as close friends who simply enjoyed competing. The warmth of the group touched her. Compared to her own family, these former students felt more like home. Song Zhenyu raised her glass, which was filled with juice rather than wine, and drank with them. "Sister Zhenyu," Wang Haoran said, picking up a piece of shrimp. "Which major are you planning to take for your postgraduate studies?" "I'm aiming for the Department of Marine Biology," she replied. "What a coincidence. I know a professor in that department." "Hold on." Wang Haoran pulled out his phone and dialed Ji Shui Yao. "Are you looking for Wai Wei?" Ji Shui Yao's voice came through the line instantly. Since Wang Haoran rarely contacted her directly, she assumed he was trying to reach the seventh sister, Chu Qian Wei. "No, I'm looking for you. Are you free?" "Yes, absolutely. Can you meet me? I'm at the seafood restaurant on the corner. I'll be right there." Ji Shui Yao tossed her research books aside, her heart racing. In the kitchen, Chu Qian Wei poked her head out. "Fifth sister, sixth sister, dinner is ready." "I'm going out," Ji Shui Yao said, already halfway to the door. It's past 8 o'clock. Where are you going? I have an appointment. Ji Shui Yao's voice faltered, her face heating up. Chu Qianwei grinned, catching the panic in her sister's eyes. Oh, I see. It's your crush, isn't it? Go on, then. Get moving. Ji Shui Yao rushed to her room, changed into a stunning dress, and applied a quick layer of makeup before sprinting out the door. When she arrived at the private box of the restaurant, she stopped dead in her tracks. She had expected a private dinner with Wang Haoran. Instead, she found him flanked by 5 beautiful women. Come in, sit down, Wang Haoran said, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. Ji Shui Yao sat down, her mind still spinning. Song Zhenyu stared at her for a moment, her eyes widening. Hello, are you Professor Ji Shui Yao? I am. Hello. This is my high school teacher, Song Zhenyu, Wang Haoran explained. She's preparing for the postgraduate exam in marine biology. Ji Shui Yao's demeanor shifted instantly, becoming warm and welcoming. Do you have a mentor yet? I've only been on campus a few days, Song Zhenyu said. I haven't started looking. If you don't mind, I would be happy to be your tutor. Song Zhenyu beamed. Professor Ji, thank you. I'll be in your care. It's a small matter, Ji Shui Yao smiled. We also need to settle her housing, Wang Haoran added. Ji Shui Yao nodded toward Song Zhenyu. I have a teacher's suite on campus. It's quiet, spacious, and fully furnished. Since I'm staying off campus with my 5th sister right now, it's empty. If you don't mind, you can stay there. Professor Ji, I don't know how to thank you. Haoran's friend is my friend, Ji Shui Yao said, catching herself before she said something more intimate. You don't have to be polite. And please, don't call me Professor. Call me Sister Ji, or just Shui Yao. She paused, realizing the age gap. Wait, I'm 21. How old are you? I'm 23, Song Zhenyu admitted, looking a bit embarrassed. Ji Shui Yao laughed as the logic of the titles tangled. Well, this is messy. You just call me Sister Ji, or Yao Yao, and I'll call you Sister Song? Does that work? Chapter 248. Shao Wanwan. Ji Shui Yao's proposal left Song Zhenyu stunned. She stood there, frozen, her mind spinning through the social implications of their ages and positions until Wang Haoran broke the silence. How about this? Wang Haoran suggested, leaning back in his chair. You both have your own standing. In the classroom, maintain the teacher-student roles. Everywhere else, you're sisters. Does that work? Ji Shui Yao nodded immediately, a look of relief crossing her face. That's perfect. I agree, Song Zhenyu added, her smile returning. Let's do it that way. Settled. Now, let's get back to the food. Wang Haoran signaled a waiter to bring a fresh set of tableware for Ji Shui Yao. Under normal circumstances, Ji Shui Yao would have declined an late-night invitation. But the pull of Wang Haoran's presence was too strong. She sat and joined the feast. Her life was usually a quiet rotation between her home and the research lab, leaving her with little to say in large groups. However, the constant, playful bickering between Qin Yunhan and Sumwian kept the energy high, ensuring there was never an awkward silence. Midway through the meal, Wang Haoran felt his phone buzz twice in quick succession. He glanced down at the screen. One message was from Qin Yunhan, the other was from Chu Qianwei. Both women wanted to meet him privately after dinner. He frowned at the screen. Choosing one meant rejecting the other, and with both being so direct, a graceful exit was hard to find. Before he could formulate a reply, Sumwian leaned across the table. Yunhan, Zhao, Jing, why don't we all head back to the dorms and play some games together tonight? Mu Zhao and Wen Jing agreed instantly. College life offered a luxury of free time their high school selves would have envied, and late-night gaming sessions had become their new ritual. Qin Yunhan hesitated, her thumb hovering over her phone. You guys go ahead. I was planning on doing some reading when I get back. Sumwian's smile turned sly. Reading? What a great idea. I'll come over to your room, and we can read together. Qin Yunhan gritted her teeth. She knew exactly what Sumwian was doing. Fine. I've changed my mind. I'll play. But I'm not joining your team. I'm going to queue against you and hunt you down. Bring it on, Sumwian countered, meeting her gaze. Who's afraid of who? The two girls locked eyes, sparks practically flying across the table. Wang Haoran kept his head down, focused entirely on his bowl. He didn't take sides, he just kept eating. Eventually, their eyes grew sore, and they pulled away from the staring contest. As Sumwian turned back to her food, she shot Wang Haoran a quick, triumphant wink. He realized then that she must have caught a glimpse of Qin Yunhan's message, and moved to sabotage the secret rendezvous. It was a tactical victory for her, but a strategic relief for him. With Qin Yunhan occupied by the game, his choice was made for him. Once the hot pot was finished, Wang Haoran dropped Ji Shui Yao off first before escorting Song Zhenyu and the others back to the campus gates. The Qingling train station hummed with the late-night arrival of the 8:30 express. Passengers spilled through the exit, including a mother and son carrying several heavy bags. The woman appeared to be in her late 40s, while the man beside her looked to be in his early 20s. They were Song Zhenyu's mother and brother, and their faces were etched with deep-seated resentment. That ungrateful girl, the mother spat, her voice thick with bitterness. A total white-eyed wolf. We only asked for 300,000 yuan so her brother could buy a house, and she goes and changes her phone number? Disgraceful. The son kicked a piece of gravel across the pavement. She's supposed to be my sister, but she only sends 3,000 yuan a month for pocket money. How am I supposed to live on that? I finally found a girl willing to marry me, and all I need is that house deposit. She won't even pay for that. She doesn't deserve the title of sister. His mother patted his arm soothingly. Don't let that girl ruin your mood, son. She isn't worth the stress. Whatever. Where are we staying? We'll find a cheap hostel for tonight and grab a bite to eat, she replied. The son's face twisted in annoyance. We're in the big city now. Why are we staying in a dump? I want a real hotel. But we don't have much cash. A nice hotel is expensive. Who cares? The son said with a shrug. Isn't my sister here? Once we track her down, I'll just make her reimburse us. We're in her city now, she should be footing the bill. The mother's eyes brightened. You're right. We'll find the best hotel in the area and go looking for her tomorrow. Her tone sharpened. She thought she could hide by changing her number, but we'll find her. When I do, I'm going to slap that unfilial mouth of hers. Making us travel all this way just to find her, she's going to pay. She's going to pay more than 300,000 now, the son grumbled. Exactly, his mother agreed. That phone call cost her. Now the price for the house is 500,000. After ensuring the girls were safely back in their dormitories, Wang Haoren steered his Bugatti toward the exit, intending to head back to his off-campus villa. As he neared the edge of the campus, a woman with a graceful silhouette and a striking face stepped into the road, her hand raised to flag him down. He stepped on the brakes. It wasn't just her beauty that caught his eye, it was the gut feeling that she was another piece of the puzzle. The woman walked to the driver's side window and tapped on the glass. As the window slid down, Wang Haoren got a clear look at her. She had delicate, fox-like eyes and flawless features. Up close, she was breathtaking. He immediately pinged the system. Female Shao Wanwan. Combat Strength, 898. Charm 291. Halo 1102. Skill Grandmaster Poison. Heart-exhausting halo. Passive. Reduces the life force of nearby males, with lower combat power, within a 10-meter radius. Favorability, -10. Mild disgust. A heroine in the wild, Wang Haoren thought. And that halo, she's essentially a toxic witch. He realized that if his own combat stats weren't significantly higher than hers, simply sitting this close would be draining his lifespan. Shao Wanwan stared back at him, her expression unreadable. Ding. Heroine Shao Wanwan's favorability has increased by 20. Current total 10. Friendly. Chapter 249. The Saintess of the Poison Sect. Shao Wanwan watched Wang Haoren for several seconds. Her eyes lit up with a subtle, predatory hunger. A charming smile spread across her lips. Handsome guy, it's late and I can't seem to flag down a car. Is it convenient to take me back? Get in. Wang Haoren nodded. A woman like Shao Wanwan, a confirmed heroine, was no casual pickup. Stopping a stranger's car in the dead of night suggested a motive far more sinister than a simple ride home. Wang Haoren wanted to see exactly what game she was playing. Shao Wanwan's smile deepened. She slipped into the passenger seat, the luxury interior of the Bugatti barely comparing to her own radiant, dangerous charm. Where are you headed? Wang Haoren asked, glancing at her. I don't really have a place to go. Shao Wanwan met his gaze, her eyes sparkling with artificial warmth. Is it convenient to spend the night where you live? As she spoke, a dark, barely perceptible fragrance drifted through the cabin. It was a sweet, heavy scent that clung to the air. This was no perfume. It was a specialized toxin designed to erode the willpower and leave the victim suggestible. Combined with Shao Wanwan's natural beauty, it was a trap that would leave any ordinary man dizzy and mindless within seconds. Wang Haoren, however, was not an ordinary man. His experience with Tang Bingyun had taught him the necessity of caution. Using the methods detailed in the Supreme Poison Sutra, he had meticulously conditioned his body into a vessel invulnerable to toxins. His resistance was absolute. The dark fragrance was useless. Still, he decided to play along. He softened his gaze, letting a hazy, intoxicated look wash over his face. Of course. What's your name? Seeing the glazed look in his eyes, Shao Wanwan dropped the flirtatious act. Her expression shifted into that of a queen issuing an ultimatum. You don't need to know my name. You only need to understand that I am now your master. From this moment on, you obey me. The first thing you will do is give me this car. The car, Wang Haoren repeated, his voice thick with simulated stupor. Anything else? I need money. Prepare every cent you have. And besides the money? Shao Wanwan's brow furrowed. Her voice turned cold and sharp. Don't ask questions. I will tell you what to do when I need it done. Furthermore, before you speak to me, you will address me as master. Understood? What did you say your name was? Wang Haoren asked again. Master. She snapped. Good. The intoxicated haze vanished from Wang Haoren's face instantly. He sat up straight, a calm, mocking smile replacing the dazed expression. Shao Wanwan froze. The realization hit her like a physical blow. He wasn't under her control. He had been mocking her. Her voice dropped to a low, lethal hiss. Are you courting death? That is my line, Wang Haoren countered. His eyes turned to ice. Are you the one courting death? Shao Wanwan lunged, intending to strike him, but her body refused to move. Her muscles felt like lead. Her breath hitched. The strength had been sapped from her limbs. Poisoned. You, who are you? Shao Wanwan's voice trembled with genuine shock. Poison was her craft, her birthright. To fail to poison a target was one thing, but to be poisoned herself without even seeing the strike was impossible. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to answer my questions truthfully. Do you understand? Shao Wanwan felt like a fish on a chopping block. She could only nod. Who are you? My name is Shao Wanwan. I am the Saintess of the Poison Sect. She spoke with a frantic honesty. Between the physical restraint of the toxin and the overwhelming pressure of Wang Haoren's villainous aura, she found it impossible to lie. "And why did you stop me?" "I have business in Qingling," she confessed. "I needed local assistance. I saw the Bugatti and figured you were wealthy enough to be a useful subordinate. I didn't expect." "You didn't expect someone more powerful than you?" Wang Haoren finished for her. If he were still the fledgling villain he once was, he might have struggled against her, but his aura had reached a level where a witch like Shao Wanwan was easily suppressed. "I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai," she pleaded, her voice small. "Please, forgive me. Go." With a thought, Wang Haoren neutralized the toxin in her system. Shao Wanwan gasped as the strength returned to her body. She stared at him, bewildered by the ease with which he had dismissed her. Ding. Heroine Shao Wanwan's favorability has increased by 10. Current total 20. Very friendly. Ding. Host has influenced the plot. Reward 600 villain points. Afraid he might change his mind, she scrambled out of the car. But curiosity anchored her to the sidewalk. She turned back to the open window. "My dark fragrance, there are not many in this world who can resist it. Why did it have no effect on you?" Wang Haoren stayed silent, watching her. "Even the elders of my sect, even the former Sect Master himself, could not poison me without my knowledge," she pressed. "How did you do it?" Wang Haoren shifted the car into gear. "You should be thankful for who you are, Saintess. Otherwise, you would be dead right now." It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact. If she hadn't been a heroine, she wouldn't have survived the encounter. Without another word, the Bugatti roared to life and sped into the night. Shao Wanwan stood in the silence of the street for a long time, reeling. He had spared her because of her identity. That implied a connection to the poison sect. But who was he? Unable to find an answer, she made her way toward the station to meet the elder, who had accompanied her to the city. The woman was an old crone with skin like crumpled parchment, but her eyes held a sharp, predatory glint. "Did you find a puppet to do the work?" the old woman asked. "I tried," Shao Wanwan admitted, her voice shaking. She recounted the entire encounter, from the fragrance to the sudden paralysis. "Fifth Elder, you have seen the world. Who could this man be?" Chapter 250. Feud, War Book. The Fifth Elder listened to Shao Wanwan's story with a grim intensity. Silence stretched between them for a long moment before, unexpectedly, a jubilant smile split the elder's wrinkled face. "Fifth Elder, what is it? What are you thinking?" The old woman ignored the question, her eyes bright with a sudden, sharp focus. "How old was he?" "This man in the car." "Around 20, Shao Wanwan replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. The Fifth Elder let out a sharp, triumphant breath. "Then there is no mistake. It must be him. You know who he is. The poison sect holds the most powerful, most enigmatic techniques in this world. Yet, there are arts within our ancient scrolls that neither the current elders nor even you, our Saintess, have mastered. This man, he used those very techniques. He had to have." Shao Wanwan shook her head. "But the secrets of our sect are guarded with blood. How could an outsider?" She stopped mid-sentence as a realization chilled her blood. "You mean he is one of us? A member of the poison sect?" "Not just a member." The Fifth Elder nodded, a frantic, almost religious fervor lighting up her eyes. "But how is that possible? We would know of such a master." "Yes, we should." The elder's voice trembled with emotion. Shao Wanwan watched the older woman's agitation, her own heart beginning to race. A legend, whispered in the dark corners of their history, surfaced in her mind. "Wait, are you suggesting the ancestor?" "Exactly." The Fifth Elder nodded vigorously. Other than the great ancestor himself, no one in this world could possibly possess such a divine level of poisoning mastery. But the ancestor was a figure from over a century and a half ago. How could he still walk the earth? "Consider the history," the elder said, her voice dropping to a respectful whisper. 50 years ago, the founder of our sect reached his 100th year. He felt the weight of his age. He left behind the Supreme Poison Sutra, passed the mantle of Sect Master, and vanished. He traveled the world seeking a way to rejuvenate his youth, to break the limits of mortality. We heard nothing for decades. The old woman gestured toward the city where Wang Haoren had disappeared. "It seems he succeeded. That young man in his 20s. He is the ancestor, reborn in his prime." Shao Wanwan felt a wave of horror wash over her. "You offended a man of that stature," the elder continued, "yet he let you walk away. He spared you. That is the ultimate proof." Shao Wanwan's breath hitched. She remembered his parting words. "No wonder he said I should be grateful for my identity. He told me if I weren't the Saintess, I would be dead." The turbulent emotions refused to settle. Even with the explanation, doubt lingered. "Elder, if the ancestor is truly alive and here in the city, why hasn't he returned to lead us?" The joy on the Fifth Elder's face dimmed. She let out a heavy sigh. "He likely despises us. He looks at his descendants and sees only incompetence. After all, the last Sect Master lost a duel to the Medicine Immortal Valley, and was forced to take his own life in shame." Shao Wanwan looked at the floor, a deep sense of guilt gnawing at her. Her talent was undeniable, but she knew she paled in comparison to the Little Doctor Immortal of their rival sect. She forced herself to stand taller, her voice hardening. "We came to Qingling for revenge against Bian Suwen. If we settle that score, if we reclaim our honor, we will surely earn the ancestors' recognition again." The feud between the Poison Sect and the Medicine Immortal Valley was as old as the sects themselves. It was a cycle of blood that had reached a point of no return. The last Sect Master fell to the Little Doctor Immortal, leaving our leadership vacant, the Fifth Elder said, her eyes searching Shao Wanwan's face. "You are our Saintess, but be honest. Do you truly have the confidence to face Bian Suwen? Do you dare to challenge her again?" Shao Wanwan froze. In a fair fight, her chances were abysmal, 30% at best. Facing Bian Suwen was essentially a suicide mission. But the landscape had changed. The founder of the Medicine Immortal Valley was long dead, while the ancestor of the poison sect was apparently walking the streets of Qingling. A bold, dangerous thought took root in Shao Wanwan's mind. Fifth Elder, the rules of our duel are life and death. This time, we don't play fair. We use the forbidden toxins described in the Supreme Poison Sutra. Bian Suwen will lose. Are you insane? The fifth elder's eyes went wide with terror. The forbidden poisons are too volatile. No one can neutralize them except the ancestor. If that poison erupts, it could slaughter half the city in a single afternoon. You would bring total destruction upon the poison sect. The world was full of hidden, powerful organizations. An atrocity of that scale would bring every hidden sect down upon them in a genocidal crusade. Shao Wanwan didn't flinch. Instead, a slow, dark smile spread across her face. You said it yourself, Elder. No one can solve it, except the ancestor. The Elder's panic subsided, replaced by a dawning realization. The logic was cold but perfect. In their traditional duels, the poison sect threw the toxin, and the Medicine Immortal Valley attempted to cure it. Failure meant death. A forbidden poison would baffle even the legendary founders of the rival sect. Bian Suwen stood no chance. And if the poison threatened to spread, the ancestor was right here in the city. He would have no choice but to step in and stop it. The plan was a gamble that risked everything to reclaim their lost pride. It is a masterstroke, the fifth elder whispered, nodding slowly. Shao Wanwan turned and walked out of the station, her mind already on the hunt. Late that night, the air in the villa district was still. Bian Suwen walked alone along a narrow path, her silhouette steady as she returned to Lu Yui's home. While the late hour might have invited danger for most, her medical expertise was matched by a formidable martial skill. She feared nothing in the dark. 200 meters from the villa's gate, she stopped. A faint, cloying fragrance hung in the air. To an untrained nose, it might have been night-blooming flowers. To Bian Suwen, it was a signature. Come out, she commanded, her voice ringing clearly through the night. As expected of the Little Doctor Immortal, a voice chuckled from the shadows. My ghost fragrance is nothing more than a toy to you. Shao Wanwan stepped into the moonlight, a playful, mocking smirk on her face. I should have known, Bian Suwen said, her voice like shards of ice. You didn't have the courage to face me in the capital. Do you honestly think leaving the city makes you qualified to provoke me now? The hatred between them was a physical weight. Shao Wanwan's eyes burned with resentment, while Bian Suwen's gaze remained clinical and cold. The old rules, Shao Wanwan said, forgoing any further pleasantries. A duel of life and death. Do you dare to accept? She flicked a heavy, dark envelope toward the doctor. Bian Suwen caught the battle book between two fingers, but didn't look at it. She merely sneered. You are a mere Saintess. You lack the standing to challenge me. Send your Sect Master. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Your master is dead, and the seat is empty. Shao Wanwan's temper flared for a split second, but she quickly masked it with a charming, venomous smile. I heard a rumor. You have several younger sisters living here in Qingling. Bian Suwen's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing dangerously. The feud is between our sects. We do not involve outsiders. That has always been the law. Do you intend to break it? If you don't run away, the rules stay intact, Shao Wanwan replied. Fine. If you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. I hope you're still this confident tomorrow night. Shao Wanwan bowed slightly, her figure dissolving back into the darkness of the trees. Bian Suwen stood alone on the path, a frown deepening on her face. It didn't make sense. Even the last Sect Master had fallen to her. For Shao Wanwan to initiate a deathmatch meant she wasn't just throwing her life away. She had a trump card. But what could it be? Troubled by the mystery, Bian Suwen continued toward the villa, her mind already calculating 100 different poisons and their cures. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.